So, a very good morning and welcome along to Emirates Old Trafford for Thunder versus Storm. Yours truly, Michael McCann, delighted to be joined by Mel Farrell on this, the final day of Rachael Heyhoe-Fint Trophy action. And it is worth saying that we've got something of a shootout for the top spots. It's first versus second, it's third versus fourth, it's fifth versus sixth, and then here it is seventh versus eighth. So these two sides both not in qualifying contention, but it is a game of cricket to enjoy, a game of cricket, Mel.
Well, I think, and also last game of the season, everyone wants to, no one wants to finish with a loss, do they? At least having some bragging rights at the end of the season. Obviously, it's been a bit disappointing for these two sides, but at least if you can go out with a bang, then it leaves you with some good feelings at the end of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Sparks in action elsewhere. They're part of that fourth versus third equation in something of towards the middle of a Rachael Heyhoe-Fint Trophy sandwich. I guess you could see Blaze versus Vipers as the bread at the top, and then Storm versus Thunder as the bread at the bottom, and then in the middle, in between those two, he says, glancing at the various notes and permutations, it's Diamonds versus Sunrises, that's fifth versus sixth, and it's Sparks versus the Southeast Stars, which is actually not third versus fourth, it's fourth versus third. Blaze are 5 points clear at the top ahead of Vipers, so long as they don't suffer a heavy defeat there, Blaze should take top spot and they'll end up with their passport straight to the final. Then it's second versus third, and anyone from Vipers in second all the way down to Sunrises in sixth are in theoretical contention, but some of those abilities to contend are a little bit more unlikely than others.
Yeah, and it's sort of a tricky season, I think, in some ways, just the way that it's broken up, the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy, because you have it early in the season, you have the Charlotte Edwards Cup coming in as well, then you have the 100 coming in, so I think it's sort of difficult with some first choice players in and out, with the international season running as well. So it's, I think, fantastic the way the English season runs in that you've got these essentially four competitions that end up sort of running around if you look at the international stuff as well. So a lot of cricket for them, a long season as well. So some of these players might be a bit tired. Opportunity for some young players too coming in that I haven't seen before. So very much looking forward to watching some of these players.
Yeah, as good a time as any to run you through the team news, and Thunder are actually unchanged from the side that lost by 48 runs at Sale in the sort of Roses Derby, but it's not quite a Roses Derby, but everyone bills it as a Roses Derby. The Northern Derby is a sort of safer way to describe it, because this is, of course, regional cricket, with Thunder representing Cheshire and Cumbria as well as Lancashire. And that defeat, which Captain Rachael was understandably very disappointed by, very much knocked any hopes, what were at that point quite slight hopes of Thunder reaching knockout stages out. Of course, what's hugely positive to see Thunder reach Charlotte Edwards Cup final, or finals day, I should say. Didn't quite make it through to the final, but that was the first time in 4 seasons they've got out of the group stages in either tournament. This competition that's been so expanded this summer, the Charlotte Edwards Cup moved to having everyone play everyone at least once, the consensus being that's a bit fairer, and the Rachael Heyhoe-Fint Trophy moved to this double round robin, which, as Mel was alluding to, it sort of spreads through the season in 3 pretty distinct blocks. We're at the end of block 3 here. You saw the umpires on screen there. Worth mentioning, for those that love a bit of umpire trivia, this is the youngest possible pair of umpires that one could see in English domestic cricket this season. Grace Banbury, who is just 22 years old, she's the youngest on the wider professional list, and she's also a medical student and a trainee doctor. There was a great post from her game too back in August last month. I said back in as if it was sort of 1976, that's well worth a look at on the Her Game 2 Insta, all about her inspirational story. And Ben Peveril, who is the youngest professional full-time umpire. It's his first year as a full-time umpire. I was having a little chat with both of them, and that was the one thing that they sort of honed in on as well. There you go, that's what you can say about us. And you can see the two of them there, Peveril on the left and Banbury on the right, with a big smile on her face.
Big smile and a little thumbs up as well. You can actually see the excitement, particularly on her face. Look, that's just the laughter, and really happy to be there. And isn't that fantastic? These competitions giving the opportunity to develop umpires as well as players, which is so important to the game as well, isn't it? Having new umpires come up through the ranks, and actually having the opportunity to umpire in high-pressure games as well, where the stakes are high.
So Thunder looking to finish on a high in what is, of course, head coach Paul Shaw's final game in charge. Captain Frelkel with some last words in the huddle. She said, "You can definitely see how much we've improved this season. That's testament to our hard work and people we've got here, but days like Wednesday against the Diamonds are frustrating because I know we're better than that. I know how good this group can be. On one hand, you have to look at how far we've come, but on the other hand, it's frustrating because I know that we can be so much better." Well, they're trying to show that today against the Storm side, who themselves have had a pretty difficult campaign. They're bottom with 2 wins, 7 losses and 4 no results. Thunder have had this very strange mixed bag of a campaign. 4 no results due to the weather, 5 losses after that defeat on Wednesday, a couple of ties, which has them thinking what could have been, and then 2 victories as well.
Yeah, unusual to have 2 ties as well, isn't it? That's when I was looking through those results, it's really strange, along with games at the 4 games where they didn't get a result. So that must be very frustrating for them. And it's quite cloudy here today. We've seen the last of this late summer that arrived after official summer finished.
I think we have, albeit I would point to the fact that we're in Manchester, it's the 16th of September, and we have got a forecast with no prospect of rain, and that is in and of itself something to be celebrated. Tara Norris is ready to bowl from the Jimmy Anderson end, and ready to face up is Emma Corney. Here we go, the final match of Thunder's season. Norris starts with a horrid delivery in truth that will dribble away. It is a bit of a freebie. That is 5 runs to Western Storm's total before they faced the ball. Norris was not quite at her best with the new ball against the Diamonds on Wednesday at Sale. We'll hope to settle into something of a better rhythm than that.
Yeah, she's a really fascinating player, Norris. She's someone I probably first really saw at the Fairbreak tournament last year. She was there representing USA. Of course, born in Philadelphia. She's had a great couple of years.
That's better from Norris. Very traditional left-arm bowler in terms of the swing that she will pick up, and then the ones that don't swing going on with that angle. Yeah, definitely benefited from the ethos of something like Fairbreak giving her an opportunity. There's a great story about the USA's one when she first got the call and essentially had to hurry up and get a passport sorted out just in time. Just drops her bat on that one. Corney.
Yeah, just a better line as well, just after that opening loosener really from Norris. Yeah, for her as well. I mean, that when she was picked up in the WPL, the inaugural Women's Premier League in India, that was for me one of the stories of the auction. And she was picked up by the Delhi Capitals and took a fiver.
Just nibbled round the corner. So this will be the first run off the bat in the day. And Emma Corney off the mark brings on to strike Sophia Smell, who hit 32 off 30 against the Sparks on Wednesday. Has made reasonably consistent starts throughout the campaign without quite going on as she might like, but I know someone they're very excited about at Storm, part of the England under-19 World Cup squad. Now, well, Norris was eager to charge in. Smale hadn't even taken her guard. Norris with a deep square leg and a deep third, a pretty traditional orthodox kind of feel for a left arm over bowler in the power play. Smale with an open stance, batting out of her crease. Grunt of frustration from Norris. Knew that was a wide pretty much the moment it left her hands.
Yeah, second of her opening over. Luckily this one not getting past the keeper. And you mentioned that under-19s. A few players in this game today who really made their mark. That's probably one of the biggest developments in women's cricket, the inauguration of that under-19s World Cup.
Just guided away through cover point. That's a really nice touch shot. Hasn't tried to hit it too hard, but has timed it to perfection. And it's shots like that that are why so many people are so excited about Sophia Smale.
All-round skills, really. So handy with her left arm as well, left arm bowling as well. And she's been a real find for England in general.
Yeah, part of a very exciting crop just starting to burst through. Just drops a bat on that one. Orthodox defensive shot. Rachael just kept guessing somewhat by the live wire Liberty Heap, who is one of those fielders in the covers who is always very watchable. Took a screamer of a catch against the Diamonds on Wednesday. Zinged it in there. Just push to mid-off. Gentle push to finish what was a long first over in terms of 8 deliveries, attempted deliveries needed to complete it, but it's done now. Profitable one for Storm, 11 without loss.
A bit expensive, Tara Norris. First up, she'll probably be a bit disappointed with that as well, with her own high standards. It just took a little while to get the radar in position.
Now from our end of the ground, the Brian Statham end, alongside Norris, as was the case at Sale on Wednesday. Phoebe Graham, cricketer so well known, particularly in this part of the world, and has not necessarily had the most simple season with Thunder. I think few people would have betted at the start of the campaign on her ending up having a loan spell at the Western Storm, of course. And now she finds herself playing against them here, back in Thunder colours.
That always adds a bit of spice to it too, doesn't it? You do want to get one over your old club.
That's right on the button from Graham, who will get a little bit of outswing with the new ball. And that height as well from the experienced 31-year-old will cause a lot of problems.
Just noticing too, there's quite a strong breeze here today at Old Trafford. As we look across to the James Anderson end, it's blowing from our right to left. The flag's quite stiff at the moment.
And that breeze is just aiding Graham's outswing as well. And that's what you want. You don't really want the breeze counteracting the movement that you're getting. It's better to have it only further exaggerating it.
That might have been a factor for Tara Norris in that first over as well, straying down the leg side. But the clouds also just scudding across the sky pretty quickly.
Just losing her line and length there. Tumbling stop from Rachael. Deep backwards square leg and a deep third. Again, pretty orthodox 5-4 here for Phoebe Graham.
Gosh, I haven't been here since the Ashes test. I'm just having flashbacks to rain, and so I'm so happy that there's no rain forecast today, I can tell you, because it was miserable.
Oh, nicely bowled by Graham. Just inducing uncertainty from Corney, who actually dealt with it pretty well too. Tumbling stop at backward point. Good cricket all round. Yeah, I've been reasonably fortunate with the weather in this back end of the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy. Oh, well bowled by Graham, just attacking that front pad. Did that thing that bowlers do where there's a half hand in the air for a second. Hopeful, knew that was a good probing area to be in.
And that was bang on the money. That one from Graham, just really giving Corney something to think about there. You're talking about the good weather for Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy. It's been good weather for everything. It's been the best couple of weeks since I've been here this year.
Guided away, nice shot. Didn't try and hit it too hard, Corney, but picks out backward point. Collins does the fielding.
This has been a really good over from Graham so far. Just that one ball that strayed down the leg side. But other than that, she has been right on it, giving them very little room to manoeuvre.
Nice looking cover drive. As nice looking as that previous cut the shot before, but unfortunately for Storm, unfortunately for Thunder, both shots produced none between them. Nice tumbling stop by Datani in the covers, 12 without loss after 2.
Yeah, well, it was well bowled by Graham, that over, but you have to give a little bit of credit to the fielders in the ring as well, because they backed her up really well. First up there, there was no getting past the ring at any point. So that's very encouraging early doors for the Thunder.
Yeah, looking for a third win to finish off the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy campaign, as indeed our Storm, and a first ever win against Western Storm. 6 losses from 6 in this head-to-head across the last 3 seasons. Norris to continue. And again, conditions that are going to offer a little bit with the new ball, and on a pitch that by all accounts won't necessarily be completely easy for batting by any stretch. Content to just be watchful and take her time here, Smell.
Boundaries look quite big too today.
Oh yeah, there's nothing remotely close to a short side. There's a shorter side. Oh, they half thought of a single here. Eventually Corney scrambles back at the bowler's end. There was just a moment of uncertainty, and that's the kind of fielding that I was talking about in the previous over from Liberty Heap. She's a real live wire in there. Now you might think, what's he talking about? You know, there's no short side, but there's a shorter side. The point being is, even the shorter side, which is the offside boundary in this over, is not really what you'd call a short boundary. Leg side boundary is a bigger one. Nice looking drive straight to Heap, who for the second time today makes Frelkel do a little bit of extra work. Frelkel charged towards the stumps, and then Heap's throw was a couple of yards to the skipper's right.
A little bit of a laugh from Threlkel as well. I think she knows what to expect from Liberty Heap in the field. She's just going through her throwing action again, Liberty Heap as well, hoping the next one is a bit closer to the stumps.
This one is threaded into the gap, and again, not for the first time today, Smell not trying to overhit it. This one won't quite go to the rope. It's a decent stop out there, good tag team fielding, rightly applauded. Combination work completed by Fee Morris and Liberty Heap.
First runs off the bat, a couple of overs as well, so just a bit of to and fro early on in this innings, just each trying to get on top a little bit. Norris looking to have a much tidier over after going for 11 in her first.
Just worked off our hip. Norris straying onto the pads. Neat, tidy accumulation. Risk-free shot from Sophia Smell.
And there is a bit of space out there. Just at square leg, fielder down in the deep. No one really in front, so certainly some runs there on the leg side if she strays a little bit, Norris.
And again, Norris into the pads and want to bowl a slightly more probing line than that with the new ball, you'd have to say. 4 off that over. 3 gone, 16 without loss.
Yeah, that was just the area that I was talking about in that previous ball. It was an obvious one. There for the taking, there for easy runs. So just a bit of smart batting. Get things ticking over and moving a little bit after that. Oh, very, very tidy previous over.
And thank you so much for your company wherever you are across the world here on Lancs TV. Yours truly, Michael McCann, joined by the one and only Mel Farrell.
I'm sure there are other Mel Farrells. There's a very tired Mel Farrell who's just got off the train and raced here from London.
Phoebe Graham continuing. And that's nice areas again from PG Tips, as she's colloquially known in the camp.
I was at the men's ODI last night at Lord's, so it was to bed and then a very, very early start. At one point I did fall asleep on the train and woke up with my head resting on a strange woman's shoulder. So, good start.
Good length as well there from Phoebe Graham. Yes, that's a proper sort of hot footing it. You know.
She was very kind and understanding, the lady on the train. That's all I'll say. At least it wasn't dribbling. That's the worst, isn't it? That would have been worse if I'd actually been dribbling on her shoulder on the train from Euston to Manchester Piccadilly.
Slightly more expansive drive and encouraging signs for Graham. Fielded on the bounce by Collins.
Yeah, that is encouraging. A bit uppish too, just not falling too far short from the fielders. So she's really been on it so far, Graham. She's been tight. She's been backed up by a field. She's been very difficult to get away.
Definitely someone with just a bit of a point to prove. Oh, finds the edge. And Gully was interested but had no chance in truth. Fielded by Norris down at deep third.
Well, she's causing all sorts of problems. 2 balls in a row that have found the edge and been on the up. But this one, well, it wasn't a chance really. It was a good sort of metre away from her hand really in the end. But what she's doing is she's forcing mistakes from the batters, and perhaps only a matter of time before one of those actually finds its way to hand.
Creating a real sense of pressure here, Phoebe Graham. Oh, well bowled. Maybe just kept a touch low. Playing a miss from Smell. The veteran against the teenager.
She's got that look about her today, hasn't she? She looks very, very determined, and just every ball you feel like something is about to happen. That one did look like it stayed low. There's a bit of variable bounce in this pitch. It might make things a little bit interesting today as well.
Slightly slow one from Graham, just trying to arc in that Yorker. Concedes just 1 from another very impressive over. 17 without loss after 4. Good early contest here.
Yeah, fantastic from Graham. She's given up 1 run off the bat. so far in her 2 overs. So she is an absolute handful.
So Norris probably looking to just be a little bit tighter with her line and length in terms of backing up what Graham's done at the other end. Corney straight at Heap at extra cover.
I was talking about the kindness of people as well, and I'm going to give you a shout out because you came here without breakfast and you had some little bun thing waiting for me, which I'm trying to scoff in between balls with the coffee that I got while I tried to wake myself up.
Oh, well bowled by Norris. That kind of shout of the, I know it's not out LBW, but oh my goodness me, it's a good ball. Just watch this from Norris. This is her kind of areas. Shaping back. And, well, you might be watching that, laughing at yours truly, thinking, well, of course it's not out because she's also smashed it. But she's batting from in front of us, so we don't necessarily have the best view of that side of things. Just whipped away. Didn't try and hit it too hard, Corney, because she was wary of the swing, but she was going with the swing, which makes it a much less risky shot. Good stop by Liv Bell, tumbling and saving it. And the tag team fielding is complete. Yeah, just thought something I often try and do. Cricket's a weird sport, isn't it? It's all about the food as much as anything else. I always try and bring a little edible gift for anyone who stuck in my company. Almost like an advance payment for what they might have to deal with throughout the rest of the day with me.
Oh, no payment required. Though it was very, very kind of you.
Ah, you're fine. A little ice bun. Some currants and raisins. Very cricket as a treat, I feel. Grunt again from Norris. I'm not sure whether there was any bat on that from Smell. Indeed, didn't look like it was. Signalled as a leg bite.
She's just, I think she's sort of found her line a little bit better, Norris. Just sometimes you see so often with swing bowlers, especially left armers, just trying to work out where they're going to start from.
Very full. That's dangerous from Norris. And this is comfortably the best over that she's bowled so far. Really starting to pose a threat to Corney and Smell. Emma Corney, who was once upon a time competed on the national level at javelin, but eventually chose cricket, signed her first professional contract in June of this year. One of those that has benefited from the extension of the number of professional contracts dished out. Oh, outside edge. And bounces into the hands of backward point. No prospect of a catching chance, but definitely far more encouragement for Thunder from that Norris over. 21 without loss after 5.
And that's 3 balls that we've seen in the air, just falling tantalisingly out of reach of the Thunder fielders. But they'll take a bit of encouragement from that. Law of averages might suggest that one of those will soon be profitable for them. But for this pair in the middle, as we see a wicket here from the other game, I believe.
Yeah, this is South East Sparks against South East Sparks, pardon me, amalgamation mistake. South East Stars against the Central Sparks. That's Alexa Stonehouse getting out. Arlott with the early breakthrough there. Phoebe Graham looking to make inroads here. Left alone.
That one stayed low as well, I think.
Yeah, this track is going to do a little bit. That's the general consensus. It is a used and worn pitch. It's a very sort of end-of-season vibes pitch, in truth. Emily Arlott taking that wicket of an exciting youngster, Alexis Stonehouse, in that game, which is 4th versus 3rd. Played with control out to Datani in the covers. We will keep you across those other games, where there's plenty going on. The Blaze have chosen to field against the Southern Vipers, who've lost one early, 18 for 1 after 7 in what is a top 2 clash. And the Macaque and LBW to Grace Ballinger for a 9-ball duck. Oh, off the inside edge this time from Graham, out to deep backward square for 1.
This is an outstanding opening spell from Graham. Finding edges everywhere. Some of those, which is making use of the conditions. Some of those balls skidding low. She just looks like an absolute nightmare for the batters to be able to handle at the moment. And you could see that furrowed brow as well. She's desperate to take a wicket against a former team.
Oh, again finds the outside edge, and again into that gully or backward point region. This time to backward point on the bounce. You do sense that something is going to give eventually here with the pressure that Phoebe Graham is building. 2.4 overs bowled. She's gone for just 3 runs.
Is that the 4th one that's gone in the air as well for Graham? The one for Norris, but she's the one who looks most likely at the moment.
Steps away and makes room. That's a clever shot from Corney. Good use of her crease and guides that away through backward point for 4. A pressure relieving boundary. Just watch Corney there. That left foot comes wider. Trying to anticipate that sort of 4th, 5th stump line and create a bit of width that wasn't really there from Graham.
It's probably the first really comfortable shot that we've seen as well. Just, attacking but safely. They've certainly had to weather a bit of a storm from Graham.
Again makes room, and this time drives through extra cover. That's a glorious cricket shot. Straight bat, hold the pose. That is a shot of real class from Corney.
Well, I'd said the previous shot looked like the most comfortable one of the innings. That was definitely more commanding than comfortable. It was a lovely shot. Just the authority in which she played it. And I guess just wanting to also, after being on the back foot to Graham for so long so far in this innings, just to be able to come out there and be a bit more positive.
30 without loss after 6 then. Yes, I'm not sure whether you picked it up at home, but there was a lovely moment there, just as yours truly was describing that, where I actually heard Mel Farrell to my right do that thing that people at the cricket do, where they slightly purr when they see a shot like that. It's an involuntary reaction. One cannot help oneself. Norris continues from the Jimmy Anderson end. And Smell just watchful.
It's funny that, though, isn't it? At the end of the day, it's just a bit of wood hitting a ball covered in leather. But for some reason, there are just some shots that make that noise.
Oh, yeah. An extra cover drive all the way along the carpet is right up there.
But it is an odd thing, isn't it? It's a particularly odd thing for cricket.
All well bowled by Norris, and that was awkward for Frelkeld. It kept low, and so the second bounce was just before her gloves. Not really a lot she could do with that. Goes down as a bye, of course. Frelkeld is standing up. Now, I'm not actually surprised by this on a few levels. She's one of the best keepers around. She's very good naturally up to the stumps. And with the low bounce that's around anyway, there's every chance that if you get a nick standing back, it might not even carry. So with both batters batting outside their crease anyway, makes sense to be up as she is now. Trap them in, see what happens. Turn away straight to short mid-wicket.
Yeah, just very watchful there.
If you're just joining us a touch late, 31 without loss after 6.5. Thunder unchanged from their defeat on Wednesday. One change for the Western Storm. A great moment for 17-year-old Izzy Patel, who makes her professional debut. Short, not the best ball from Norris, and nicely put away by Corney to the point boundary with a minimum of fuss.
Yeah, that one, I'm afraid, was just offered up on a plate, but she did play it well, placed it nicely. That's the slightly shorter boundary that you spoke of. Not that there's a particularly short one here, but if there is width on offer like that, may as well make the most of it. It's certainly there for the taking. Just been a little bit out of sorts today, Tara Norris. Been a bit expensive.
That's a much better ball from Norris. Yeah, on Wednesday at Sale against the Northern Diamonds, 1 for 35 off 6. Got one when she came back in her second spell, but her first 3 overs up top with a new ball conceded 23. And in a low-scoring game, that was not ideal, albeit did have the misfortune of meeting a very informed Lauren Winfield Hill, which is no easy task. Short, pulled away convincingly, and pulled away for 4 by Corney, who's starting to look in really good touch here. She's hit 4 boundaries in the last couple of overs or so now.
What's really impressive is to see the range of shots that she's played. She's pulled, she's driven, she's cut. She's had to bide her time and weather a few difficult overs from Graham, but she's starting to purr nicely now.
Starting to purr nicely, yes, I like that as a theme continuation. 39 without loss after 7. Corney, who has 243 runs in this competition this season, second only for Western Storm to Sophie Luff. Generally is something of a sort of anchor in the lineup, but is going along very nicely here. Frelkeld up for Graham as well. He's in a nice spot to start the 8th over. Corney with a strike rate in the Rachael Heyhoe-Fint Trophy of 56 per 100 balls, but is after those boundaries going along a very nice clip here. 22 of 26. Smell playing the supporting role. You can see side on with that head tuck rhythm. Short, pulled away, slightly mistimed by Smell. Plug into the gap, and they will take 2. Fielded by Daisy Mullen.
You didn't get all of that, and just another shot that we've seen go aerial off the bowling of Graham. Just being able to clear the ring, so a little bit of luck again. I've had a bit of luck against Graham. I feel like she perhaps hasn't had the returns that she might feel she deserves after bowling so threateningly early on.
Very nice spot for Phoebe Graham to be in. And Smell again, content to just be watchful and look to build.
You can just see Threlkeld there as actually run up to have a bit of a chat with her bowler. And they've just moved sort of a deep square leg just a bit further round to kind of a long leg now. After that discussion.
Short, whipped away, was onto it early, Smell, and then slightly sort of pulled out of the shot. It was a bit of a short arm jab, and again they get a comfortable trotted 2.
Yeah, maybe not quite as short as she wanted to. I just mentioned that fielder being sort of moved further around from deep square leg to long leg, and that was in the end that was a fielder who had to run much squarer again to do the fielding. So the plan was there, just not quite come off. There is a fielder right next to the umpire at square leg as well.
Just drops her bat on that one, Smell. Just trying to see off somewhat what's been a very good probing opening spell from Phoebe Graham. And you can see just there Phoebe Morris warming up, anticipating her turn with the ball won't be far away. Spin options particularly strong for Thunder this season. Graham in all the right spaces, and it's the end of another over from her. Concedes 4, and with 8 gone on a pitch that doesn't necessarily look simple for batting, Western Storm will be very content with this. They're 43 without loss.
I think they'll be happy that they've got through this opening period where we've seen at least 5 balls squirt off the edge and land safe. But there could very easily have been a couple of wickets early on. So they'll feel that they've got through a tricky initial period. They can just hang around here, keep this partnership going. Get a really decent start to their innings.
Well, Morris was warming up because she's coming on now from Jimmy Anderson end. So clearly skipper Frelkeld looking to try something a bit different. Tara Norris only had 3 overs with the new ball on Wednesday at Sale, and she's had just 4 there. A short burst where, in truth, she wasn't quite at her brilliant best. As Morris starts right on the mark. Norris conceding number 26 from her 4, and mercifully for us as commentators, they're not bowling in tandem. Norris and Morris. A little bit short from Morris, worked to short mid-wicket. Probably been Thunder's signing of the season and one of the signings of the season in regional cricket. Very valuable in the middle order and with her spin.
You've actually just reminded me of something that I'd forgotten. Now, I know people think that there are a lot of spiders in Australia, but we did used to have a trio of huntsman spiders.
As Morris continues.
Yeah, and there was one with 7 legs who was called Boris, and the other 2 were Morris and Horace.
Easy for you to say. Smashed down the ground, baseball style. Very modern looking shot from Corney. Just picks up the half volley and deposits it down the ground. That's a great strike.
Yeah, and one full of confidence as well, with Threlkeld keeping up to the stumps. The idea being to make sure the batter doesn't come out of their crease. So if you're going to do it, you have to be incredibly confident that you're going to be able to put that ball away, and that's exactly what she did. Yes, huntsman spiders are quite big and hairy, but we did have Boris, Morris and Horace. Didn't have Norris. So you've actually just reminded me of growing up with 3 really large hairy spiders in the house. One with 7 legs.
Full toss. Horrid delivery. And it might have picked up a wicket had it been hit 10 yards round further to square, but instead it just about trickles over the deep mid-wicket row. You do sometimes see balls like that inadvertently ending up getting a reward, but not this time. Corney whacks it away for yet another boundary. I mentioned she's often been the anchor this season. She is going very nicely here. 30 off 32, 51 without loss off 9.
And Tatani was actually, I think that took her by surprise because she was quite slow to actually get going down there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Sort of looked up and then suddenly started to to run. So might have had half a chance of getting there, but a full toss that sometimes buys one.
Graham finds the inside edge, out to short square leg, who has a shy, and I think if it was a direct hit it might have been close, just judging by the reaction of Morris.
She's found an edge on pretty much every part of the bat, it feels like, Graham. Seeing it again there.
It's been a good probing spell, and there's still time left in it. Just drops a bat on that one, Smell. Content to be watchful. Someone who is having that phase that cricketers sometimes have. Breakout star of the 100 last year for the Oval Invincibles as they won the competition, played every game, but has found life slightly tough going this season, particularly in this competition, in the 50 over format, of course. Almost chipped that one straight to mid-wicket, just pulled out of the shot in time.
Again, that's what I was saying. She's just found every edge on any side of the bat. And again, we see that ball popping up. You talk about that. You do see it a lot with players when they break out and people don't necessarily know too much about them. And then oppositions figure them out. They do their research and it becomes a lot harder for those players second year.
This Rachael manages to get something on that down leg. Easier said than done when standing up to a seamer. So in Smell in this competition this season with 76 runs at 12.6 and a strike rate of 54. Has had this rapid rise through the ranks. Part of the Wales setup as well as the Oval Invincibles and then the Storm too. Nice looking shot, but straight at the live wire. Liberty Heap in the covers, who loves a shy. Rachael does enough to stop it, that there isn't much backing up for Morris to do behind the stumps.
She does love a shy. She might give away a few runs if not careful though, because that's a couple of times that the ball's been a bit wayward on its way back to towards the stumps.
Full, nice looking straight drive. Bell with the tumbling stop, but then Bell's tumbling stop took the ball straight into Seren Smell, and because it hit Smell, it ricocheted off a little further than was intended. That allowed them to get 53 without loss after 10.
So it's interesting. It's a great 10 overs, really. If you look at it, you haven't lost a wicket. You've got 53 runs on the board, and yet it has felt like it's actually been quite a cat and mouse game with just so many not quite chances. As we see Morris continue from the Jimmy Anderson end. It's quite a flat delivery, but easily just turned around the corner for one.
Morris, who is more of a darter than a flighter as a spinner, is known for her excellent economy rate. It's been a theme for Thunder across both formats this season. She was in the top 5 of the MVPs for the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Huge reason why Thunder made it to finals day.
Again, there's a vacant space down towards deep square leg running in. I think one of the nicest moments too that I saw though during the 100 is she took that 5 for 7 I think against Birmingham Phoenix, and just everyone applauding her off the field. Eccleston was in the wickets that day as well. Nicely driven down to long on. Easy single there. And just the way everyone was so happy for her. Sophie Eccleston making way for her as well. 29 years old, been around for a long time. And you could just see how much it meant to everyone in the team. Just off the back foot, Liberty Heap hovering as she has done all the way through.
Yeah, you mentioned, I mean, this is someone with more than 200 wickets and 2,000 runs in domestic cricket. That's a heck of a CV for Morris. Again, is looking for something here, well fielded by Heap in the covers.
Yeah, it was just really obvious for that. Even on Instagram, so many players were putting that up and congratulating her. So she's clearly someone who's incredibly popular. People happy to see her doing well. Is the end of her over. So 3 runs coming from it. She's gone for 11 off her 2 overs, 56 for none. And Corney, well, she's the mainstay at the moment, out there on 32, almost a run a ball. With Smale just offering support at the moment on 15.
Yeah, there was naturally a fair bit of discussion around what a good total is on this. Western Storm, of course, have a luxury of often playing their games on quite a few pretty high-scoring grounds, particularly Taunton and Bristol, as well as Cheltenham at times too. Probably would want upwards of 250, you'd imagine at least.
Graham to continue, and why not? She's been terrific so far. That one at least played safely along the ground to backward point. We've seen a few in the air in that general direction. There's a fielder down at deep third as well. She's certainly been strong challenging that channel just outside the off stump, Graham.
Yes, one thing that I was chatting to Izzy Joyce about actually on commentary for the ICC Women's Europe World Cup qualifiers that just finished, where, to be honest, if Liv Bell didn't have shin splint, probably would have been playing for Scotland rather than playing for Thunder, is age of someone like a Graham at 31.
That's slipped out of the hands, that one. She did not mean to let that one fly quite the way it did. So, of course, a no ball just over the waist, so that's an unusual bit of sloppiness from Graham, but the way she's bowled, you can forgive her for that very easily.
Yeah, so, you know, once upon a time, the idea of having Phoebe Graham at 31 and Fee Morris at 29 bowling in a game like this in women's cricket would have been almost unheard of.
Oh, there's a big shout there. She backed away an awful long way, did Smale. It was sharp work by Threlcold, but I think she had backed away rather than made the smart move in backing away rather than getting out of the crease. But there you see the value of having someone like Threlcold who can keep up to the stumps for a bowler like Graham. Oh, gets up and underneath this one, manages to clear the ring. It's slowing up and there's a chase on in the outfield. And it's good teamwork out there. The relay works. I'll pick up a couple. That had all the hallmarks of trying to break the shackles, that shot.
Yeah, it's been a curious partnership in the sense that Corney has looked a lot more fluent than Smale, who's absorbed a lot of pressure.
Nicely played, but again, the ring fielder's doing the job.
Just to come back to what I was mentioning, that is not in any way disrespect to the likes of Graham or Morris. It's a good thing. As Joyce was saying this in relation to the perception of age, particularly for a women's cricketer, in terms of showing that players' experience is valued.
Again, we see the ball find the outside edge, but just too fine of that fielder in a whitish gully. So a safe one. That's the end of Graham's 6 over. She's none for 22. 4 runs coming off that over, including the no ball. 61 for none after 12 overs. Yeah, you mentioned before the expansion of professional contracts. I think England now have around 80 contracts. Australia lead the way with 120 odd.
So it's 80 plus those that are actually centrally contracted.
Yeah.
So between that, you've got more than 100 professional cricketers in England as of late April.
Yeah.
And that was the big expansion as Morris starts new over, driven straight on the half volley, and a rare slight misfield from Liberty Heap allows a single.
And there's that competition. I think Australia led the way with the WBBL and also the WNCL, their 50 over competition, bringing more and more domestic contracts, realising that that is the bedrock of professionalism. That's very delicately played. And a misfield means they'll pick up an extra run from it. So an extra 2 runs because they're going to take 1 on the throw. So expensive little fumble there. A single just became 3.
Yeah, and that will bring Smell back onto strike. Intriguing dynamic here. She's been scoring at almost half the rate of Corney.
Perhaps just happy to recognise that it's a little bit easier scoring for her partner out there. So just happy to turn that over, and I think that's important for them as well. Just keep ticking it over, give it to the player who's finding it easier to score. They want to see off Graham. If they can get through unscathed, they've kept Graham on because she's looked the most likely. We've just seen Long On go back. Oh, another little delicate dab. This time not getting the run. Fee Morris just looking a little bit frustrated there. Feels like she's in it and not getting quite the reward. Well, she jumped back, gave a little jump there before hitting that ball straight down to that fielder who'd gone back down out at long on. It was an interesting little one. It wasn't so much a back and across as a hop on the spot. That's another deft little dab. She's played that shot really well in this over. There's a dive just below us. I don't think it was enough. No, it wasn't. Just below us here in the commentary box. So it's 4 runs. That little late dab has been quite effective against Morris.
13 gone then. So 71 without loss, and that is a big over. It's the first over in double digits we've had, I make it, since that first over of the innings, which went for 11. Well earned drink for the 2 bats, Corney and Smell. And in particular, Smell will take a lot of confidence from being out there for a while. Mentioned that she has struggled a bit in this competition this season. Indeed, she's only 8 off her best score in it across 8 innings so far. High score of 32 before today. And Smell will get the chance to face up to another talented teenager who's been tearing up English cricket this summer with her breakthrough season, and arguably the breakthrough season of pretty much anyone on the circuit. Olivia Bell, much better known as Liv, really, with 11 wickets at an average of 9 and an economy rate of 3.6. The Scot will come in with her offies now from the Brinsdale men.
Yeah, the Scottish sensation, really.
Oh, I like that.
But they will be happy that they've seen off Graham. So she's bowled since the start, and they've managed to see her off. She looks so threatening, but this is another threat altogether from Bell. Oh, first up as well. Tried to whip her away through square leg. She wasn't having any of it. Another one benefiting because Scotland also appeared in that Under-19s World Cup. Just a little push in South Africa back in January. I mentioned earlier just how important that tournament is for the development of players. Play and a miss. And Liv Bell was exactly one reason. Wouldn't have got that sort of international opportunity if it wasn't for that. She's one of these bowlers that hurries through her over as well, that just doesn't give them any time to settle.
Pretty conventional off spinner's field. Deep square leg. Deep mid wicket, long on. Deep cover's just gone out for Corney. Yeah, it feels like a very obvious point, but it was one thing one noticed in the game at Sale as well, which is that Bell and Morris in combination really do skip through the overs at a rate of knots. And on that note, in double quick time, Liv Bell started with a maiden to appreciative cheers from the home crowd. 71 without loss after 15.
Yeah, you find that with some spinners in particular more than others. They're just back and in so quickly. And that can be a really different kind of weapon as well, because when the overs go through and they're tidy, all of a sudden the batters can look up and go, hang on a second, we've just had another 4 or 5 overs bowled and the score's hardly moved, and where are we, kind of thing. So that's a kind of extra threat that kind of bowling can provide. But what they really need here is a break through the Thunder.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Bell will tend to bowl the more aggressive lines than Morris. He's had an excellent economy rate this season, and it's deliveries like that that are why. Morris with an economy rate of 4.1 in Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy cricket. He's taken 8 wickets at 37. So that very much reflects and backs up the point I was just making. It's just guided away out to deep square leg for 1.
Yes.
Oh, well, that's gone through. That is not 1, that's 4. And you'd have to say it probably shouldn't have been. Might have just caught a divot in the turf. Just flicked away not too hard out there. And then fielder ends up in a slightly awkward position and taking a tumble. So that's a Brucey bonus for Seren Smell.
That's a second time in a few overs that we've seen a misfield lead to extra runs. And this time there won't be 1, but we did praising the fielders early on. They were really on it in the ring, we noticed. But just a couple of all misfields spoiling the copy at the moment.
Worked away, and that one does get through short mid-wicket. Well judged single to Liv Bell. Couldn't really do a lot about that.
They've just sent out a deep cover point at the moment, just trying to find this breakthrough.
Oh, good keeping by Rachael down the leg side. That's not as easy as it looks. She's clearly ringed one on her finger there because she's taken her left glove off briefly. And again, Frelkeld is charging down there.
That was supposed to be the last ball of the over, but she's going to have to deliver that one again. 6 off the over so far from Morris. And she's got underneath that one, and that may go all the way. Note there is a good chase on from Datani down in the deep. And after a couple of missed fields, that was sharp work by Datani in the outfield. So 2 to finish off that over. 8 from it for Morris. She's number 29 off 4, and after 15 overs, the Western Storm is 79 for none. Corney out there has been brilliant, 39 of 48. Smale just starting to get going now, 29 of 43.
Yeah, the platform has well and truly been laid. The concrete's been set in. The bricks have been built in brick by laborious brick for Storm. Bell's second over. Still hasn't conceded a run after that maiden from the first.
I think you should work in construction with descriptions like that.
Oh, nice from Bell. That visibly turned, and the length just had Smale uncertain.
She's been a real wicket taker for them. They'd love that to continue right here, because that's exactly what they need at the moment. It's been really frustrating. It must be frustrating when they have created those little half chances or not quite chances. None coming off.
Just turned and flicked away. They'll think of 2, but in truth, there never really was a significant prospect of it.
First run that Bell has conceded. 4 balls into her second over. Gave that one a little bit more flight.
Worth setting up as well. We mentioned she's taken 11 wickets. That's in 4 games. Down the ground for 1 to long on. I mean, you look at the list of top wicket takers in the competition this season. She's just about inside the top 20, and everyone else has played far, far more than Liv Bell. Here again, it's causing Smell challenges there. Just 2 runs conceded from her first pair of overs. 81 without loss after 16.
She's just played the 1 T20 international for Scotland as well. As you can imagine, just being so young, but the way she has started and the opportunities that she's got in the domestic game here, you just suggest she's going to be a real mainstay of the future Scotland team. And they must be so excited to see and pleased to see her have this opportunity down here as well.
Yeah, it was interesting chatting to quite a few of that Scottish camp when having the pleasure of commentating on them in the recent qualifiers in Spain. Their faces lit up when we got talking about Liv Bell. Morris on in support. And starting with a good sprawling stop off her own bowling to save there being 1 to long on there.
So go on, do a bit of a name drop of place. Where were you in Spain? Come on, I know you just want to make people jealous. Where were you?
Desert Springs is where we were. Full toss from Morris. Smashed out to deep mid-wicket, and Datani went for the catch, went for glory, and almost took a screamer. Charging in, ends up fielding it on the bounce. Couldn't really do anything more than she managed there, Naomi Datani, to try and take it.
Well, you can't blame her for going for that one either. And it was a fair way in off the boundary, so probably not too much danger of it going for 4. So she did the right thing, I think, in going for that one.
Oh, well bowled. LBW appeals. Umpire Ben Peveril unmoved. That's a classic Norris way to try and get a dismissal here. Just watch. Skidding in. Skidding on as well. Fair bit of turn for her. Maybe turning too much down leg. You'd imagine that was what was against it.
That's not too much in it.
Slog swept. Nice controlled slog sweep away for one. Yeah, Desert Springs, the venue. Italy and France had made it through Division 2 and were very much the underdogs against Scotland and Netherlands, who were expected to be the strongest two, and so it proved, both with 5 wins from 6, both beating each other once and advancing to the Globals. Oh, nicely bowled from Morris, head in hands. Corney's done that that sort of little foot movement where she jumps her feet away that she likes to do. Something's been said out there because she's having a good chuckle. Morris a little bit perplexed as to how she hasn't got her there. Flighted up. Doesn't do that too often, Morris, but just trying to induce a mistake. Instead, Corney is nice and controlled. Good accumulation off the over for Storm. 86 without loss of 17.
Yeah, used her feet well there as well. Again, that confidence to just come down the track and take on Morris. But she has been a little bit expensive. Number 33 off her 5 overs. So a bit unusual for her.
Absolutely. Economy rate 4.1 in this competition this season. It's funny you mention that because I flew straight after the final ball on Tuesday, flew from Mercia to Manchester and then did Thunder versus Diamonds at Sale the next day, and immediately said I've swapped the Costa del Sol for the Costa del Sale. Gone from sort of 32 degrees and about 90% humidity to about 14 degrees and a fair bit less, but no complaints. Great pleasure to be here as Liv Bell starts a new over.
You're just trying to outdo my early morning train from London to Manchester, aren't you? Falling asleep, but not dribbling on a stranger's shoulder.
Oh, smashed away on the slog sweep. That's the first 6 of the game. What a shot from Emma Corney. She's absolutely crunched that. It was in the slot from Bell, but my goodness me, did she put it away.
Well, she did, and we knew Bell was going to bowl a more attacking line, but she just gave it a bit of an extra, little bit of a wristy flick as well. It was beautifully played.
And
cleared the rope easily as well.
1 off her 50. And this will be her 50. She didn't quite fully get to the pitch of this, but did enough to get 2 out to deep extra cover. So Emma Corney only just turned 20 yesterday, celebrates her birthday belatedly in style with a second Rachael Heyhoe-Fint Trophy of the 50 of the season. Gets a big hug from Seren Smell. It's been a really nice knock from the opener, a very fluid knock. The 50 comes up off 56 balls with 6 fours and a 6.
Yeah, it's been a really impressive knock. It hasn't always been easy. There have been testing moments, particularly when Graham was bowling in that and the power play, that opening spell. But she has got through the trickiest moments, scored when there's been runs on offer. So terrific half century and puts her side in a fantastic position at the moment with 95 on the board without a loss.
One thing you notice as Bell gets in another dot to finish the 18th, she's conceded 11 from her 3, 95 without loss after 18, is that Corney is now just on the edge of having 300 runs in this competition this season. 295 at an average as we speak that has gone over 30 in this innings, but at a strike rate of 56. So this has been a really fluid innings compared to a lot of the time in this competition this season. But she's got a bit of a way to go to pass her best. 69 off exactly 100 balls against the Vipers in match 8. Now Naomi Datani on. Picked up a couple of wickets on Wednesday at Sale, as Diamonds were bowled out for 196 before, of course, Thunder fell 48 short. Experienced campaigner, took 2 for 33 off 4.4. Hit hard straight to Heap at extra cover.
Well, Naomi Datani, obviously one of the more experienced players in the side. That captaincy experience at Middlesex. And someone that they're now turning to for some answers.
Oh, that's a nice spot for Datani to be in.
Well, if you're talking about answers, that was a pretty good question that she just asked of the batter. So, Corney, so that's encouraging, just angled across.
Yeah, she's been at Middlesex since 2008, which, well, certain players playing in this game today were not long born at that point.
Don't say that. That's depressing, isn't it?
Want a quick single here to Heap in the covers, who can't quite gather cleanly.
She'll be annoyed with that because Liberty Heap has been straight onto any ball. As we said, she likes a shy at the stumps. But that time, that's the pressure of quick running between the wickets, just forcing that little fumble from the fielder.
Pressure of knowing that they're running makes it that bit harder. Good spot from Datani, who this season in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy has 9 wickets in 48 overs, an average of 27, an economy rate of 5.1. Tends to be most exclusively used first change. Nice little touch shot out through backward point, just using the pace of Datani, and it's a good tumbling stop in there by Seren Smell.
Yeah, quite a full delivery, angling across again, so you can kind of see what she's hoping to do. That ball just might squirt out to that fielder at backward point. In fact, they're bringing fielder in now to that gully region as well, so just sensing perhaps there's an opportunity there.
Just drops a bat on that one, Corney. Another over complete. Datani's first is nice and tidy, concedes just 2. 97 without loss off 9. We were talking earlier about Morris's experience. Well, Datani is someone who has nearly 100 wickets across 50 over and T20 cricket, more than 2,000 runs, as a steady hand with the bat as well. Has captained Thunder in the past as well, including in the game against Lightning last season. Joined from the Sunrisers for this campaign, captained the Sunrisers, I should say, against Lightning. So that was that leadership experience we were talking about. This is Bell once more. Steps down the track, starting to feel confident. Increasingly here, Smell and Corney. But Liv Bell won't necessarily mind seeing someone come down the track. Was actually having a chat with Bell herself a little while back, who said that she particularly enjoys a batter coming at her. Straight at Phoebe Graham at mid-off.
Yeah, she's a fierce competitor, likes getting into the contest.
Hit hard, but straight at long on. And taken! Thunder have a breakthrough. And it's Emma Corney, who's looked magnificent for her 53, who has to go. Tara Norris makes no mistake. And Liv Bell yet again is in the wickets. That is her 12th wicket in this competition this season in just her 5th game.
Well, that's the contest that I was talking about, and one on this occasion that Liv Bell eventually wins. It's been a terrific innings from Corney. 53 of 64 balls. She's been outstanding and given them a fantastic start. But Liv Bell, she was the one who looked most likely come in. They were prepared to take her on. She gets the breakthrough they so desperately needed. 98 for 1 in the halfway through the 20th over.
Corney wins the battle of the talented teenagers. Corney goes, but will be hearing a lot more about her. She finishes her Rachael Heyhoe-Fint Trophy campaign with just short of 300 runs to her name. But now out comes a player who is a pretty handy player to have to build on that. And pretty handy is me deliberately being slightly sarcastic in underestimating the extent of her use. Fran Wilson, 31 years old, player with 67 England caps right from 2010 through to 2021. When stepping back from that, part of the Women's World Cup 2017 winning squad in this format, of course. Has played in an Ashes test at Sydney in late 2017, and even now still such a consistent, reliable performer in this competition. Facing up to Bell. Manages to just nerdle that away for one. Always the sign of a good player and ability to get off strike against a good ball.
Yeah, and very quickly. I know quite a few people feel that she's a bit unlucky, Fran Wilson, not to have played more internationals. She was kind of in and out of that England side over a period of quite a few years. A lot of experience.
Straight at short mid-wicket. Wilson, unsurprisingly, still accumulating well in this competition. 350s to her name. Storm's top run scorer with 380 runs at an average of 42. It's at the other end. Smell just carefully negotiating the rest of that. Successful over from Lauren Bell. And with 20 gone, 99 for one. So this, you would sense, is a key partnership, and someone like Smell will learn so much from a Fran Wilson.
Yeah, it'll be interesting actually, because you would normally expect the set batter, who is Smale at the moment, 33 runs off 56, been out there since the start, to take on a more aggressive role now that we've seen the back of Corney. But whether or not that's the case, if she feels able to become more aggressive, if she can find that fluency, or if it's something that Fran Wilson with more experience will take on that role, that leadership role in this partnership. She's on strike now to Datani. Just whips that one away. There's quite a bit of vacant space there. The fielder running around from deep square leg. Keeps it to a couple.
Yeah, you mentioned that, CV. I know there was a sense that she suffered from slightly conservative selection policy, you might say, was seen as someone who could be a point of difference potentially for England.
That brings up the 100, by the way. Those 2 runs. Yeah, I think that there used to be a sense when they did bring in central contracts, the way that things sort of worked, it wasn't really a pyramid structure of development and progression and pathways in England, and it sort of felt like you went into Loughborough if you were a talented teenager, a high performance. Full toss, but completely missed there by Wilson. Yeah, that players might be identified as being talented. They would go through the system at Loughborough, they would come out the other end and they would get an England shirt, and that the players would sort of stick with those players through, because the county system was so huge and unwieldy that it was difficult to get that kind of pathway and progression. And we see now with the various competitions just how much more of a pyramid structure there is now. There are various ways for players to come through, to get experience and to make their way towards the national side, not just through an academy. Lovely, fine shot played there. That's going to get 4 runs. So productive straight away. That was just so well played. Very, very fine.
Well, she knew there was a third, but she knew there was a third at a sort of 45-degree angle. And that is the sign of a good player, not just playing the shot based on the ball that's come down at them, but also manipulating the field too. Datani has now put deep cover out as well.
Yeah, so it has changed a lot now, and this tournament we're seeing here is as part of that evolution of the women's domestic game. Just meaning we're not reliant on academies to develop players. They're actually becoming battle-hardened in competitions, which is just so much better for the women's game. That's carved away nicely, just for a single. You can see already Fran Wilson being proactive. She's 8 off 7. So it looks like she is going to walk out there as we see the end of the 21st over. The 7 runs coming off to Tani's second over. Just immediately walking out, establishing she's there, getting a boundary almost straight away, and just taking that leadership role.
And that's what you'd expect. This is someone with more than 800 runs in an England shirt. In this format in particular, 468 ODI runs at 22 with a best of 85 not out, an average of 22, strike rate of 88. This Bell starts a new over and has Wilson blocking. Now, this is an intriguing dynamic. The experienced old stager of Fran Wilson facing the teenage tyro of Olivia Bell.
And had the right idea there, perhaps, to going for the reverse sweep, but just not quite placing it right. So this will be an interesting contest here. Wilson just threatening to use her feet and just defends. She'll be happy to sweep and reverse sweep. That might be her favoured mode of attack to Bell. Had a little bit of width, but again, just not able to get it away. Tosses that one up. It's met on the full by Wilson, but again the sweep shot just not quite going where she's trying to slip the ball past the fielders. Comes down the track, straight back to Bell. That's a terrific over from the young Scottish player. Another maiden for her. So she's 1 for 13 off 5 overs. And Lancashire move on, well, stay at 106 for 1.
Yeah, Storm just being held back a touch. And that's what Thunder want to do, chip away. They are generally a stronger bowling side, Thunder have been this season. Don't want to leave themselves too much to do with the bat. Well,
she's annoyed with herself there, Smale, because that is a full toss asking to be put away. Instead, just going to that short mid-wicket. Danger of just getting bogged down a little bit here. Of course, with the loss of that wicket, Wilson is clearly wanting to get on with the scoring, but it hasn't been easy for Smale all the way through. She's hung in, she's still out there, but she's still looking for a fluency. Doesn't find it there. She gave that an awful lot of welly, I think is the saying.
Yeah. She is on her best score in the competition this season. She's gone past the previous one, which was 32, but she isn't quite in nick, you'd have to say.
It's just been that lack of fluency. It just hasn't looked particularly easy. She's got another chance now. That was fine, and that is going to go for 4. So that will help. It was almost, I don't know how much was edge and how much was just a delicate placement, but the end result is 4 runs. She opened the face, so we'll give her full marks for that one.
Yeah, we don't have hotspot, but that replay gives away a certain amount. You'd think her role in the partner should be just give Wilson a strike where possible.
Just shovels that one really, but falls short. The fielder is in off the deep square leg boundary, a couple of meters to start with. Score 1-1-1 for 1. Is that a particularly unlucky thing? Is there an extra if you've lost 1? I never knew what that was growing up watching cricket in Australia, as we see the end of the 23rd over and all those ones there, and I had no idea what people, when I first came over here, and people talking about Nelson, and I just didn't know what they were talking about because it's not a thing in Australian cricket.
Yeah, it's a weird, superstitious sport that we play, watch, commentate on, love. You often notice it when you start to try and explain these things to people that are not cricket people.
I still don't really understand it, I'm going to be honest with you. I know it's Nelson, and I know people do like stand on one leg, but that's about it. As we see Bell continue over the wicket. It's nicely clipped square. Heat comes herring in.
I always just find myself going back to the fact that the ball is only live in a game of cricket about 6% of the time, and so that's where there's space for all of these things to come in.
Well, she tosses that one up nice and full, does Bell, but Wilson not able to make the most of that one. It's quite a little contest here between these two. This time it's Fuller, and this time Wilson does make the most of it. It's going to go all the way to the boundary rope for 4, so she was just tempting fate a little bit there, Bell, as she tossed the ball up. It was a full one the previous ball, and this time Fran Wilson said, well, you're not going to get away with that twice.
Yeah, a player of Fran Wilson's quality just isn't going to miss out on opportunities like that.
Gives herself some room. Again, tosses it up. I like this, though, from Bell. She's not going to be spooked into dragging back her length. She wants to keep flighting the ball, getting it up there, tempting the batter, creating the chances. And this time it's cat and mouse. Wilson being able to beat the fielder and get it down to long on. So just the single, though.
So end of the over, 116 becomes 117 for 1 off 24. Remember, 3 games going on elsewhere today, but arguably the biggest of them sees first against second, the Blaze facing the Southern Vipers. 5 points between these two on the table coming in to this contest. Blaze looking to secure their finals day spot. These are the wickets to fall so far. Georgia Adams, always a big one to get, gone caught by Ballinger off Groves. And then the third one to fall, the mighty Boucher. My Boucher playing very well for her, 64 off 68. Caught by Claridge off Groves. Back to our live action. As Ditani gets flicked away by Wilson down through the deep for 1. So they're pretty much exactly at the halfway stage. 25 overs gone. Blaze winning the toss and choosing to field. Georgia Elwes and Emily Windsor out there now. And the Vipers 129 for 3, so good arm wrestle on there.
Got to say, the Mighty Boosh is my favourite nickname in cricket.
Well, funny you say that, because I heard one last week I really liked. Heather Seehers, captain of the Netherlands women's team, was nicknamed Chilly because she's very chilled out as a skipper on the field, super calm, but it's a dual meaning because it's chilly because she's also fiery and spicy with the bat, because when she's got the bat in her hand, it's very aggressive.
Yeah, I don't mind a double meaning nickname. I prefer, my favourite kind of nickname is the one that you have to get 2 steps to it.
Okay. Talk me and the good people at home through this.
Well, okay, well, I'll have to think about that. Okay. Let me have a think. I have to think about how to describe that. That is played nicely down to the deep mid-wicket boundary. 4 runs, so Datani just leaking a few there. That was a nice little wristy flick as well. A little bit of flourish on that one from Smale. She's tracking along now, up to 43 off 65. So half century beckoning for her. Again, finding some space through mid-wicket. She comes back for the second one. Okay, I've thought of an example, right? Okay, so Smale. So there's probably a more Australian way of coming up with a nickname. So Smale, you could probably start with snail.
Yeah.
Because that rhymes. And then, but okay, then like a snail is also a slug, and if she's a bit of a slugger, so that I think a nickname could be Slug, but Slug will come 2 steps from snail.
Yeah.
Smale. Again, just uses those wrists this time down to deep cover for a single, and that is the halfway mark of the innings. 125 for 1 on the board for the Storm, with Smale out there on 46. Had a slow start, but she's weathered a bit of a storm early on. And Wilson, the relatively new batter at the crease, is on 14 off 20.
Yeah, the platform laid by the Western Storm's highest opening partnership in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy this season. 98 added by Emma Corney and Sophia Smale. Corney with 53 off 64. The first person to charge off as soon as that over was done for drinks. And speaking as someone who's a terrible keeper who plays fours cricket, I can relate to this, was Ellie Frelkeld. Not because of the exact comparison of level of cricket. I just mean as in speaking as a bad keeper myself. Who often gets very winded. You get to drinks and you want to just charge off the field and get some strapping, maybe get some ibuprofen. Now, Frelkeld is a majestic keeper, and it's glorious to watch her in action. But she's found keeping here really tricky because the pitch is giving some unpredictable bounce. Some are keeping low. Some have bounced the second time right in front of her. She's then stood up a few times and had quite a few down the leg side, more than she might have liked, from her bowlers. And she's been hit on various different fingers. So various other more senior players, I can see Fee Morris doing a lot of talking in the Thunder huddle. Let's see a good crowd in today, which is always nice, enjoying a bit of late season cricket. Frelkeld ran straight off to get a little bit of assistance.
And that was just a really, really, really well and long-winded way of getting out of the fact that you didn't say she was a bad keeper, but you were so worried that people might have thought that you did.
That is correct, yes. I wanted to make it clear that the only similarity between Ellie Frelkeld and I as keepers or standards of cricket was simply the fact that I could relate to the human experience of, as a keeper, I'd say you're captain. In this case, of course, Frelks is Thunder skipper, but you don't want to disrupt the game. You don't want to slow things down. You've kind of got various bits of winded fingers in various different parts of both hands. And the drinks break comes, it's like, oh, thank goodness, because she literally bolted the moment she'd taken the final ball.
That's all right. You've taken away from the fact that I inadvertently gave Smale the nickname of Slug. I know she might not like that, but I was just it was just an explanation of the fact that I like 2 steps to get to a nickname.
Makes sense. Well, there is the aforementioned Ellie Frelkeld, who's settling into her 2nd season as Thunder captain. She's talking about that in the build-up to this one. Said, I feel I've grown into the role well. I'm pretty pleased about how I've gone. I'm always learning and open-minded to the fact I've got a lot more to learn. Hopefully I can continue doing the job and keep getting better. Cricket's a weird sport in that it's very up and down. It's about riding that wave. I've got a good group of people around me, which helps, and a great support network with the staff. Speaking of the staff, there is an advertisement out for a new head coach of Thunder. Paul Shaw stepping down, the 50-year-old, after his 4th season in the role, where it's helped develop a lot of young players, and now it's a case of who's going to come on and take that on. Now, you'd imagine whoever is going to take that on, or has put themselves in the hat for that job, is probably watching right now, and there's no harm in pressing the potential new boss. And one person who certainly has been impressive is Olivia Bell, who resumes after drinks from the Brian Statham end, fielded by Norris, who took the catch off her, of course, for the only wicket to fall so far. Bell again. He's an off-spinner who does like to bowl very straight.
She's not afraid to flight the ball and put it up there and tempt the batters, which I really like.
That's just worked away for a well-judged quick single. Yeah, she's very much sort of, I always think of spinners as a spectrum from flighters to darters, and she's very much more on the classical, old-school flighter kind of thing.
But you'll so often see an off-spinner get carted for one, and then immediately they're darting a few in. That one was shorter. It's outside off stump. Took Wilson by surprise a little bit because she has been flighting so many deliveries. It's a little bit shorter, a little bit wider that time, beating the batter.
Just again, push back. Nice economical spell from Bell, and classic bit of work just to keep Wilson alert there. The ball being zinged past her into the gloves of Frelkeld by Daisy Mullen. Bit of fancy footwork, and then the sweep, well played by Wilson. There's nobody behind square on the leg side apart from short fine leg on the 45. Clever manipulation of the field, and a boundary to end the 26th over, 130 for 1.
And she's always been such a strong sweeper, Fran Wilson, and it's just a perfect example, really. She tried to bring out the sweep early on. It hadn't quite come off for her, but on that occasion, she absolutely nailed that one. Got to it early, perfectly placed.
So 1 for 24 off 7 for Bell. Will be interesting to see how they juggle the bowlers from here, because so often Morris is a dependable banker to bowl 10 through, and of course she's come off after 5 because Datani's on. Just flicked away. Slightly between the 2 sweepers, but stick on 1, and it was probably a good choice. So they've used Norris and Graham up top. Morris has had 5. Bell's into a 7th, and Datani, this is her 5th. Delaney might bowl a little bit as a 6th option. It's guided through the covers for 1.
Liberty Heap again with that, firing that ball in.
Yep.
Just keeping a captain on her toes, almost literally.
Yeah, Frelkeld again, just sort of wringing her left hand. Nice spot from Datani, good area, just her smell a bit uncertain.
That might have been one of the reasons why she ran off so quickly, just to get maybe something looked at on that hand.
Oh yeah, it definitely had that kind of a feel about it. It was impossible to ignore the reaction. Confident looking shot from Smale, who is approaching what will be a first 50 in the competition this season.
Yeah, she's done really well. Battled through some trickier parts, more challenging bowling as well. Stuck it out there.
Hit hard down the ground from Wilson and right back past Tatani for 4. Shots like that, which is why Fran Wilson is such a joy to watch in full flow.
Yeah, absolutely glorious shot. Straight as a die. She's quite a busy player. She's just looking for areas all around the ground where she can pick up those runs. And that was straight past the bowler. Split the fielders either side of her.
Tatani responds by going a touch shorter, and Wilson in turn, as particularly slightly more diminutive players find it easy to do, just rocks onto the back foot, guides it away for 1 to keep strike. 8 off the over and 138 for 1.
Just seeing that experience of Fran Wilson and her ability to find scoring zones around with an array of drives and sweep shots, little carves off the back foot, on the front foot. She just seems to have so many options available to her.
Yeah, Smell 1 off her 50, the non-strikers. Bell continuing to Wilson. Hit straight at Graham at mid-off. Thunder, of course, never made the knockout stages of the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy, and of course we're confirmed before today as not being able to do that. Heap's just been moved to deep backwards square leg. As Bell's bowled her. The big wicket of Fran Wilson picked up by Liv Bell, who just can't stop taking wickets at the moment. She's taken both of the wickets Thunder have managed today, to go with 4 she picked up in the Roses game on Wednesday. Might have kept a touch low, might have been a slightly loose shot from Wilson coming down the pitch, but take nothing away from Bell. It cannons into the base of the off stump. And Fran Wilson has to depart. That's a big scalp for Thunder. Wilson was just starting to look really good. She goes for 24 off 27. 138 for 2. Out comes Sophie Luff to join Seren Smale out there. Luff, a player synonymous with women's cricket in the West Country. Of course, the Storm skipper, 29-year-old, made her county debut at 15. Has been in the Somerset setup since 2009, and the Storm setup since the start of the Kia Super League back in 2016. Part of London Spirit side in the 100, and played with New South Wales 2, seen as integral in the Storm's success in 2016 and 2017. Was the 5th highest run scorer in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy last season. This season has been a little bit injury hit, had a thumb problem that kept her out of a few games. Has exactly 200 runs in this competition at an average of 33. Starts by just keeping that one out from Bell. I like this from Frelkel, being aggressive and backing Bell, backing the fact she's bowling a good spell. It's only deep mid-wicket out. Everyone else is in the ring for Luff. Again, just blocks that one back. Maybe you can get in touch on social media as well, at Thunder Crick. Thunder Crick, C-R-I-C. footwork from Luff. Let us know your thoughts on all things Thunder, all things women's cricket. It would be great to hear from you. You can also get in touch with us as commentators directly at Melinda Farrell, my excellent co-commentator Mel Farrell. That's guided straight to point. End of a successful over from Liv Bell, a wicket maiden no less. 2 for 24 off 8, 138 for 2, with 28 gone now. And you can get in touch with me, Michael McCann, on @ThisIsMcCann. This is McCann, MCCANN, on Twitter or X or whatever on earth we're calling it these days, which for now still seems the best way to speak to you. Now, I mentioned that Liberty Heap could be used here as a 6th bowling option, and Tara Fee Morris only bowling 5 up top, 5 in the middle, I should say, rather than the normal sort of bankers 10 that she'd bowl with spin right through the piece, might mean that a 6th bowling option is required. And indeed, that has proven to be the case. Heap will come on and has bowled 10 overs in this competition this season, has picked up 3 wickets with her offies. Very much better known for her explosivity with the bat. She's on from the Jimmy Anderson end in place of Datani, just to try something different. Now just trying to trap Smale on 49.
Well, there you go. Little comfort break and a wicket falls. It's my ability to make that happen.
It's your fault Fran Wilson got out.
No, it's not. I don't have that power.
Full toss. Horrid delivery. Oh, and Smale will feel really disappointed. That's the ball you want when you're on 49. And having seen that ball, skipper Threlkeld dispatches long on and a deep cover. Can Smale now bring up her 50? Yes, she can. She'll find deep backward point coming around. Can't stop the single. And that is a very controlled, measured 50 off 77 balls from Seren Smale, who's found life very tough going in this competition across this season. An average of just 12 in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy until today. But now reaches the milestone, and with the platform laid, will look for a bit of accelerando. Heap now gets a chance to try and keep Sophie Luff on naught for as long as she can. Luff steps down, won't get off the mark there.
Yeah, fielder standing just a couple of metres away from Smale, so a little bit more of an aggressive field to the new batter.
Steps down and straight at Heap, and you'd have to say he's a 6th bowling option, only an occasional bowler, but a very confident character, Liberty Heap, and all too often the one that is always telling Threlkeld she should bowl more often. That over's only going to help her case. It concedes just 1, 29 gone, 139 for 2.
What I really liked when Smale got that single for a 50 is as soon as she hit the ball, she'd only taken about 2 paces down the pitch, and you saw her give a little fist pump with her right arm. So she knew straight away, and you could tell that meant so much to her, because before she'd even taken the single, she was celebrating.
Bell again, typically tidy. It does also, it's a funny one, you can often tell just how in form a bat is, even if you don't know their previous statistics, from how much they celebrate at 50. So that's met on the half volley, and it wasn't quite a catching chance for Norris. In fact, it would have been extremely difficult to stop, and it's not quite kept alive out there either. It is signalled as 4 by Fee Morris, who was coming around from deep mid-wicket. Nothing either of the rhyming couplet of Norris and Morris could do about that one.
Or a bit of honesty too. She was stood up straight away, signalled that was 4.
Nice, what we like to see. Met on the half volley. Lovely flowing cover drive from Smale. Will need cutting off, and is indeed cut off out there.
Yeah, and just seeing that shot as well, it's been a sort of fits and starts innings from her a little bit, getting through difficult periods, and occasionally you see the glimpse of that, of more confidence. See there off the back foot, even the defensive shot, just looking a little bit more assured.
Yeah, you often see if a player's in the runs a lot, a 50 is almost like an administrative checkpoint because they're so up for the ton. As that straight back towards Bell and caught. Smell was early on it, and having just made her first 50 in this competition this season, she's yet another victim to fall to the brilliant Bell, who has 3 wickets in this spell now, and has single-handedly almost turned this game back towards the Thunder. 145 for 3.
Again, you see her giving that ball plenty of air, which she has done throughout her spell, and a brilliant spell it's been as well. And she actually did incredibly well to get down and get forward to take that catch. Not easy at all in the follow through. She had some work to do. It wasn't a case of a reaction caught and bowled. She had a lot to do to get herself into position to take that ball low. So it was terrific work by Bell. 3 for 30 she is. And she has really kept her side just in this contest with the runs coming more easily. And now we're going to see 2 new batters at the crease, courtesy of Liv Bell.
Yeah, how quickly the game can change. Now, Sophie Luff still yet to get off the mark. He's joined by Niamh Holland, who has found this competition a little bit tough going. There's no way to ignore that. She has 100 runs at 14 in this competition this season, and she's facing up to Olivia Bell in full flow. Pardon me.
Oh, straight up, Bell actually does dart that one in. It's only been a handful of deliveries that she's darted in. They seem to come as a surprise. That finishes up her 9th over, 3 for 30. She has just been terrific so far. Definitely the standout bowler. Graham was terrific early on with the new ball. Was tight, was threatening, was finding edges. But it's Bell who's made the ball go to hand. She's constantly attacking.
Now this is an interesting phase of the game because Heap is a capable off-spinner, but an occasional one. But Thunder will be so happy because those wickets now mean it's much tougher for Luff or Holland to potentially go and target her. Because they've got to rebuild. They can't really afford to keep going quite as hard as they might have done about 15 minutes or so ago before Bell intervened.
She tossed that one up. It's full. But it's going to be a challenge now for these two, for Luff and Holland. They've got a good start behind them, 145 for 3. Oh, that is full. And this time she carves through past the fielders in the cover, Luff. It's 4 runs. So just tempting fate a little too much Liberty Heap as she tossed that ball up. That ball is actually, it's managed to get past the picket fence down there. So I've only just noticed that picket fence. It's only exists in a few little enclosures here. What's amazing to me
it's
is
very quaint, very English, isn't it?
Yes, I like it. We do have picket fences in Australia. What amazes me is that temporary stand, that enormous temporary stand to our left is still up there that they built for the men's Ashes test. It's a huge, frightening structure when you look at it from behind.
Yeah, and do you know what makes it all the more kind of ominous? It's the way it's not really an aesthetic, the same aesthetic as the rest of the ground. The rest of the ground is sort of white seats, and then you've got the various free hotel complexes that have all been built now. So it's a full toss, quickly run single by Luff, and knew she had the danger end. scampers home. 150 comes up in the 31st over, and then away to your left, you just have this sort of ginormous thing. It's all black seats as well, and yeah, you can't miss it.
It's when you see it from the side or from behind, and you just it's all open apart from the scaffolding. It's an incredible feat of engineering, got to say. Heap continues, and she's taken a wicket. Well, the part-timer strikes. She's just tickled the stumps, beaten the batter, and that is the end of Holland. Just the second ball face. She departs for a duck, and all of a sudden, I was finding these middle overs a little bit tricky. The Storm. Just the ball coming back in a little bit for Heap.
I tell you what, it's not the delivery of a part-timer though. That's absolutely gorgeous. Liv Bell would have been proud of that one, and that's the biggest compliment you can pay any spinner on the domestic circuit at the moment. Comes in a bit, grazes the top of off, and poor old Niamh Holland, when you're not quite having a run of form, it's at moments like that you seem to get deliveries like that when you've just stepped out there, and that's a nice moment. Liberty Heap, ever the exuberant, effervescent character, making sure to enjoy every second. And I'm sure she'll just be reminding Captain Frelkeld, like any good cricketer aware of her stats, that's now 4 wickets in 12 overs for her in this competition across this season for the teenager.
150 for 4 now, so the 150 is up, 4 wickets down now, with 1 ball remaining in the 31st over. Just might get their tails up a little bit. They had to toil pretty hard, the Thunder, for wickets. Liv Bell taking the first 3, but now Liberty Heap in on the action. We see Wraith come to the crease. Nat Wraith just with a big stride forward first up. Just blocking that one out. And Liberty Heap, 2 overs, 1 for 6. If she's a part-timer, well, you'd take those figures any day of the week. But she's been a good foil for Bell, who's going to continue.
Yeah, Bell's final over. They'll be all too eager to try and get through it without any further damage. Western Storm, they need, well, you can chuck in all the commentary cliches at this point, the skipper's innings, the captain's knock, stand up and be counted, but you get the point. They need Sophie Luff to do what she's done so often for them over the years.
It's interesting just to see Bell just bowled all the way through as well.
It's something Thunder will often do with her and also Morris. If they're going well, of course, no longer with Alex Hartley in the spin department after her retirement, but Bella's come up seamlessly.
I think Alex is up here. I saw her at Lord's yesterday, and she said she was coming up here to watch. Somewhere out there. Probably didn't have to get the same early train that I did. So very, very watchful. I think they just want to see off Bell the danger. I walked past Alex Hartley's floodlight today, which I hadn't done before, so it was very nice to see.
We're going to go on to this, yeah. So for those unfamiliar, Alex, if you have been living under a rock, or if you're quite new to women's cricket, in which case you're extremely welcome, Alex Hartley and Kate Cross host the Nobles Cricket podcast.
Very watchful from Luff. Yes, they do. It's a very excellent podcast.
Now, they were discussing sort of what you'd like named after you. And Alex Hartley, in true Alex Hartley fashion, said she'd like a floodlight.
Play and a miss there to finish off that over from Bell. And it finishes off her 10 over spell as well. All the way through, she's bowled, taken 3 wickets, 3 for 30. Has been absolutely outstanding.
What a spell, what a season, what a player. think apart from a few really dedicated people in and around the Thunder setup, in truth, Liv Bell was not a name widely known at the start of this campaign. But now, the 19-year-old who only turns 20 in November finishes the campaign with, in this competition, it's ended up with effectively, well, not effectively, it is 14 for 130. That really does tell its own story.
Incredible figures. It's Heap now continuing from Jimmy Anderson end. Tosses that one up and she's got it through the gap. That's all the way for 4. Didn't bother even finishing running that first one because that was 4 all the way along the carpet. Lovely shot. Just a nice stride forward. Plays the drive. And lovely 4 there for Wraith. Gets her off the mark with a boundary.
Well, that is the shot of a confident player, and she should be confident. She's in great form with the bat at the moment. So Nat Wraith in the last week or so made 39 off 48 on Wednesday against the Sparks, and last weekend 61 off 44 against the Northern Diamonds.
Not afraid to use her feet there on that occasion, not getting past short extra cover, but the intention is there. Now you were discussing that the floodlight. So Alex is very modest. She doesn't need a stand named after her.
She was like, it's always there, it's always useful. Yeah. The floodlight.
Happy with the floodlight. It's got a picture on there. There's a thing I like particularly about it. So we see Wraith waiting once more. Down the track she goes, beats the diving bowler. I'll just get a single. Long on, running around to do the work. That is the end of Heap's 3rd over. 5 from that one, so she's 1 for 11. 155 for 4 now, the Storm. But I like the fact that it doesn't say, you know, the Alex Hartley floodlight or the memorial floodlight for Alex Hartley or whatever it is. It says...
So it would be news if it was the memorial floodlight.
Well, it's in memory of her career. She's now retired after a very successful career. But it says, here's your floodlight, Alex.
Yes.
I really like that because it's just in complete response. There it is. There it is. The Alex Hartley floodlight. Yeah, but just the fact that it's, here's your floodlight, like you're whinging so-and-so.
Yeah. There you go. Fine, you wanted your floodlight. There it is. Now, this is interesting. Morris to change ends. After conceding 33 from a 5 at the Jimmy Anderson end, is now on from the Brian Statham end. She's been known for her excellent economy rate, and she's been charged with trying to just pull that back in, maybe nibble a wicket. Or 2 out by Captain Frelkeld.
Yeah, well, she's none for 33 after her first 5 overs. That's nicely flicked away through the leg side. She's got very impressive shoes. Bright shoes, Morris.
As a commentator, you love things like that. Just...
as a fashion appreciator.
As a fashion,
right
as a commentator.
Oh, look at those. They were very impressive kicks.
And it's colour-coded as well, which I like. Just keeps everything, you know. The kind of orange goes well with the red.
It's sort of, I would call that confident clashing. Confident colour clashing.
I like that. I like that.
Oh, that was a bit of a flatter delivery. Just goes through the motions of playing that one again. Wilson's down the leg side, and is there perhaps almost a half a shout for a little tickle or a stumping to whip the bails off? She's down on one knee.
No, she was
love.
She's definitely hunting a stumping Frelkeld. She's I described her as a ninja on Wednesday, and I'm sticking by that in terms of her wicket-keeping abilities. I always remember that one off Norris. Bouncer, seam bowlers standing up, stumping. Ridiculous.
That one tucked nicely away. It's good running. Thought about the second. Settles for a single. This has been good from Morris. As I mentioned, she went for 33 off her first 5 overs, but she's just given away the 2 singles. So perhaps this end is suiting her a little bit better. Change of ends working. And that's nicely driven. I'll just come back for the second. Made it comfortably in the end. So 4 off that over on Morris's return. Her 6th over, 159 for 4 after 34 overs are the Storm. Who were tracking along nicely. Hang on, I think it was 98 runs before they lost their first wicket. You can see there on the Manhattan. Is it been up and down, but as you can see, it's become a bit more difficult. Those more productive overs, harder to come by.
And it's those 3 wickets. Liv Bell ripping 3 out, and Liberty Heat picking up 1. Loss of 3 wickets in 4 over period as well.
He's Heap again here. Just employed those wrists luff to drop it on the offside. This pair of Luff and Wraith having to rebuild a little bit after a cluster of wickets. She comes down and meets that full toss, shy at the stumps, but very sprightly running in the end. It brings them the single.
Yeah, this pair will look to run aggressively, something that Luff is known for doing. She's been quite circumspect for her 7 off 21. Wraith the more aggressive.
Oh, inside edge and on to the stumps. Eventually knocks one over. It almost seemed to fall in slow motion, did the off stump. But Liberty Heap, what a revelation she has been. She has come in and chimed in with her 2nd wicket. Sees the end of Wraith. She departs for 8. 160 for 5 now, the Storm. And the Thunder are right back in this, courtesy of their spinners. A turn on that ball, coming back in to the right-hander. Did the damage. Terrific ball.
Yes, come back a long way. And as has been a bit of a theme of the day, we saw it with the Bell wicket as well. From the same end, it's definitely kept low, and that is a big scout. That is someone who in her 2 previous knocks across the last week had scored 100 runs from 92 balls faced. So Nat Wraith was in form, but now she's gone for 8 off 11, and Captain Luff needs a new partner, and she's joined by one of the most exciting talents in her group, the 17-year-old Katie Jones, who hit 32 off 36 against Central Sparks on Wednesday, and how they could do with something of a repeat of that from Jones here after that very promising first knock in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy in what is her first season as part of the seniors. Sophie was telling me in the build-up to this one she's ultra competitive. She's facing up to Heap.
It was quite amazing though well, the way that off stump fell. It reminded me of when you watching loggers and the tree. They finally get through the last.
Oh
bit,
yeah.
It just slowly topples. Big shout, big shout. But Peveril, the umpire, his finger stays firmly down. And Liberty Heap really has her tail up now. She's enjoying taking wickets.
I know she's been working very hard in her bowling this season, and definitely seeing that pay off here.
Well, it's the first time I've watched Liberty Heap, and she's been impressive in the field. She's a real live wire, just a single run off her 4th over, but most importantly that wicket. She does not look like a part-timer. She's finding plenty of turn, willing to flight the ball, and after 35 overs it's 160 for 5, and Heap after 4 overs has 2 for 12.
Well, that would mean that you haven't had the joy of being at a cricket ground when she's batting in full flow, because my goodness me, that's an experience. And there's no disagreement from any quarter that would be the best of her 3 skills. But ever the 3D modern cricketer, working on that bowling has brought rewards to Thunder. They're starting to work their way through this Storm middle order very effectively, and the wicket of Sophie Luff becomes all the more key. How Fee Morris would love to take it. Won't take it there. Heap does the fielding and it bounces up into her jaw. Just has a little laugh about it and gets checked on by Morris.
It's a bit like when you're watching a performance on stage and there's one dancer or actor you can't take your eyes off.
Straight at cover.
Liberty Heap is that performer, right?
Very main character energy in the way that she goes about her cricket. Heap. Short, just turned away. Clever shot. There's nobody behind square on the leg side for Morris. And Delaney recently taking over from Deandra Dottin as overseas comes and fields at the expense of 2. Worth saying also on the note of Liberty Heap, happy birthday to her. She's no longer a talented teenager as of today. She is 20 years old. Really gives this flight to tempt and tease Luff into the big shot, and Luff all too happy to play that game and take the bait. Didn't actually quite get to the pitch of the ball, but the sign of a classy player is the way that they come through that. Just watch Luff here. Just helps it through extra cover for 4 in a situation where other players might have been a bit concerned by not fully getting their feet there. She in fact finds the boundary with ease. Straight at square leg.
Yes, it's been smart batting from Luff. She's just picked the balls to go after, the ones to turn around. To see that they've sent long off back now.
Footwork and a nice looking straight drive from Luff. Down to long on, she'll keep the strike and take 7 off. Morris is over. 167 for 5 off 36. Sophie Luff with a best this season in 50 over cricket of 87 off 105 in that Northern Diamonds game. And what's been a tough season as captain of Storm. Just 2 wins to show in this format. This, of course, 7th versus 8th. Both sides overall will be pretty disappointed with their campaigns. Both sides trying to finish with a flourish, though.
Of course, the Storm have been so successful as well in their days of Kia Super League. A lot of talent down there. The likes of Anya Shrubsole for her retirement this year from that part of the country.
Met on the half volley, the first ball for Heaps over. Just guided away through the covers. Didn't try and hit it too hard. It's a big chase. Teases the fielders and doesn't quite get to the rope because that's a magnificent stop out there. Seren Smale charging after it and just about keeping the ball in play. Yeah, Delaney then completes the work.
It was good work. Just so hope that they can continue to benefit in that part of the country from the experience of an Anya Shrubsole, who's been outstanding swing bowler in the game for so long now.
All just guided round the corner. This is a very intelligent touch shot from Katie Jones. The 17-year-old gets off the mark with 2. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned Shrubsole. She's got a bit of history in this fixture. In their first ever meeting, these sides didn't meet in 2020 because the groups were regionalised north and south, and we're a long way from the Western Storm's base, it's fair to say. Through the covers, tumbling stop, but there was always one there. But they first met when the groups were unregionalised in 2021, and Western Storm won by 1 wicket in an absolute thriller at Bristol. Emma Lamb hit 121 off 105 as Thunder posted a stiff target. A certain Heather Knight, heard of her? She's pretty handy, she can play a bit. England skipper hit 91, but Anya Shrubsole had one of her, if not arguably her best ever day as a professional cricketer with the bat. So that's flat batted out by Luffy. Wouldn't have been blamed for thinking she was getting 4 or at least 1 or 2 there. Great diving stop by Morris to her right. Shrubsole smashed 61 of 41, including a boundary off the final ball of the match to win it for Storm. That's nicely bowled by Heap.
That sounds very Anya Shrubsole too, though. I remember in the 2017 World Cup that semi-final against South Africa, wasn't it, when she walked out and smashed 4 and just like straight away won the game. An absolute thriller that was as well.
That's good footwork from Luff, but ends the over just a tickle frustrated to not get anything to show for it. Liberty Heap has got through 5 with 2 for 18 to her name, 173 for 5 off 37, and that sets something of a precedent in this fixture in truth, because since then it has all gone the way of the women in green. 6 wins from 6, 3 from 3 in the Rachael Heyhoe-Fint Trophy, 3 from 3 in the Charlotte Edwards Cup when they met in the T20 format back on the 21st of May. Storm won by 6 wickets, albeit it wasn't quite, it was closer than that might suggest. They won with 4 balls to spare, and Storm were were winners, I should say, by 6 wickets a game when they met in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy in late April. So that's met on the half volley over the head of Heap at short mid-wicket, who could do nothing about it. And good enthusiastic fielding out there by Daisy Mullen means there's no 2.
If she'd had a little mini trampoline, she'd have got that.
Yep.
I don't think that's allowed, though.
I'm not sure, as part of the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy playing regulations, there's something specifically outlawing it, but I'm sure there's broadly something about bringing foreign objects onto the field or something like that. I don't think it's sort of like a mini trampoline clause where someone specifically did that. They were like, oh, we've got to update the trampoline thing. We've missed that bit of the loophole. Bit of a funky field here. 2 mid-wickets are about 5 yards apart. That reflects the line Morris is bowling. Very straight. That's turned away. Now that's the sign of a good experienced player in Luff. Despite that tight corner of a ring, he's able to still guide and drop a bat on it for 1 in there.
She's just looked pretty comfortable as soon as she's walked out, really. Very much giving the air of taking matters into her own hands, Luff.
Goes on the reverse. It's a clever shot. There is only 1 behind square on the offside, and that's at backward point. Knew if she got it finer it would be 4. And that is a shot with the excitement and ability and energy of youth.
That is a shot. No, that no 17-year-old surely should be able to come out and play that shot. That's extraordinary.
They all do these days.
It is, I know. Oh, gosh, for a 17-year-old to come out and play a shot like that with such skill and confidence is wonderful to see.
This time down the ground on the half volley. Back-to-back boundaries in 2 very different ways. And you're seeing with a pair of shots like that why there's so much justifiable excitement in the West Country and in the Gloucestershire and Storm setup about a certain Katie Jones.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot. She's just played 2 absolute crackers, back to back. Absolutely no fear, no nerves, complete confidence. Good
response from Morris to end the over. A Another expensive over from Morris, who is on for our most expensive figures in the competition this season, none for 54 off 8. There's been a 4th wicket in that big game between the Vipers and the Blaze. It is Emily Windsor who's gone for a runnable 52, but it is an impressive innings from Windsor that keeps the Vipers tracking towards a good score at Loughborough. Georgia Elwes is there on a runnable 57. She's just been joined by a talented youngster, Freya Kemp. 3 wickets for Josie Groves. 222 for 4 with 11 left. So you'd think they'd be eyeing close to, if not 300, Southern Vipers. Here, that feels a long way off for Western Storm. Liberty Heap looking for more.
So you've just taken me back with those 2 players, Georgia Elwes and Emily Windsor. You were talking about how far Taunton is from Manchester. I can attest it is very far, because I was commentating with those 2 on the Women's Ashes, the final match at Taunton.
Oh, wider and pushed through by Heap. And Frelkeld interested.
And after that match, so that was where the series that were all finished. England won that particular mini-series. Ashes were drawn. Had to get into a car and come up here because the men's Ashes was starting the next day.
Fancy footwork, and what a shot that is from Sophie Luff. At her very best, absolutely smashes this. Well, if you want to learn about footwork against a spinner, that side on replay is a good guide. Tracking down the pitch, turns the ball into a half volley, and it makes Captain Frelkeld have to think a bit more about her field here. Well, for now, quite content to leave a bit of bait out. There is still that space available if Luff wishes to repeat the shot. Does he dart one in?
No, she tosses it up a little bit too wide. Not quite.
Frelkeld directing traffic now has sent Delaney out to long off. So has got the 4 out, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket and deep cover. More footwork from Luff, and oh, that's so clever the way her hands just whip through the ball to get it wide of long on for 4. Nothing Liv Bell can do about it coming round. 2 fine pieces of batting from Sophie Luff.
Yeah, and this partnership really developing nicely. Really aggressive batting by this pair. Luff showing some great leadership. Jones showing no fear. The first batter to be going at better than a run of ball so far this innings.
Oh, good response from Heat. Luff just has to keep that one out. Still 1 to go in the over. I wonder whether this might just be the last over of the Liberty Heap experiment. Well, she does find the inside edge of Luff's bat there. The over concedes 9, 2 for 27 for her. Off 6, 192 for 5. Plenty going on off the field in the West Country worth shouting about as well. Western Storm rightly proud of, in their words, launching the first standalone adult women's cricket membership.
I saw that. This is fantastic.
So it includes access to Western Storm's standalone all of their 2024 home fixtures in Charlotte Edwards Cup and Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy. So that's every single game on their own patch. And then access to the women's internationals at Taunton and Bristol. That is Western Storm's pinned tweet. You can find more about that on @_Western Storm, their hashtag Stormtroopers. And for all things Thunder, remember, of course, @ThunderCrick, ThunderCrick, CRIC, hashtag Bring the Thunder.
Yeah, I just looked at that. It's I can't remember off the top of my head what that costs, but it was really reasonable. It comes with loads of benefits, and I just think it's a great acknowledgement that there might be a fan base just for the women's team. And that might be different to people who want other kinds of memberships, and mixing it up, I think that's absolutely terrific. And it is very, very good value, I think, as well.
Yeah, it's £45 for adults, 25 for students, 15 for juniors. You definitely can't complain about that. Here's Laura Delaney, Island captain. Starts with a whippy medium pace, right in a very good spot there. Delaney bowling in a game for Thunder for just the second time. 1 for 12 from her 2 overs in her only previous spell, which came earlier on in this competition this season against the Vipers a week or so ago. Straight at cover for 1. Yeah, and hopefully see more of that kind of thing moving forward. It does remind me of something as well, speaking of someone that has the pleasure of working in women's football as well. A lot of research has just come out on the Women's World Cup that's just finished, which again shows something a lot of people have been saying for a long time, which is the fan bases between women's and men's sport are actually hugely divergent. There's a sort of real misconception about that often. Oh, that's taken a horrible divot and just has Morris. Well, she's frustrated, but you can also kind of be grateful that hasn't hit her in the face, because that can cause you a really nasty injury, and that's 1 to the total.
Well, it's just come off the wicket end really there, and it's a very distinct one as well. Very, very much dried up. Wasn't much you could do about that, really.
Again, just worked out to the sweeper.
I think they've found that even here in this country, the slightly different crowds that they get for the blast and for the men's 100 as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think there used to be a perception that if you had a Venn diagram, those that would come and watch women's sport might be sort of a circle within a bigger blob for the men. And I think a generation onward, a lot of marketing and research and just anecdotal and what's blatantly obvious is that's completely untrue. So that's dropped on for 1, gets past Tatani, and well, they would have been eyeing 2, but tumbles to make her ground in doing so. The ever hilarious Katie Jones and her captain Sophie Luff is just having a good laugh with her about it. So 40 overs gone. 196 for 5. Yours truly, Michael McCann, joined to my great pleasure by Mel Farrell. And if you want to get in touch with us on social media, you're at Mel.
Oh, I'm at Melinda Farrell. It's pretty straightforward, isn't it? Don't know how I managed to jag that one. Must have been very, very early on Twitter, now known as X, or is that the X formerly known as Twitter? But
whatever
Farrell.
It's called. For now, it just about remains the best platform to get in touch with us. Let us know where you watch from. Speaking of that, must reference someone who I nickname as the Banksy of the cricketing world. No one quite knows who they are, but they know that what they do is brilliant.
Is that going to be Hypercost?
Who did provide that stat that it was the Storm's highest partnership this season, with that opening wicket stand of 98.
I keep saying one of these days I'm going to track down Hypercost. It's on my bucket list of things to do in life, is to actually meet Mr. Hypercost in person.
Or
the
Mrs.
funny thing was, no, it's
oh,
not.
okay.
No,
Oh,
it's
okay.
actually
It is
underscore Hypercost. That's a fantastically innovative little shot there. Terrific work by Jones. She is fun to watch. No, and the funny thing was, I kept tagging Hypercost, it's saying, oh, you should really follow Hypercost, but I kept forgetting to put the underscore in first. So there was this completely random Hypercost on Twitter that I must have been wondering why all of a sudden was getting all this interest from cricket.
This is like the version of the Steve Smith account with the ball tampering, who had just thousands of people tweeting them.
Oh, that's a top edge, and that one is going to be an easy catch. Just behind square leg. Went for the big shot. Ball has just leapt through the air off Jones, so an exciting little cameo from her comes to an end. And Heap, he's in the wickets. She's taking a Heap. Taken 3 wickets for 30 now in her 7th over. She has been fantastic, and the 6th wicket falls for 199 in the 41st over.
Yes, I make this to be Liberty Heap's best bowling performance in a Thunder shirt, and indeed her first free foot in women's professional cricket. So quite the day out for Liberty Heap, and she's still got time to whack a load of runs with the bat as well, of course. So a lot of pressure onto this Storm lower order, who really need to give their captain a bit of support after that eventful cameo from Jones.
Also, just by the way, what a great name is Liberty Heap.
Oh, yeah.
That's a great name.
Certain names that just roll off the
Liberty
tongue,
Heap. Yeah. No need for a nickname.
Oh.
You just want to go with Liberty Heap.
So, here's Skelton, Chloe Skelton, just 21 years old. We'll see her later on with her off breaks. She will be feeling pretty good with the bat. She made 26 not out of 35 against the Central Sparks in their unsuccessful run chase in midweek.
So Heap continues. Flights that one. Driven straight into the covers by Kelton to start off with.
Beg your pardon there, I've slightly mixed up their 31 run defeat against the Diamonds, which had come the weekend before. Of course, they were batting first against the Sparks. Takes nothing away from the point though. Skelton batted well.
She's deep in a crease. Just playing off the back foot, but a dot ball to finish up. Another successful over for Liberty Heap. Let's give her a full name because it sounds great. 3 runs coming off her 7th over, but most importantly, the wicket of Katie Jones, who was looking quite dangerous. So 7 overs gone. She's taken 3 for 30. 199 for 6 after 41 overs now. The Storm.
Fascinating to see where the Thunder go with their bowling options from here. They've got 9 overs left. There's no shortage of different choice. Of course, Liv Bell's bowled out. Laura Delaney's the 7th bowler to bowl. Phoebe Graham has 4 left. Fee Morris has 2 left. Tara Norris has only bowled 4. There's Datani and Heap as well.
Nice little drop and run. Well, Heap has taken 3 for 30. So why wouldn't... would you just keep going with her? Because she's taken 3 wickets. It's you know, they've bowled Bell all the way through, and she might only be thought of in some ways as a part-timer, but if she's got 3 wickets, she's got as many as Bell. Maybe it has been one of those days where spin has just been the key, really.
Now they're trying to execute on a plan here. That first ball, put the sweepers out. Luff takes the single. Now try and have a bowl at Skelton, the new bat. Get some dots in on her.
Just squirts off the outside edge. In pairing comes Liberty Heap. Got 2 fielders out on the boundary on the leg side. So one down at deep mid-wicket, one just behind square leg. Oh, they're just sending out a 3rd deep cover point. Stopped by Natani. Datani. I've combined her first and last name.
Natani. Yeah, just trying to keep scouting on Norton. Now mid-on goes out as well. I'm sure they wouldn't necessarily mind her taking a single to keep Luff off strike.
I just realised that single also at the start brought up the 200 for the Storm. Oh, that's just slapped away beautifully through the covers. No one's going to get there in time. The dive is in vain. And that's 4 runs. Beautiful shot there by Skelton.
leapt onto that extra bit of width, and Skelton off the mark in style. 5th wicket has fallen in that top 2 clash. Freya Kemp run out by ever excellent, ever impressive Catherine Bryce. With that direct hit, Bryce, who has just led her Scotland team to the global qualifiers, and was straight on a plane to play for the Blaze the very next day in defeat on Wednesday. Blaze trying to get it done today. They came in to today 5 points clear of Vipers, trying to secure top spots. They do have the whip hand.
Ball in the air.
Almost had another wicket there.
Oh, well, they're continuing with Liberty Heap, and that makes good sense to me, because you can see why.
Yeah.
Straight away.
I eat my words, because there was an over she went for about 10 or 11. I think it was her 5th, where I said I might have finished the experiment there.
But it's the breakthroughs again. You just saw their ball. And this time it's a better shot by Luff. Just carves that away on the offside. She wanted a second, but Skelton was not interested at all. She feels quite confident. She got off the mark with a boundary in the previous over. But yeah, I think she's just been so impressive. Just coming in with no preconceived ideas of Liberty Heap. Love what I've seen from her. That is a beautiful shot, though. She's got her measure there. Glorious drive all the way through, past extra cover, 4 runs. And Skelton is dealing in boundaries, and doesn't she love it?
Yeah, she's quite well suited to this stage of the innings as well. Chloe Skelton for what they need right now. Just an injection of impetus alongside Luff. Counter-punching.
And that one's just dragged down a little bit by Heap after conceding the boundary. And that one just forcing her on the back foot, well bowled. Nice response from a spinner after being crunched for 4 through the covers. Well played, plays it late, plays it fine, plays it all the way to the rope. So another boundary coming off this over from Liberty Heap as she finishes up. But that was just beautifully played. Just waited for it, and she really is just dealing in boundaries. Chloe Skelton, 12 runs, all of them have come via the rope. 213 for 6 now. The Storm with Luff on 31, and Skelton off 12. Oh, 12, I should say. Oh, all of them, all of her scoring shots, successful boundaries.
So 7 overs left here, bit of quick maths. If they go at 8 and over, they get 269. If they could stretch that to 10 and over, they get 283. Liberty Heap just having a chat with her skipper Frelkeld about whether she may yet bowl a 9th or indeed even a 10th. And now Delaney will continue. Remember, of course, 1st versus 2nd, 3rd versus 4th, 5th versus 6th, and 7th versus 8th on this final day of Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy action. The Eliminator next Thursday, 2nd versus 3rd, and the final, worth going and watching if you can at Northampton. Should be a great occasion next Sunday. And there will be streamed live via the ECB.
Spent a lot of time at Wantage Road over the past few weeks. Been doing some games there. What a lovely ground that is. Delaney continues her spell. Quick drop and run. Put pressure on Datani. And they get through comfortably for a well-run single in the end. Yeah, it's a lovely ground. I like. Very pretty Wantage Road. Enjoyed my time there. To be fair, there aren't many grounds that I don't love going to. I keep putting Instagram pictures up of various grounds, calling each one my happy place. And someone said to me, how many happy places do you have? This is one. It's full and driven firmly, but straight to the fielder at mid-off.
Yeah, Phoebe Graham, I wonder if we'll see her warming up for a second spell. She's still got 4 overs in the bank.
She's certainly very tidy with the new ball. Almost chances. Oh, leans back. There's a shout for caught behind, but not given. I liked that one as well.
Yeah, still chasing her first Thunder wicket, Laura Delaney. I thought that might have been it for a second.
Vastly experienced player for Ireland.
Yeah, big boots to fill in the form. Deandra Dottin for the 30-year-old has 87 wickets for Ireland between ODI and T20I, but he's still chasing that first Thunder wicket, but building pressure nicely through this over.
She has a particular, when she goes through her action, the whip of her ponytail is so violent it looks like it's going to fly off her head.
I hadn't been looking for this.
I've been on ponytail watch. Okay, yeah, just watch. I swear it's like it's gonna come all the way off. See, it whips around, but this one has flown back in off the arm of Datani. Misses it though, and backed up, so they just get the single after all of that. It's the end of the over from Delaney. Just the 2 singles from it, so she's been pretty tidy so far. 3 overs, none for 11. 215 for 6 now, with 6 overs remaining. Just seeing what total they can push this up to. Had such a terrific start, but the Thunder have fought back with the wickets from their spinners in Bell and Heap.
Yeah, it has so often been the Thunder story this season that spin has really done the trick for them. They've been one of the strongest teams in the competition in that sense. Naomi Datani comes back on, the experienced whippy left armour, just working out fielding plans with Captain Frelkeld. 250 would be the absolute minimum from here for Storm. That's going at run a ball between two of the sides that you would say have more established name recognition in the women's game across a longer period of time, because they're both survivors from the Kia Super League of 2016. Western Storm and Thunder.
And that's just well played onto the leg side. Just manoeuvred the ball nicely, did Luff. Just moved, or Skelton that should be. Started off in boundaries, has managed to get a couple of singles in there as well. Luff 32 off 48. She really has been the key to this rebuild for the Storm. Nicely tucked away. Some smart cricket here. Luff is always wanting to take that second run.
Yeah.
And Skelton, I was quite happy. Yeah, leave it to me. I got this.
Yeah, she's a real scamperer, Luff. Western Storm, of course, had a lot of success in those early years, 2016 and 2017 particularly.
Nicely driven. Luff was very quick to get her bat back in her crease as Datani stopped that ball.
They were runners-up in that first season, lost to the Southern Vipers. Stephanie Taylor, player of the tournament, leading run scorer and wicket taker.
Good Fielding again off her own bowling by Tatani.
And of course got their revenge over the Vipers the year after, winners by 7 wickets. In those early days they were always there or thereabouts. Reached finals day in 2018, lost to the Surrey Stars in the semis, and then in 2019 beat the Vipers again in the final thanks to 78 not out from Heather Knight.
Tatani's doing all sorts of diving and throwing herself around the field off her own bowling as they continue to play straight.
Yeah. Just having a little word with Skelton Luff, using all of her experience. 29-year-old having a chat with the 21-year-old. Tatani using all of her experience. This is quite an outstanding over at this stage of the innings.
Just 2 runs from it so far. And it's a dot ball to finish. 2 runs it ends up being off that over from Tatani. So that's well bowled at this point of the innings. It's the end of the 45th over. 217 for 6 now. Luff and Skelton wanting to get the Storm home. And Lancashire, well, the Thunder I should say. You see that run rate. It's been quite steady for a while. There were the spikes and the troughs early on, but the wickets have, I think, prevented things from getting too out of hand for the bowling side.
Yeah, we were just saying when they put on that opening stand of 98 that they laid the groundwork, but the spin, as is so often in the case of Thunder this season, has really done the trick in holding that back. You do sense a lot of what's about to happen here now is key for these two. We are pretty much at party time. They're both set, they've both been in a good while. Luff has the ability to go on and be more destructive. Facing up to Delaney. Oh, and that's got a little something on it that's taken it past Frelkeld. They will come back for a well-judged 2.
I think Luff was worried there that Threlkeld had taken that ball because she was a long way out of a crease, and if Threlkeld had managed to get that one, she would have kept walking back to the dressing room.
2 leg byes. Luff trying to go inside out, and that's a very, very clever shot. It's only 1 sweeper on that offside who has a big chase coming around from deep cover at the expense of 2. The reason it's such a clever shot is Delaney's got a 5-4 field with square leg, deep mid-wicket and long on all out. But then a ring of 4 on the offside and deep cover out. So Delaney's looking to bowl straight and Luff's trying to manipulate that. And that's now forced a change in the field. Phoebe Graham's gone back to long off and square legs come up. So how does Luff respond in this game of cat and mouse? Well, that's down leg. Will have to be re-bowled. Of course, Storm looking for another win over Thunder, looking to make it 7 out of 7. Luff with a bit of footwork. Oh, and that's so clever. I mentioned the game of cat and mouse. Luff has got this away and it will go for 4 through square leg. So square leg brought up because of that comfortable shot through the covers. Then Luff sweeps this off about a 5th or 6th stump. Just watch how far across she gets. That allows her to get it fine into that region, and there was a despairing dive, but to no avail.
Yes, really clever batting by Luff, who's just so in control at the moment. She's forcing fielding changes. She's forcing the error, straying with the line occasionally from Delaney.
This time the call is 2, and she's placed this perfectly in the gap, Luff, and they will get 2 because Norris has got to chase 15 yards to her right. She's a left-handed thrower. You're watching some surgical, I would describe it as manipulation of the field here from Sophie Luff. So this over has gone for 11 and counting. We're still 2 left in it. 2 of those leg byes, of course, though. Luff again goes to sweep. That's straight to short fine leg. Tumbling stop, but good backing up from Skelton, who makes her ground. So Sophie Luff really injecting some energy into this innings.
That was probably the least controlled shot she played. She lost the shape a little bit, ended up playing it one-handed. But it's been an impressive over from Luff. Skelton gets her chance now.
Play straight back to Delaney. Does at least get a dot to finish, but it means Sophie Luff starts the 47th over on strike. 229 for 6.
Yeah, she really has been terrific. 54 balls for her 42. And she just gives you that impression of a player as someone who, well, the game's being played on her terms at the moment. She's the one calling the shots, manipulating the field, forcing changes, forcing the error sometimes from the bowler, sometimes from the fielder with that really quick running on the first run. Now she faces more experienced campaigner in Datani, or Delaney and Datani, both very experienced. That's how well she's batting.
Luff will get 1 here, and there's no possibility of a 2. So that's an outcome at this stage that they'll be content with. Luff was just trying to knock that just wide of short fine leg where Phoebe Graham is, and either get 4 or at least scamper back for a couple. Skelton has strike, but faced 4 dots from Datani in the previous over. And there'll be another one there. Well, this is a dilemma for Skelton. Does she try and just get back on it and get 1, or does she look to hit the big shot and get a boundary? Luff has come down to have a few words of advice.
I wonder if she's just said, just get me on strike.
Yeah.
There's a lot of vacant space on the leg side.
Oh, that's a really nice straight drive, and Datani in her follow-through fields magnificently to get a hand on it. Very good cricket all round, stopped at long on for 1.
How much work has Datani had to do fielding off her own bowling? I mean, they're hitting
Yeah.
straight, they're driving.
It's the nature of the lines and lengths that she bowls.
Yes. But gee,
she's part of the piece.
She's having to play her own part in the field.
She's a paid-up member of the Figure Protection Society, keeping those bowling figures tidy. As they do want 1 there, and slight misfield from Phoebe Graham. It's good running from Skelton, who was aggressively charging down at Luff, eager to take it.
They're just bringing deep backward square up into the circle.
Now they want 2 this time, but they won't get there. Good work coming in off the boundary from Morris. Tani just rearranging the field again. Last ball. Well, if it's in our arc to hit, you can guarantee Sophie Luff will be hitting it, but I'm sure Storm fans wouldn't mind too much if you just dropped her bat on it for 1. All of the offside is up apart from deep cover. Does she try and go inside out, I wonder? She doesn't. She just says, I'll have the strike. Thank you very much. 47 gone. 234 for 6.
I wonder if they almost made the wrong move there, because they just dropped that fielder at square leg down deep, and that just opened up the space for Luff to get an easy single. As Datani's been angling the ball across the right-hander, so I've just given her that, really. It's probably Skelton that you want on strike at this stage, with Luff 45 closing in on her half-century.
So 3 overs left. Sort of onto that point. Deal or no deal, numbers in the box. If I said to you and your Thunder that you're going to keep Storm to 260, would you take that?
I was just thinking about that. As we see Tyra Norris come back into the attack, she was expensive, a little expensive earlier, 4 overs, none for 26. I have no idea what a good score is on this pitch, I have to say.
There did seem to be an element of doubt from a few I spoke to this morning.
That makes me feel better, thank you.
There was a bit of it is a bit used. It's a bit of a mid-September pitch in that sense. It is visibly keeping a touch low. Norris looking to be right on the button in her second spell after wasn't quite at a brilliant best in her first. That's a missed time from Luff, who ended up very early on it. Had to hold back and check the shot so that she didn't hit it straight to long on. Norris going for 26 off 4 in her first spell.
I guess you could say runs on the board anyway is something, because we have seen the ball turn. We have seen like a few stay low as well. So the possibility of a bit of turn, a bit of variable bounce, how tricky that might be. So runs on the board might be good in that sense.
They'll get just one this up. The other thing you have to factor in that cannot be ignored is Thunder's batting, which has been a problem often this season. I mean, they were 54 for 1 on Wednesday against Diamonds in the Northern Derby, and they collapsed to 148 all out, and have got bowled out quite often this season to their frustration. Luff will take one to deep cover, so Thunder will be pretty content with this. Any ball that goes for just one at this stage of things is almost always a win to the fielding side.
And just struggled to find her line early, Norris, but she's been good here.
Whipped away. Again, just one more.
And if you only giving away singles, if she can close out here with a couple of dot balls, not give away a boundary, you take it at this stage.
Smashed away. And not quite taken coming in from Morris. A really tough chance. And has hurt herself in the process. Could have been the end of Luff. Not quite. Charging in.
Well, I was about to say, or a wicket, if she can close it out with a wicket. Ball just getting there. It was a difficult chance, but it goes down as a chance nonetheless, and a drop by Morris, but she did well to get there.
This one's down the ground for 1. They contemplate 2 but won't take it. And that is the end of an over of 6 singles. So really good deft bowling from Norris. 240 for 6 off 48.
Yeah, so an even 5 and over at the moment, as we just see wicket from the other game that's going on at the moment.
Yeah, so they now find themselves 8 down, the Southern Vipers. Predictably, wickets starting to tumble a little bit towards the end of the innings, as can happen. Georgia Elwes had gone for 64 to Catherine Bryce, who you might remember ran out for Kemp. Lindsay Smith bowled for Grace Ballinger, caught by Catherine Bryce. And Ballinger bowling Rihanna Southey for a duck. 277 for 8 with 2 overs left. Here's Datani on for the penultimate one in this game. Skelton gets 1. Of course, elsewhere, plenty of action going on. The South East Stars, 245 for 6 with 5 overs left against the Central Sparks. And Diamonds versus Sunrisers is delayed to a 2 p.m. start, unfortunately, as Sophie Luff ends up in all sorts of a strange place. Oh my goodness. Luff had stepped all the way across to being outside off to try and mess with Datani, who in turn ended up pushing it far too far down leg. Luff chased it and lost her balance completely in the process.
Nice to have a bit of comedy to finish off.
Absolutely. Luff This time we'll get just one through the covers. Sophie Luff nearing yet another 50. The Western Storm, so many over the years. It's been there right from the start of the story. In 2016, of course, he stayed together as a region in the 2020 restructure. Full toss. Skelton will feel frustrated to have missed out somewhat in getting just one. Of course, Fee Morris, once upon a time with Western Storm, and now today playing against them and nearly taking that magnificent catch out there for Thunder.
Sophie Luff was asked how she would describe herself.
No
pass, or how her teammates would describe her, I noticed. And this is on the website for the Storm. She describes herself as logical, competitive and hard-working. That pretty much sums up her innings here today. Logical, competitive and hard-working. It's her exactly to a T.
Well, very self-aware as well, clearly. Nice shot out to long on, and that will bring up a fine 50 for Sophie Luff. From 63 balls, she came in a very difficult situation with Liv Bell and Liberty Heap taking wickets, partners falling around her. And she's consolidated and ensured that it is not a full-scale batting collapse and that Western Storm will post a more than competitive total here. Blocked by Skelton, who's been really struggling in the battle against Tatani here, and you can see that reaction tells you all you need to know. The slightly frustrated look up to the heavens. End of the penultimate over. Good stuff at the death from Tatani. 245 for 6 off 49.
Tatani's been making them play straight, making them drive. She's done an awful lot of hard work herself off her own fielding, off her own bowling, off her own bowling, even. But she's been good here at the death, so they have stopped them from scoring too freely and getting that burst at the end. It's pretty much been 5 and over for a while now. Just the one over left, and the responsibility now on Tara Norris to close it out.
The American flyer charging in. This is whipped away, looking for the gap between quite a straight long on and then mid-wicket, and has found it perfectly. What a shot that is from Luff. She didn't seem to have hit it that hard, but she just timed the ball, and, well, obviously this defies the laws of physics and is impossible, but in the way it looked, it seemed to speed up across the outfield and going for 4. That's exceptional batting.
If it had gone a metre either way, it would not have been 4. This is incredible placement.
Skied up, this should be out. And it will be out. So Sophie Luff goes at the death after a fine hand of 54 from 65. A true captain's knock, having come into a difficult circumstance. The first wicket of the innings for Tara Norris. And a simple catch for Naomi Tatani.
First wicket that not to fall to spin in the innings as well, which tells its own story about what's worked today, but just at the end can't really blame trying to speed things up and just get that final little burst towards the end, Sophie Luff, but comes unstuck, which makes it hard for Izzy Patel coming into bat with only 4 balls remaining and facing Tara Norris first up. That's a heck of an ask, isn't it?
Yeah, her first professional appearance in women's cricket in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy for the 17-year-old. Came through the system at Gloucestershire, has been in that for a few seasons, as well as the Storm officially made it into the seniors squad this season. She was in the matchday squad for one game last season, which was against Thunder, but didn't play. had a very sweet cap presentation earlier on and is described by her captain as, in Sophie Luff's words, just so funny. You never know what's coming out of her mouth next. Sort of in exclamation marks this point. So Bristolian. She's someone very proud of her West Country heritage and now is representing them against Norris. Her first ball in the senior game for Storm. Cannons into her 5-pad. Can't quite get off the mark. There's runs to be had in the leg side in particular. 3 sweepers out. If she's to target a boundary, she might be more interested in going inside out through the offside.
Well, it's difficult, isn't it, to come in on such a big moment for a teenager, 17-year-old. Now only 3 balls remaining. Big heave and a miss. So this is terrific from Norris at the end. She took a bit of tap early, but by taking that wicket in the last over, bringing on the new batter for the last few balls, making it really hard.
Norris looking to keep it nice and tight. Smashed away by Patel. Didn't quite get all of it, but does have a run on her Storm debut and will feel all the much less nervous for it. Now she needs to get her running skates on, ready to see what she could scramble with Skelton. And pretty much assuming this doesn't go straight into the gloves of Frelkeld, that's exactly what they want to do. 250 up with that single from the 17-year-old. Huge swipe and a miss. Well, there's no prospect of running one there. And Skelton left visibly frustrated. 21 not out from her. Patel troops off with 1 on her senior debut after an innings set by half centuries from Emma Corney and Sophia Smell at the top, but they needed a half century as well from the captain Sophie Luff to hold it together for Western Storm after a few wickets in the middle. 3 for 30 for Olivia Bell off her 10 and 3 for 39 impressively from Liberty Heap. Her best figures in a Thunder shirt means that Western Storm have posted exactly 250 for 7 at exactly 5 runs and over. We'll be back for the run chase in good time. Play set to resume at approximately 7 minutes past 2, where Thunder in the final game of their 2023 season will need 251 to win. So welcome back to Old Trafford. We're in the final game of the Thunder's 2023 season. What was described as the last dance by @ThunderCrick. Well worth a follow on Twitter or X. ThunderCrick, CRIC. We're now from one last dance to one last bat before the perils of winter draw in. As a popular television show once said in a very different context, winter is indeed coming. And out come the players for the run chase. 251 to win after half centuries from Emma Corney, Sophia Smell and Sophie Luff. Yours truly, Michael McCann, joined for the run chase by someone who always leaves one feeling with the confidence and enjoyment of someone that's hit a half century merely from her company in the commentary box. A very good afternoon once more to Mel Farrell.
Oh, Dad, thank you very much. I mean, I'm just thinking about the last dance. It brings back too many memories of just before closing time in a pub.
I thought you were going down
song.
I thought you were going down the Michael Jordan.
Oh no, it's when the ugly lights come on and you realise that you've got your mascara running down your face, and whereas you thought you were some goddess on the dance floor, you're just staggering around, ready to go home.
We're on two totally different wavelengths, because I was going to come in with which women's cricketer is like Michael Jordan, but yeah, I mean that's an image and a half that you've just painted there. As we're all set for the first ball of the reply, Molly Robbins to bowl it to Smell, who is going to look to give Thunder something that, in truth, and it must be said, Seren Smell looked in good touch for a 33 against the Diamonds on Wednesday, alongside the more explosive Liberty Heat, which is a good start with the bat. The batting has been an issue for them this season, particularly when without Emma Lamb, who of course is not playing today.
Just played across the line, a very sharp single. Might have been in a little bit of trouble if that throw had been a direct hit, but safely through. And I have to say that I'm quite excited to see Liberty Heat bat after her excellent performance with the ball. Sort of seen as a part-timer, but took 3 wickets, found plenty of turn. She was a real live wire in the field, and everyone here keeps telling me, wait till you see her bat. So I've bigged her up. Here she is. Oh, and that's a play and a miss first up. It was going to happen, wasn't it?
Well, I think that's the commentator's curse writ large.
It does not exist.
Oh no, it doesn't. I've spent a week with Izzy Joyce in Spain of us being accused by all 4 teams at that particular set of World Cup qualifiers that we were responsible.
There you are, mentioning Spain again.
Now, do you know what I noticed is they would mention it if something were to happen in a bad way, the ball after, you know, you've been bigging up a bowl, they bowl, etc., etc. But when you big them up and they got a wicket or they struck the next ball before, that of course was forgotten within the piece of the yin and the yang of the thing.
Solid defence there from Heap. It's good first over from Robbins, just a 1 run so far. Yeah, it's amazing. Funnily enough, over the course of an innings, things will happen.
Yeah, well, this is the exact point.
Yeah. Whether or not you say, doesn't matter what you say, something will or won't happen afterwards. So I don't claim to be that powerful. Deft touch. Oh, a terrible mix-up. Terrible mix-up. And that is a very quick exit from Liberty Heap. Took off for the single. Smale was never really interested in it whatsoever. Liberty Heap smashes her bat. She just kept going. There was no... Smale was sort of shrugging, saying, what are you doing? And Liberty Heap kept coming.
It's those singles that are in and around backward point can be awkward, but that was clearly very backward of point. It was Smale's call, not Heap's. Heap called it, started moving. Smale was never interested. And Liberty Heap, who was so good with the ball, well, that's not how she'd have wanted her season to end, and not how she'd have wanted her 20th birthday on the field to end. Smale is having a detailed chat with Datani. One would imagine, amongst other things, that running will be part of that. And I've literally just been saying that batting has been a concern for Thunder this season. Well, that is, you would have to say, something of a giveaway wicket. And an experience that a very young and talented player in Liberty Heat, who you'll be seeing a lot more of, part of the England Under-19 World Cup squad last year as well. You'll be taking that one as a learning experience.
Well, she just decided she was taking off, and that was that. And she was really annoyed. She slammed a bat on a thigh pad, and as she walked off, she actually also slammed a bat onto one of the ring markers. So just slightly out of place, not too far, but anyway, here is Smale. And plays that really nicely. Lovely placement past the diving fielder in the ring, through the covers for a couple of runs. So unfortunate start. There you go. And I can confirm that me saying I was looking forward to Liberty Heat batting had absolutely nothing to do with that wicket. The end result at the moment, 3 for 1. Oh, big shout for LBW. They like it, the Storm. But nothing doing from the umpire. So pressure early on the chase. Needing 251 for victory. Thunder. Datani is a new batter in the non-striker's end. That ball just turned around the corner by Smale. Might be a little bit cautious in herring off for any quick singles after the run out of a Liberty Heap in the first over.
Smale, who hit 57 when these sides met in the Rachael Heyhoe-Fint Trophy last season. Another good score against Storm. My goodness, do they need it.
Off the back foot, straight to the fielder in the covers.
Yeah, Datani will look to be the anchor around which Thunder can build something here.
Smale to Smale. Oh, fielder, this could be awfully confusing for me coming in here, you know.
Well, you're into your sort of Wokes, Folkes, Stokes, Norris, Morris
yeah, but
type of thing. Do you know what?
Smale and Smale.
Ah, so we have
down the pitch, but again straight to the fielder to finish the first over from Smale. None for 2 with the other Smale on 3 and Datani yet to score.
Yeah, we really had one of these in the French middle order last week, which was Poppy McGeon and Innes McKeon. My goodness me, try saying that 5 times alternately. Innes McKeon and Poppy McGeon.
Okay, I'm not even going to try.
Oh no, I was saying, I wasn't trying to put you on the spot. I meant in the sort of plural, you know the way people say that.
I think this is just another ploy for you to mention that you were in Spain. I could not think of anywhere I would rather be than Manchester, and I'll give you 2 reasons for that. It's always lovely coming up here. 2,
very specifically, not 1 or 3, but 2.
No, there are 2 that immediately spring to mind. Just as we get the third over underway with a dot ball for Robin's first ball. So one greeted me as soon as I arrived downstairs, and that was Dave on reception here in the media centre, who is literally the most cheerful man in cricket anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
Firmly blocked by Datani, and every time you come here, it's complete proper Mancunian.
Yeah.
IML, you're right. Every time you come, and he was there waiting for me because the lift isn't working, so he wanted to usher me into the service lift. But he is the most cheerful man in the world of cricket. The other one is Mike, who looks after the excellent scoreboard here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, almost inside edged onto a stump there, Datani. And do you know, every time we come here for a test match, Mike is an excellent baker, and he produces a tin full of brownies or something, some sort of treat for all the press. And this year, because there were Australians visiting, he made produced a tin of Anzac biscuits, very Australian sort of oatmeal biscuit.
Wow.
Blocked and defended again, just in case anyone was feeling homesick. And I'm quite fussy about my Anzac biscuits because my mum makes excellent ones. But I have to say, Mike's were very good.
Sweet.
They were just the right amount of sweetness.
Yeah,
right,
well, that was it, yeah.
So there are two reasons why it's always lovely to come to Manchester and Old Trafford. Of course, the Thunder will be hoping not to be quite so hospitable to the Western Storm as visitors, but at the moment they're on the back foot in the third over, 3 for 1, using an early wicket of Liberty Heap. So 5-dot ball so far from Robin's second over. She'd love to close it out here. She does close it out with the dot ball, so on maiden. Terrific over again from Robbins. 3 for 1 after 3 overs.
And you'll see already that required run rate, which started the innings at pretty much bang on 5, has risen up to 5.28. That figure at the bottom of your screen. Now you might think sort of so what at this stage, which is correct, but the longer that they can start to build that side of statistical pressure, Western Storm, as well as loss of that early wicket, I should say, the more that will bring further inroads for them.
Smale contest again. First ball driven firmly, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, I like this from Western Storm, trying something a bit different up top. We did see the pitch is going to take spin. Why not try it from the start?
Oh, and she's deep in a crease, and that ball's just popped up off the outside edge. Luckily falling safe.
I'll tell you what, Sophia Smale will be feeling really confident, having already hit a half century earlier on today. Now she's got the ball in hand.
Oh, big shout, really confident. Up goes the finger. So in the battle of the Smales, it's Sophia who does come out victorious early on, taking the wicket of Seren Smale. Departs for 3, and already they are in enormous trouble, the Thunder. They've lost their second wicket with just 3 runs on the board in the 4th over. And it's an incredibly shaky start.
Yeah, coming with a classical left armer's dismissal, shaping in on the angle from left arm around, and then pitching and straightening. Unsurprisingly, Seren Smale, the 18-year-old, with a big smile on her face. She's absolutely loving life out there. 54 with the bat. And the 18-year-old now picks up yet another wicket with the ball. Wicket number 11 in the competition this season. Only Skelton has more for the Storm this season, and it's deliveries like that that are a big reason why, which brings to the crease someone who's been so regularly involved in the best moments for Thunder this season. Arguably their signing of the campaign in terms of what she's brought. Fee Morris, who so often holds things together impressively in the middle order. A half century a week or so ago with 52 against the Vipers. Losing cause, they desperately need something from her here.
Well, they've got their two arguably most experienced players, two certainly of the most experienced players in Tatani and Morris out there. They need a steadying hand at the moment. That ball was tossed so high it almost came down with snow on it. Absolutely floated there by Smale.
And I love that, the courage to flight it up, and why not?
She's got her confidence up. She's had such a great year. One of the standouts, of course, for England under-19s in South Africa at the start of the year in that under-19s World Cup. And a dot ball, another one. Someone that Sophie Eccleston, she admires Sophie Eccleston greatly and has been greatly encouraged by Sophie Eccleston. Here playing at Eccleston's home ground. I thought that was the end of the over, and I suddenly got confused because they all went back, and Smale was set to bowl again, and it was like everyone suddenly looked at each other and went, I think that was 6 balls.
Yeah, that sounded about, and eventually the scoreboard had it as 6, and indeed they've tweaked.
Well, that's the scoreboard. That's Mike, the scorer, who's also the great baker of brownies and Anzac biscuits. He's never going to miss out. He'd know that was over. I'd trust Mike on the scoreboard.
And thankfully, our 2 umpires realised in time as well. The youngest umpiring team available. But if you're good enough, you're old enough. Ben Pepperell, beg your pardon, the youngest full-time professional umpire on the ECB list.
Robbins wide first up. I tell you what, after giving such a big shout to the scoreboard, there's going to be a double tin next time I come here of baked treats for the press. I know what I'm doing.
And Grace Banbury is your other umpire, the youngest on the ECB list, 22 years old.
That ball darted in from over the wicket, but really good angle. Satani just walking away, having a think about that one.
Yes, and of all the games you'd rather not have a bad game in, this is the one because you have all winter, of course, to think about it. Not that that's the way professionals necessarily compartmentalise it.
Oh, and there's another shout. She's been threatening the pad, says Molly Robbins. Might have been going down leg. She's got that angle over the wicket. Maybe just coming back a touch. Oh, yeah, but the shape is good.
You could see all 3 stumps because Datani had sort of backed away, but very encouraging signs here for Storm.
Again, she's causing all sorts of problems, just shaping the ball back into the left-hander.
Decision given correctly by umpire Banbury, who's worth mentioning as well, is a medical student and a trainee doctor.
There's losing your shape, then there's losing your bat.
Yeah, curious shot from Datani.
Having a laugh about it, can see the funny side of it.
These two both have more than 2,000 runs in women's domestic professional cricket. They need to put all of that experience and ability to good use.
Well, it's nicely driven, but it's another dot ball, so apart from that wide, it's been another very, very tidy over. Again, firmly driven off the bat of Morris at the non-striker's end, but just rolls away. So the end of 5 overs, 4 for 2, and it's fair to say, I think, that the Thunder are in all sorts of trouble.
And you see again, I mentioned that required run rate, it is already up to 5.5, which on a pitch that's tricky to score on and with no short boundaries on any side of the ground. Indeed, the one that they're hitting towards on the leg side from this end now, the Jimmy Anderson end, is particularly long. That's tricky in and of itself.
And just played very cautiously there by Morris. But this time, she doesn't play this cautiously. She's on the attack, uses her feet down the track. It's not going to go for 4. It went more vertical than horizontal. But I'll take that small bit of encouragement. Positive play.
And somewhat extraordinarily, off the 33rd ball of the innings and having already lost 2 wickets, that is nearly the first boundary of the innings, which we've still not yet had. And it's the first shot that I would say has any aggressive intent about it. And I know that's really easy to say from the commentary box, but it's just a statement of fact.
Oh, beats the bat. Yeah, I mean, it looked like Liberty Heap was wanting to be aggressive. Unfortunately, just it was the wrong aggressive running for that particular moment. Lack of communication between the two. Perhaps just the lack of realisation that her partner was the one with the call for that, and
yeah.
Perhaps not just listening or looking.
Yeah, those backward point ones can be awkward sometimes. The Tani cuts straight at point. And that, by the way, what I said, it wasn't a criticism of the Thunder batters so much as a huge compliment to the way Storm have bowled. It's been a very disciplined, impressive start.
And it's another impressive over there from Smale, because there's just 1 run coming from it. 3 overs she has bowled, and she has figures of 1 for 3. You can't ask for much more than that.
One thing I have just noticed, someone that loves a bit of cricketing aesthetic, which I don't think maybe helps when it's 5 for 2 off 6. If you're psychologically looking up as a batter, particularly if square leg is not set, is the umpires with these jackets look pretty much a spit of Western Storm players.
Yes, I was
now
just
11
thinking about that.
versus 2 is enough of a numerical advantage, but it sort of looks like 13 versus 2 if you just take a look at the umpires when you see them next. Now, it's not exactly the same before people write in their droves. As Robbins comes in. And that's slightly overpitched the half volley and really nicely put away by Morris, surgically finding the gap all the way along the carpet. That is the first boundary of the Thunder reply. Comes from the first ball of the 7th over. Lovely shot.
Yeah, just a beautiful, almost check drive. Punch through the gap. It's so funny you say that, because I was thinking exactly the same thing then, because I was looking out at square leg and I was trying to work out who the fielder was.
Guided away. And that's my exact point, right? If square leg isn't in play, you look up and think, my goodness me, how many have they got here? Just the wall of...
Well, is that lime green? The Storm, they're lime green and black, and the umpires are wearing black pants with the lime green and a very dark navy, is it?
Skied up, nobody out there, power play time, could be a heck of a catch coming around. Oh, and it nearly was as well. That would have been one of the catches of the season. As it was, hands were not quite put onto ball.
That Wraith that was, I think it came herring around there, almost got herself into position. It would have been a heck of a catch if she'd got there. It was a good effort to get as far as she did.
Yeah, that replay doesn't quite show you just how far she ran round from square leg to deep mid-wicket, effectively. This time, nice looking straight drive from Morris, but straight back to Robbins. These two teams are out of contention for reaching the Rachael Heyhoe-Fint Trophy final next Sunday. Both already out of the reckoning before the start of play today. Struck powerfully and with great timing by Morris. The second cover drive for 4 in the over, and arguably this one is even better than the first. What a shot.
Yeah, this is a sensational shot. Just gets herself set. Again, just that powerful drive, beautiful timing. Doesn't have to overhit it. All the way along the ground.
That's wild down leg and well taken. Not an easy one at all.
So I've decided that the umpires basically look like they could be wearing the Storm kit just with like an extra jacket on.
Yeah,
just
that's
for the
what
cool
I'm
weather.
thinking. Might be a marginal difference between the dark navy and the black as well. Just kept out by Morris to end the 7th, 16 for 2. Worth saying as well that one change to the Storm lineup with Alex Griffiths making way and Katie Jones behind the stumps. You just saw a shot of the umpires there, umpire Grace Banbury. There's the red strip as well, which delineates it. But if you're just looking up, you know, glancing up, it's definitely easy to understand. Now smell, 18-year-old. Hunting more wickets.
She started to run in then and almost ran into the umpire, so maybe she was thinking he looks like a teammate as well. She can check on the way in.
Tatani drops a bat on it. Now, in the mix, the confident batting and assured batting of Morris, and I'll focus on the umpires. Tatani's still yet to get off the mark here. Until now. Almost as if she heard me. Slog swept powerfully. She loves a sweep, Tatani. It's why they've got 2 out for her with Smell turning the ball into her. They're very wary of her love for sweeping. She has an ability to sweep even the quicker stuff, which is a real point of difference for her as a batter. Straight back towards Smell, who takes it on the juggle. A second wicket for Seren Smell. And Fee Morris, who's been so dependable with the bat in the middle order for Thunder this season, can't rescue them today. Has to go for 11. Thunder in all sorts of a pickle, 17 for 3.
Well, what a day she is having. Tossed that up, it drifted in. And just the presence of mind once she'd almost parried the ball, got the hands to it, to drop underneath it. That was terrific work. Watched it all the way. Her eyes never left the ball. And she is having an outstanding day. It has to be said. Really great work with the bat and with the ball. Well, she's continuing the woes for the home side. Smale. Second wicket, 2 for 4 she has figures of in 3.5 overs.
Yeah, she had a great Rachael Heyhoe-Fint Trophy campaign with the ball. Hadn't quite had what she might have wanted with the bat until today, but she's just riding the crest of the wave. You sense from the confidence. Mel Farrell next to me picked up the kind of little fist pump she gave when getting to that 50. What that meant of getting out of the rut of form with the bat, and you're seeing that confidence spray off into the ball now.
Yep, I think she feels like it's her day.
And testing skipper for Thunder, Frelkeld, who Ellie Frelkeld has been really consistent with bat for Thunder this season, made a lot of valuable contributions. The best of those came with a runnable 60 in the tie against the Southern Vipers in match 7 in early July. But having watched her on Wednesday, she looked an exceptional touch against Diamonds. Can only find backward point there.
Well, they desperately need a rebuild, don't they?
And she had to do that with wickets falling around her as 8 gone, 17 for 3. Had to do that on Wednesday, chasing 197 to win. Hit 31 of 45, but that doesn't tell the full story. There was wickets consistently falling at the other end. She was finding the singles so comfortably. She was hitting the sweepers so hard. She looked so good out there until she absolutely smashed a short, long hop from Phoebe Turner out to Emma Marlowe at square leg, who took a very good catch because it was hit hard. Statani is watchful at the start of the 9th.
The problem is this sort of situation when you're having to start the rebuild and start again. So run rate just over 2 and over. Very, very quickly they could find themselves needing 7 or 8 and over at around about the 15 over mark.
Tani down the ground, but straight at mid-on. Zinged back towards her with interest by Chloe Skelton.
When you're already at that stage, so early in a chase, and you're needing significantly over a runner ball and over, just compounds the pressure.
Whipped away by Datani, who will double her score here. Frelkel will be particularly determined that the season doesn't finish on another disappointing note with the bat. From a collective point of view, Polly Starkey from the Naughty Child podcast, spelled N-O-U-G-H-T-I-E, just to be clear, is a pun on the name of her being one of the naughties. Said at the start of the season one of the targets of Thunder had to be getting bowled out less frequently, and that has proved quite a prophetic bit of writing. As Frelkel just guides this away. Not a good delivery from Robbins. The outswing bowler just slightly looking for the magic ball, starting at 2 straight. I mentioned what good touch Frelkel looked in on Wednesday. Continues where she left off.
That's just really smart batting, isn't it? Spotted that it was just one bit too straight going down that leg side, just helped it on its way. No real risk involved there. Much needed boundary, and this is what they need. They need some smart batting that keeps the score ticking over.
Just keeps that one out. Frelkeld, who's consistently chipped in with runs in this competition this season. 180 at an average of 26. That 150 I mentioned coming against the Vipers, who are fighting with Blaze today to finish top. Oh, well bowled, playing a miss. Frelkel was unsure. Classic outswinger's angle. Robbins causing problems. End of the 9th, and right now survival is the primary aim for Thunder. 22 for 3 off 9. Great to have your company wherever you are across the world. Thank you very much for joining us. Yours truly, Michael McCann, with Mel Farrell alongside me.
The ring in?
The ring in?
The ring in. The ring in. I head up from London just
oh,
to be
yes. You hot-footed it.
I did hot-foot it.
And that's a proper hot footing. When you've, I mean, what time would the last ball have been last night off the top of your head?
I left the ground at about 8:30, but did stop to meet a couple of people.
As the first ball of the 10th is just rotated by Datani.
Yeah, says staying with Alison Mitchell, my friend, commentator. Commentary
yes.
friend. Come on, yes.
Sorry, I
very good friend of mine. And
lovely person as well.
Well, it was a bit of a annoying trip home because we got on a tube and it stopped.
Smell continuing what's been a fine spell. Nice looking shot from Rachael, but a good tumbling stop. And that just keeps the sense of pressure on.
Yeah, suddenly decided that there were engineering work, so all the tubes on that line suddenly stopped and we were somewhere in Knightsbridge with a lot of other people looking for cabs.
Push back. One of the many stories of the travelling cricket life.
Yeah, I don't like it when... I don't like... The two of my least favourite words together are engineering works.
Yeah. If someone tells you they study engineering, you don't mind. If you tell someone they've, you've got an interesting idea in life that's in the works, that's fine. But it's is the combination. Oh, a real looper from Smell, who's just trying to tempt Rachael into a big shot here. And it's good bowling from Smell. Knows that the scoreboard's in her favour. And yes, it's the power play, but why would you want to put too many more back anyway? She's only got one out at deep mid wicket. Has just put a second out at deep square leg just for a bit of protection. 2 for 5 off 5 for Smell. Those are the kind of figures that when she was just lying on a pillow, going to bed, getting ready to play for, certainly in a professional game, the final time this summer last night, she'd have been dreaming of. Although I get the impression, given her disappointing season with the bat, the runs would have been the first priority. She's got them, she's got wickets, and it's 23 for 3 after 10.
It's almost a perfect day, pretty much, for her so far. Still a way to go, of course, and the possibility of a fight back from the Thunder. That's undoubtedly what they'll be looking at, but it certainly has been a really wonderful day for Sophia Smale even. There's nothing small about her performance today. Robbins now continues. Oh, and that's picked up, pulled towards the fielder, running in. Doesn't know where it's gone in the end. Just dropped short. But a little bit of intent there from Datani.
It's Neve Holland. Ended up spinning round 2 or 3 times.
Speaking of the last dance of the summer.
Yeah.
A little bit of a twirl.
Yeah.
It's full and it's whipped on the full away again down to that fielder at deep square leg. Yeah, the single. A little bit of a change in the field with this left-hand, right-hand combination.
Yeah, I guess you could say today is the last dance for all of the teams, and then the sort of encore dance, if that's such a thing, is the final next Sunday. But certainly for Thunder and Storm, this is the last dance, already not qualified. Oh.
Beautifully played. Just cut away, beats the fielder all the way to the boundary. Beautiful placement and timing, deft touch. Wonderful shot from Rachael.
I mentioned just how good Ellie Rachael looked on Wednesday. And again, a shot like this shows you why. Just watch how she opens the face on it. Doesn't try and hit the ball too hard. Just a back foot punch, really.
Again, this time goes forward of that point region. It's 1 run. As long as you don't call the final the big dance, because that's become a real thing.
Big dance?
Oh, that's become such a thing in Australia. It's an AFL, Aussie rules football thing, and they used it during the Women's World Cup. The big dance. Join us for the big dance, for the final. It does my head in. So as long as you don't do that. Just a little push into the offside by Datani. Yeah, so last dance I'm okay with, but not the big dance.
No, I was thinking encore because, you know, it's that classic thing at the end of every big concert. They always come back for one more song. And, of course, you know, not all of the teams will be part of that, just 2 of the 8. We've got the Eliminator, remember, next Thursday as well, 2nd versus 3rd.
Well, it's been a more expensive over again in terms of this innings by Robbins, with 8 runs coming from it. Not that that is too expensive, but at least that's a little bit more movement on the scoreboard for the Thunder. So we're just having a look here at wicket from the other game.
Yeah, Vipers versus Blaze. 288 all out posted by the Southern Vipers. In reply, the Blaze have lost 1. They're going steadily enough, but not exactly rollicking along. They're 58 for 1 off 13. You just saw Lizelle Lee get caught by McCacken off Mary Taylor early doors for just 2. Mary Kelly and Sarah Bryce at the crease together. And that one will decide who finishes first. Bar a big Vipers win, it will be the Blaze, and they'll get their passport to that 1 spot in the final confirmed early. Chloe Skelton on.
Another change in the fielding, and we mentioned our friend at _Hypercost. Very correctly driven, but for no run. He points to a reason that Thunder have struggled, and that they've lost
I know where he's going with this.
No, they've lost at least 3 wickets in the power play in each of their last 3 matches. Now that's nicely sliced through the covers, but just for a single. So there's, I mean, you talk about in certainly T20 cricket, the stats about losing 3 wickets in the power play, but in one-day cricket, it can be just as damaging, can't it? You've got more time to rebuild, but it puts you on the back foot massively.
Well, I mean, the most damaging stat, and that's excellent work as always by Hive, of course, is quite simply how often they get bowled out. I mean, if you get bowled out more often than not, unless you've had a big collapse after an epic partnership, it's subpar, whether you're chasing or you're setting, and that has unfortunately been a theme for Thunder. Indeed, it's what happened when these sides met first time around, as Datani swipes, and judging by the reaction, Skelton was not far off having a wicket. Indeed, it actually perfectly demonstrated the point when these sides met in late April. Thunder were 160 for 3 in the 30th over. Now, you're probably sat there thinking 160 for 3 off 30, that sounds a pretty solid base. All that for 214. That's the 12 comes to an end, 32 for 3. All that for 214 with 5.2 overs unused after Emma Lamb had hit a fine 74. Chloe Skelton, who we just saw there, picked up 3 wickets. Lauren Filer and Gibson got 2 wickets each. And then Storm chased it down, all the Prendergast, with 115 at a run of ball. As we have a look at that worm, well, that tells its own story. Comfortably behind where they'd want to be. A game that, oddly, although Storm won it, will probably be best remembered in dispatches in future as the game where Mahika Gore happened. That's where she came on, got those 2 wickets at the top, came back and got 1 at the end, 3 for 39 off 10. And it's been one of the breakthrough stories of the season, to the point where, of course, she's broken through to the extent where she's not playing that much for Thunder, which is a shame from their entirely sort of selfish viewpoint, while being proud of her development.
I was here earlier for a T20 match in the season, where it might have been the first game that she actually played.
Now, speaking of firsts, you've just seen a big first that won't be forgotten, certainly at the very least in the lifetimes of Izzy Patel, because that is the first ball that she has bowled in women's professional cricket.
Nice slingy action.
Yep, there's a lot to like about her, the Bristolian.
First up, they're just sending a fielder, or 2 fielders back now. They've just seen that. They're sending a couple of fielders out to the deep, so fine leg, very fine third. She just turns that one through the covers, and the other fielder that went out, deep cover point coming in to do that fielding. So yeah, very exciting moment for Izzy Patel. Yeah, first look.
One not out with the bat earlier on.
Wow, she came in an impossible situation almost in that last over. Very slingy round arm action, which is always fun. I like seeing that. I like something that's a little bit different. It's always good fun, isn't it?
Yeah, no, they rate her really highly at Storm. She's benefited from the widening of number of contracts being given out.
That's a little bit of a wild one. It's not come out how she intended it to at all, and will be signalled a no ball. So she'll just have to do that one again. Just lost control. That one slipped out of the hand. Little wry smile as well.
Yeah, she's got a big smile. She is that kind of effervescent character. Sophie Luff, her captain, described her as a very funny person. You never know quite what's about to come out of her mouth.
On that occasion, they didn't know what was going to come out of her hand.
Which, yeah, not quite so ideal. Luff described her as so Bristolian.
Well, what defines being Bristolian? Like, how are you more or less Bristolian?
I did ask her this. Just said in the sense that she's someone that always has you laughing.
Well, that is beautifully played. Good work on the boundary, is it? I think that might have actually gone for 4 in the end. It is 4. That's a heap, I think, out there, just unable to clean up. But that was beautifully struck. They did well initially, but that's just one of those things, isn't it? Ball deflected and unable to stop it rolling on.
Yeah, the attempted tag team stop, it was just pushed a bit too far by Chloe Skelton. That was the problem. Well, if she gets out now, Thunder fans will blame me, but I make no apologies. Ellie Frelkeld is again looking in really good touch. Just like on Wednesday at Sale in the Big Roses clash, the Northern Derby.
I promise you're not that powerful. I love you dearly, but you're not that powerful. It's another full toss. Not quite as loose as the previous one from Patel. And she gets away with that one. Her first over for the Storm goes for 9 runs. And the Thunder are 41 for 3, attempting the rebuild in 13 overs with Titania and Threlkeld, I should say, leading the way.
Well, I just said because I said it at Sale, and then she got out, and I had, because of the setup at Sale, very much on sort of on the balcony. A lot of people can actually hear your commentary as you're doing it. The analysts, fellow journalists, even the teams right down below, and quite a lot of people came up to me and said, well, you had to put the mockers on Ellie, didn't you? So I said, well, it's nothing to do with me. I mean, but they were, you know, cricket is an inherently superstitious sport.
It is ridiculous. Well, the last time I saw you was in Scotland, in Edinburgh. Oh, just backed away there. And backed away too far in the end. Couldn't get to the ball. And we're commentating. I got on commentary with one of your colleagues, Andrew Leonard. Ball tossed up and nicely driven. I'll just get past enough for the single. That's about as far as it is. So first run of this over given up by Skelton. So we were at Golden Acre, and I got on commentary with Andrew Leonard, one of your colleagues, on that T20 men's World Cup qualifying tournament. And it was very distracting. That ball's looped up and firmly driven. It's going to beat the fielder, and this is going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot by Threlkeld, who looks in an absolutely lovely touch, just at the time when her team needs her to stand up. Fine shot.
Well, that might be shot of the day for me. That really is. It's a pure cricket shot. A delight. Rachael will be hoping this is the day she goes on with it. And her team really need her to.
Well, how does Skelton respond? She responds by dragging that one down, bowling a bit flatter. This time just going down to long on for a single. We're in a tent and we're commentating. And what happens there is that the fielders are so good. They're on the boundary. They're almost in front of you. And it becomes really difficult to actually speak freely. Tosses this one up. It's aerial but safe. And they will get another single to finish the over. It's the end of 14 overs with 7 coming off Skelton's second. But yes, so we have talking about fielders, and there's standing just a couple of meters away. That does become a little bit distracting.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I just always stick by my golden rule: never say anything you wouldn't say to a player's face, and then you're always fine. But yeah, here's the Manhattan. There's 3 early wickets. You can see for Thunder the problem. But yes, I do know what you're talking about, particularly if you might be making a constructive criticism of the fielding team. There's a bit of you that is aware that they are right there.
Well, Andrew Leonard was talking about which players. As they play for a single, yeah, he was talking about who he thought was handsome. Now, that was like not that discussion there where it becomes anything that you want to talk about when there are players standing in front of you about them or their teammates.
Yeah. Just all the things I was expecting you to say were being discussed. It was not that.
I certainly didn't bring it up.
Patel in her second over, hunting her first ever Storm wicket. Proudly from Bristol, charging in with an awkward slingy action.
On Miss Field, that's 4 runs. It was a good diving attempt, but it was beautifully struck. Another boundary coming up. The recovery is being well and truly led by Threlkeld. She's been outstanding, and that is just another one to the collection of fine shots she has played today.
Yeah, Datani happily doing the right thing by just sitting in alongside Threlkeld, who looks in full flow here. She just nibbles that one away for a well-judged quick single. Even a direct hit, she would have made it. She's a good scamperer, Threlkeld. Good runner.
And she's done a great job so far. You think of the trouble that her side was in. She's already moved to a runnable 26. And remember, that run rate was, it's down around 2 and over. And we were talking about how it could very easily creep up to 7 or 8 very quickly. But she's going along at a strike rate of 100, and that's helping keep her side in it. So if these two can stay out there, Datani is taken a lot longer to get going, 11 off 37. But important thing is that she stays there with Threlkeld. Nicely driven again, beats the fielder, Datani. And another diving attempt is unsuccessful on the rope. So that is another boundary, a second of the over, one to finish the over from Patel. It's just been a little bit expensive. They've decided to take on the youngster in a first game. And 58 for 3 now. So the 50 coming up in that over. And 15 overs gone, and all of a sudden, this rebuild's starting to look quite effective.
Yeah, when you think that these two came together at 17 for 3 midway through the 8th over. Now Datani has her first boundary. Threlkeld's found the rope on 5 occasions and has almost half the runs in the innings. Facing up to Skelton, another impressive young spinner. Very technically correct cover drive from Rachael. Field changing now. Long on going out. Skelton Storm's top wicket taker this season. And trying to test out Rachael again in a good spot. Skelton with 14 wickets. Just a tickle under 30. And an economy rate of 5.2. Gives that one a bit more flight. Again, Rachael can only pick out a fielder in the ring. Just building the dots. Oh, the tempter.
Yeah, we saw it was really spin that was successful for the Thunder when they were bowling in the first innings.
Turned away. Well, there was some vague appeals, direct hit, but even from here we can see that the Tani have made her ground. Good running, and that is the end of the over. It's a maiden from Skelton's viewpoint, but there is one on the board through that leg by 59 for 3 off 16.
Well, yeah, and you see we're finding the pads there. Skelton very miserly with her 3 overs, just the 8 runs coming from it. So Patel, we saw just being a little bit expensive. She's gone for 19 off her 2 overs. So might just be interesting to see how long they persevere with her at this point. She's going to get another over now. But spin certainly seems to have been the most successful mode and discipline here at Old Trafford today. End of the season, news track. Not necessarily easy for batting.
Yeah, they've got plenty of spin to work with. For now, keeping going with Patel. So that's played away through backward point. And you can understand why, because there's always going to be an element of nerves in those first couple of overs in a professional cricket setting as a 17-year-old.
But she hasn't been tonked.
No.
At all.
Just hit out to deep cover. Yeah, I guess there's ways of going for 19 off 2, and it's maybe if it was a lot of wides, you know, an over's taking 9, 10 attempted deliveries, it's a different conversation. But the danger is if you were to bring someone off after those 2 overs, their confidence is going to be really low for when you might bring them back later on. So I totally see why Sophie Luff is backing that Izzy Patel can ease her way into this.
Be terrific for her if she has a good over here.
So that's out to deep cover. The other thing that's not making it easy for her is she's got an action that has quite a low margin of error because of that sidearm release point. So you only need a small bit of the mechanics to go wrong either way. And then you're bowling to a left and right hand combination. And that's suboptimal. That's tough. Chuck in the pressure of a game like this and what it means to her.
She's got a lot of protection out on the leg side. And it's the double bluff.
Yeah, cut by Rachael. I mean, I guess it's one of those where Luff also just wants to protect her a bit from further damage. Got 2 very, very different batters in Datani and Rachael, but similar fields. They've got 3 out in front of square on the leg side, just in front of square leg, and then deep mid wicket and a long on. And again, Rachael is all too content to take 1. That being said, he's running the first one hard just to try and put a sense of pressure on Sophia Smale.
Just the 4 singles off this over, so if she can get out of this one with maybe just a dot ball or a single, then that you will feel that will be great for her confidence after the first couple of overs being a bit more expensive.
Nicely bowled by Patel. That's a really good Yorker to finish off that over, which does concede 4. 63 for 3 of 17, and will give her something of a confidence boost, helping to justify her captain's decision to keep her on.
Yeah, and good captaincy too, just to show faith in the teenager in her first match. Always going to be a few nerves. Talking about Mahika Gore, and when she was playing here in that first game, she was quite expensive. And that's always the thing, isn't it? With so many young players coming in, making their debuts. And it is a huge moment for them as well.
Full toss. Poor delivery, and Ditani will be really frustrated because she's smacked that out to deep mid-wicket on the bounce.
Could not have placed it better for the fielder, unfortunately for her, because that one was there to be put away.
Driven by Rachael for 1. Rachael didn't really good touch, but has looked comfortably Thunder's most fluent bat by a distance so far. But that doesn't in any way criticise the role of Ditani. There's sometimes a huge amount of value in just finding a way to stay there.
Wow, we saw that with Smale earlier today, didn't we? Who didn't necessarily always look to be finding the runs easily, but hung around and ended up getting herself to a half century that was incredibly valuable for the Storm.
Worked away by Ditani for 1. Now, I mentioned earlier on about this trend of Thunder getting bowled out. They got bowled out in their first game here this season, lost by 131 runs to Stars. They got bowled out when they faced Storm in game 2, lost by 6 wickets. Then there was a game abandoned. Game that was tied against the Sparks, they got bowled out. And in none of those first 3 I've just mentioned did they make it to 250. Then they had another no result against the Sunrisers. Then they got bowled out 29 runs short against the Sparks. Then there was a tied game. It was the first time all season they didn't get bowled out. And as the 50 partnership comes up, hence the applause. Ditani does well to dig that one out. Then they had the tie game against the Vipers, as mentioned, where they lost 8 in the tie. It was 262 for 8, plays identically 262 for 8, 67 for 3 off 18 as that over comes to a close. Then they had the game, the derby against the Diamonds, where they did win that one by 6 wickets. So, of course, they didn't get bowled out. 2 more matches abandoned, a 6-wicket win again in a run chase against the South East Stars. Then they got bowled out against the Southern Vipers, and they got bowled out against the Diamonds. So it has been a real theme of the campaign when you go through it. It's been more often than not, they have lost all 10 wickets. As here comes Patel, looking to build on that good over that went for 4. And that's a good aggressive bit of running, taking a single to short fine leg. Ditani was making her ground so quickly that the danger end became the bowler's end, but Rachael was always comfortable enough.
Mentioned that 50 partnership coming up between Threlkeld and Ditani. It's off just 64 balls, which shows you how well they've done.
Nicely bowled by Patel.
Coming together, 3 wickets down, all sorts of trouble, but to be able to rebuild but do so proactively and at a reasonably sprightly click is terrific work by these 2 in the middle.
Poor delivery and absolutely smashed away. That's nearly gone out for 6 to the longest part of the boundary from Naomi Ditani, who's been playing second fiddle to Ellie Threlkeld, but a player of her high class just was not going to miss out on a gift like this.
It was a gift, and as you mentioned, with that slingy sidearm action, the margin for error is very small, and she just got it completely wrong on that occasion. A couple of the senior players coming to have a chat, which is good. And but follows it up with a wide. So just losing her radar a little bit is Patel. Might come and just have a couple of words with her again, just settle and make sure that she knows it's all okay.
That one's down leg, and Ditani absolutely loves the sweep and puts it to very good use there. So suddenly worrying signs for Storm, great ones for Thunder as Ditani begins to accelerate as well, her second boundary of the over.
And again, we see skipper coming up, having a couple of words with the young charge. Might be time to give her a little bit of a spell after this one. Yeah, pat on the back, just trying to make sure that she's okay. But it is an expensive over.
Just nibbled away by Ditani.
Yeah, she's just straying down the leg side a little bit too regularly. It's easy runs to pick off for this pair who are so experienced. And they'll be looking specifically to target her as well. They don't care that it's her first game. She might be a few nerves. It's not their problem.
Absolutely not. We'll have to re-bowl that one as well. Yeah, this is ruthless professional sport. And quite frankly, if you're a Thunder supporter watching this, you'd be disappointed if they weren't. The only reason they might care is there's all the more reason to think that they might target her. Just turned away by Rachael, just touching it away. Didn't try and hit this one at all, just dropped the bat onto it. And that is the touch of a player in fine, fine form. The over is a big, big over in the context of a game like this. It goes for 16. 4 coming off the last there from a very clever bit of batting. And that has suddenly rocketed Thunder up to being, with the run rate almost at 4.5 and over, and bringing that required run rate down below 5.5.
Well, yeah, they need 168 off 186. Now that, if you'd looked at that a little while ago, with 3 wickets down, if this pair can stay out there and keep the pressure on, they're giving themselves a pretty good chance. The Thunder?
Tiny sweeps as she loves to, but has only got a bit on this one. Straight to short, fine leg. Throws wide of the keeper, but the backing up's good.
That's what I love about the 50 over format as well. The ability to have time to rebuild and regroup and ebb and flow.
Oh, well bowled! That's them appealing to umpire Ben Peveril, who's unmoved.
Was it going down leg side? It's difficult to tell from the angle where we are up here, but might be able to see.
Yeah, we're sort of at short, fine leg on the 45 for the right-hander when the bowling's coming from the Jimmy Anderson end. Kind
with
of a
the keeper in the
with the
way.
keeper in the way. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So forgive us for not particularly pontificating about LBWs, because from this end it's even tougher, at least when it's from the Brian Statham end, where it is sort of deep long off for the right-hander. Oh, Ditani again has to keep out. A good ball from Skelton.
Yeah, she's really targeting those stumps in this over.
It's very easy to see why she's been their top wicket taker in this format this season. Taken 14, and well, Thunder will hope not and counting, but there is certainly time to add more, bettering the 10 that she managed in just 4 games last season when she somewhat burst onto the scene. Tani straight at extra cover, completes a good tidy over from Skelton, and that was important after the momentum that went Thunder's way when Patel's one went for 16, and Patel has, unsurprisingly, having conceded 16 from that over come off. 83 for 3 off 20.
Yeah, maiden over for Skelton. She's been outstanding. But again, a spin from what has happened today has looked to be the most effective mode. So it's not what we're going to get just yet from this end. But just a really important over there, because this pair, as we see Lane coming into the attack, this pair just were so impressive. Datani and Threlkeld just looked to be turning the game back towards Thunder's way and just putting the brakes on a little bit there. But 20 overs in, 83 for 3, 2 set batters.
Now this is fascinating as well, because Gemma Lane is still very much building her way into this Storm team.
First ball's just pulled away firmly, and that's going to go all the way for 4. So continuing with the seam bowling just means more runs at the moment for the Thunder.
Well, that's going to make me look like I'm just saying this now, but she's wicketless in this competition this season. She's bowled 12 overs that have gone for 85 at 7 and over. So my suspicion is Thunder might be inclined to target her as well, just like they did successfully against Patel.
Oh, she's beaten the fielder again there. That's a lovely cut shot. Another 4 back-to-back boundaries for Threlkeld, and she is racing along now towards her half century. And the turning to young seamers is just making things a little bit tricky for the Storm after such a strong start.
Well, my suspicion is what Luff wants to do is try and keep spin and seam as a pair of combinations. It's just not quite working at the moment. Luff having a chat with Lane, who's really under the pump here. She's gone for 8 off her first 2 balls.
They're just sending a deep mid-wicket. They've got 2, one at deep square leg and one at deep mid-wicket on the leg side. Oh, it's full and floaty, and it's wide, and it's going to leak runs as well. Luckily, there is a fielder running around from fine legs, so prevents the ball from going to the boundary. But a little bit of a shaky start for Lane here. It's 10 runs from the over so far and only 2 legitimate deliveries.
Now that Tatani's on strike, it's fascinating to see if she will be inclined to be just as aggressive as Threlkeld was.
Oh, swipes across the line. It's all the way along the ground. Deep square leg running in. They'll get a single.
And that's good batting from Datani. Just sensing that Threlkeld's on. Get her back on strike.
Well, Datani is 29 off 55. Threlkeld 43 off 42. So she is the one doing the damage. Nice straight drive, but can't get past the field.
Ellie Threlkeld, who it would mean so much to carry away a win to finish the season, particularly as her partnership with head coach Paul Shaw comes to an end as captain coach.
Nice tucked away. They've run that first one very hard, but it's not going to bring them a second on this occasion. Still don't mind that. Love seeing them run a first hard, just in case there's a little misfield somewhere and they can suddenly sneak a second one. So these last few balls have been much better for Lane after going for boundaries off her first 2. She's got the opportunity to close out this over. Oh, but she's strayed down the leg side. There's width. It's short, and it's pulled firmly for another boundary. Lovely shot from Datani it is on that occasion, I'm sorry. Just a powerful pull. 4 runs coming at the end of the over. 16 from Lane's first over and 99 for 3 now. This is a really good period of rebuild and now attack from the Thunder.
Yeah, 2 consecutive overs from our end of the ground, the Brian Statham men, that have gone for exactly 16. One of those from Izzy Patel, now one from Gemma Lane. There's a maiden in between. So you could just see there, Wilson and Luff, the Western Storm Brains Trust, are having a bit of a chat about what to do here and where to go with their bowling options, because they've got something of a headache.
Well, yeah, I just wonder what other spin options they've got that they could use from this end, because it's the spinners that have been hard to score off all day. As we see Skelton continue, get a single first up. But even we saw early when that brings up the 100, by the way, that single, 100 for 3. Gosh, that's a really good effort when you think of where they were, the Thunder. Terrific work by Threlkeld and Datani. 100 coming in 127 balls. Even when you think early on when the Thunder were bowling, Tara Norris was a bit expensive as well. And we saw the Thunder bowl Liv Bell 10 overs on the trot. That was really working for them. So I'll just be interested to see if Luff continues, wants to give Lane a second over again, confidence. Press forward, but you see this over, it just feels like such a difference from either end with spin and seam.
Yeah, you would be looking to, your core would be Skelton, Roberts, Griffiths, Smell and Harvey. And in short, I mean, you asked about other spin options. They've really got 2 core spin options. And the one defence that I can think for Luff is that what she was looking to do, is Shaka just turns one away for 1, is try and not have them both on at the same time. Try and, in fact, keep them apart. Try and have spin and seam, a bit more variety, and then there's spin throughout the piece because it's a turning track.
That's the final ball of Skelton's over, and again another tight one, only 3 coming from it. So she's none for 15 after 6 overs. I guess the problem is, as you see, 102 for 3 after 22. The problem is that Skelton's building all the pressure from one end, and then in the last 3 overs from the other end, it's just been nothing but release. So it's not building any sustained pressure to really threaten this partnership at the moment. That could change, of course. In fact, I think we are going to see a change in the bowling.
And that also is the nature that comes with the decision that they made in terms of, they left out Alex Griffiths. They left out their second highest wicket taker all season, not available. Well, say left out, not available is actually better use of the word in the circumstances, but not playing, and you're taking away one of your most dependable bowling options.
We see Sophia Smale come back in now. Figures of 2 for 5. Left armour, can she make a difference? First ball just punched down to deep cover point for a single. So 2 for 6 now. She was outstanding earlier on. And now we see the squeeze from both ends. Difficulty in scoring, bottle up these 2. Another single, but that's okay.
And it's tricky though, because Thunder have a bit of an embarrassment of riches with bowling. They always have quite a lot of bowling options. You wouldn't really say this Western Storm team have got an obvious sixth choice to throw someone the ball to, and so they've probably got to get ideally 10 overs each out of both Patel and Lane at some point.
Big shout, not interested. Caught behind. Well, yeah, that's interesting. That's why I ask you, because I'm not sure of what the options are. But for me now, if they've got this squeeze, it's huge for them to break this partnership, because it's already got to the point where it's threatening to bring the game straight back towards the Thunder's way.
So to give you an idea, the next best potential option might be Niamh Holland, who's bowled 13 overs in this competition this season, gone wicketless and conceded 10 and over.
That is...
Yep.
It's full, well fielded off her own bowling by Smale.
But, you know, if there was ever a game to give youngsters an opportunity, this is probably it.
That's the other side of it as well, isn't it? Well placed, at least trying out the youngsters in a game. At the end of the day, it's not really going to make any difference to the season, as we see Smale, good return for her first over back into the attack. At least, you know, then for next season, you've got a couple of players who have had that experience out there in the middle, and it will do them well for next year when they're playing in games that might have more impact on how a season is going to go altogether.
Hello to you at home. Hope you're enjoying the
Keep forgetting
coverage.
the cameras there. It's scaring me. No one told me there was going to be a camera.
Hope you're
Would have brushed my hair.
You're next to me, Mel. You're only going to look good next to this face for radio. You can't even finish saying that. No, yeah. Should be an exciting finish here, because although Datani and Froghill might look good now, Thunder have had an unfortunate capacity to lose wickets in clumps this season. They've also brought us plenty of drama. 2 ties, which you don't get that very often across a campaign. Very strange looking record. 2 wins, 2 ties, 4 abandonments or no results, and 5 losses. Sort of sounds like a bit like a cricketing version of that joke of a so-and-so, so-and-so, and so-and-so walked into a public house. You know. Well, you can actually split it up even more. They've had 3 matches abandoned that did start, and 1 that was a no result without play.
Well, that was that nasty start to the summer. We're having all sorts of fielding changes at the moment. They're sprinting across the field like ants just before the rain arrives. They're suddenly scattering in all directions.
I'm going to trust you on your ant-based knowledge.
We've had spiders and ants and all sorts today.
Yeah, cricket commentary does sort of lend itself to that kind of chatter, as Frelkel looks to press on 3 short of her half-century. She won't get any closer here, though.
Well, she won't, because Skelton has just been so tight. She's been relentless from the James Anderson end.
Hit nicely by Frelkel down the ground to long on. Now, they'll have done their analytics, and I know the Thunder analyst, who certainly did his and passed on to the players, they'll be all too aware that Skelton is Storm's top wicket taker, and they've played her in a way that reflects that respect. And they'll definitely have a little eye as a tick box on if they can get through these last 3 overs or so of her, knowing that there might be better scoring options elsewhere. As Datani is watchful. You do sense that if they bat the 50 overs, they probably win the game.
Oh, well played. What was played so late and deftly. That's going to run all the way for 4. That was really lovely shot.
Yeah, it's just a graze, really. Just the tiniest graze. Knew that there was a backward point, but a backward point not far backward of point, and that was her angle. That was her spot boundary to end the 24th, 112 for 3.
Just played it so late, but just got a bat on it quite quickly late, if that makes sense.
Yeah, almost sort of plays this one out of the keeper's gloves. It's right deep in the crease, the point of contact, and it's often people talk about playing spin, and people always talk about getting down the pitch, meeting it on the half volley, showing intent. And a lot of coaches, they say to me that people forget that you can go back as well, and how important that is, using the full range of that crease. That's a great example from Datani.
Well, we'll see what Smale can do. She tosses the first one up, but it's strayed down the leg side, swept beautifully. There is protection down there, a deep backward square running around. And that brings up the 50 for Ellie Threlkeld of 54 balls, and she has been absolutely outstanding. Came to the crease with a side in all sorts of trouble, and she's been aggressive. She's played with a bit of style, a bit of panache, and above all, responsibility.
Great knot. Walked out at 17 for 3. Now has her second 50 over half century this season. And I mentioned just how good she looked on Wednesday, and we've seen it. We've seen it once more.
You were right.
It's nice to
always trust.
Broken clock is right twice a day. Straight out into the covers. But you know what? I'm really pleased for her, because, and I did this, and then afterwards I was like, actually, I was meaning that as a nicing, and I'm not sure it came. Well, I think it was fine. But I came and just quickly chatted to Ellie after the loss in the Northern Derby, the Roses match. That's not the Roses match on Wednesday. Amongst other things, just to say, really well kept, but really well batted. You were on it, you know, and you got to a very good catch, and that can happen sometimes. So that was played back by Datani. It sort of came and said this, had a brief chat, and as soon as I said that, she kind of just gave me this look of like, thanks. And it was like she knew, and she'll be so satisfied with that knock today, but only if it's in a winning cause, such as her nature. Inside out, little flying cover drive, good tumbling stop.
Yeah, excellent bit of fielding. With Datani, just quietly, has really started motoring along as well, and she's not far behind her. She's 41 of 67. Half century looming.
It's been a very Naomi Datani innings. You can see why this is someone with more than 2,000 domestic runs. End of the 25th. Smell with 2 for 11 off 7. 115 for 3 off 25 at drinks. Now, one fascinating dynamic here, as Storm will use this time to regroup, and the... Sorry, that's just completely killed me. The banana used as a telephone. That's a solid way for me to lose whatever drinks-based current analysis of the game I was going to give you, as the telephone, also known as the banana, is set to be distributed to one of the two Thunder batters. Oh, sometimes the little things in life.
Instructions coming via banana phone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just dial it in and see if anyone's at the other end of the line.
And might be a fruitful message.
Goodness sake. If you have any more banana puns, you know where to send them. At Thunder Crick, Thunder CRIC. As we die of laughter. At Melinda Farrell, next to me. At this is Mechanic.
Sorry.
So we're just having a banana telephone-based moment. At This Is McCann, MCCANN. Let us know your best banana-related puns. I've got nothing else. It's about to make a pertinent, serious analytical
I'm sure our
point,
audience
and I have no...
I'm sorry. I'm sure our audience has had a skinful.
Okay, yeah. Oh, I'm gone.
Look,
well,
they think it's funny.
They think it's funny as well.
They're listening.
I'm not sure if they are listening or
Okay.
not, but they've seen the camera. Oh, dear. Dear, oh, dear.
I'm sure they think we're very appealing.
Oh, God. It's completely... I'm so glad we got a drinks break. We've got 2 minutes before some actual meaningful cricket happens, and we just sound like we're laughing over the cricket. Oh, you are on the right stream, and the audio has been synced correctly. If you are just joining us wondering what's going on. It's great to see some youngsters enjoying the cricket. 115 for 3, needing 251 to win. And after all of that, well, maybe it is a banana telephone because it's not being eaten. Rachael and Ditani are having a big chat. Maybe that actually is how the dressing room instructions came. Maybe it is all more fool us, because that genuinely was how Paul Shaw, he said, you know what, it's my final game as coach. And one of the innovations I want to bring in just before I go is seeing if I can actually just relay the instructions via the 12, via a banana phone. Oh dear, it was one young fan's very embarrassed to be on camera. Oh, that's Shachi Pai as well, I think. I'm pretty sure he was reluctant to be seen there.
Just noticing the hoodies are out. Must be a bit chilly out there.
I think I spotted Mahika Gaul there.
Was that Mahika Gaul?
I was definitely Shachi Pai.
I thought it looked a bit like her as well. That's not Mahika Gaul.
This jinx fake is only getting stranger.
Unless Mahika Gaul has grown a wonderful,
it's turned into Gandalf.
Beautiful flowing beard.
Oh my goodness me.
Flittering in the breeze.
So Ellie Rachael has got to just recompose herself, and
she's got to compose it.
Well,
we need to compose ourselves.
Well, I was only going to say it in the sense of the skipper Rachael, because that's a weird one where drinks comes, and as the batting team, obviously in one sense you get the hydration, this and that, modern day electrolytes, we know this, but just from a momentum sense of the game, that's probably a good break for Storm. Partnership at 98. They've put on 98 in 17 and a half overs, so they've gone almost a run a ball. Now, do they keep going? That's the big question for them. They're two key spinners on a turning track of Skelton, and then at the other end, Smell. Well, they're going to keep going with Skelton. And I wonder whether Rachael and Ditani, there's just a bit of them thinking that if they can keep out the next 6 overs or so, if it's spin at both ends and they're both bowled out, they'll fancy themselves to get what's needed off the seam attack. Cut straight at point, fielded by Corney, who batted very impressively earlier on.
It'd be interesting to have a look at the worm, because remember when we looked at it quite early in the innings?
Yeah.
Way behind.
Rachael again can only pick out Corney at point.
Just feels, just at that, halfway point, 115, needing 136 off 147. If you look at the DLS figure, their pass score at the moment, it's saying 114, 115 off 3. That's often an indicator, isn't it, of just sort of where it's poised.
Rachael goes to sweep, gets herself in a slightly awkward position because she was early on it, dribbles through to the keeper. Katie Jones has been quietly impressive behind the stumps. Oh, that's gone through the legs, but won't cost Storm anything. End of the over, well backed up, and a maiden from Skelton is keeping things very tight. That required run rate still under control though, particularly thanks to how profitable Thunder were against the seamers. 26 gone, 115 for 3. Worth giving her a proper introduction as well. I know chatting to Sophie Luff, she's saying she's one of the most exciting young players coming through in that part of the world. Katie Jones behind the stumps. Come through in the Gloucestershire setup as well, promoted to the seniors this season. I'm told in the words of her skipper that she is ultra competitive. Apparently Monopoly on the bus gets spiky, I'm told. It's not sort of, just a bit of pottering around with building some houses and assembling some mini kingdoms as you do on Monopoly. If Katie Jones is around, then Monopoly is as important as the cricket itself. Which typical wicketkeeper in that sense. No gnarly. You need a bit of that in a team.
They're often quite chirpy, aren't they?
Yeah.
Wicketkeepers by nature. I always think they're probably the most annoying person in the team.
His smell.
In the nicest possible way.
I was waiting
It's
for you
their
to...
job.
Yeah.
It's their job.
Absolutely. Be a pest to the opposition. As Ditani hits that straight to point. So you can sure as heck guarantee that if you land on one of her houses on Monopoly, and you might be out of money or needing a bargaining plea or to do some kind of deal, you'll be getting no sympathy from Katie Jones. Ditani again. And pick out extra cover. Good pressure just quietly building here. Maiden in the previous over. Smell starting to build the dots. That goes back to what I suspected. This drinks break could work out quite well for Storm. All bells whipped off. Ditani's back foot was in. Wided, of course.
But I like this. This is what I was saying before. That they need to try and break this partnership. It's all well and good keeping spinners up your sleeve for later on, but they just weren't building consistent pressure from both ends, and that's exactly what they're doing now. Bringing in to play the possibility of a wicket as this pressure builds.
That's a good shot from Ditani. It goes to the right of mid-off. Means Corney has to get round, and the partnership reaches 100. It's an 100 partnership, which when you consider that these two came together in the middle of the 8th over, is a remarkable recovery. They have put on exactly 100, and it comes up off 115 deliveries. Very well batted by both of these two.
And they've turned it into, from being a recovery into being a real offensive.
Well, of course, it was an offensive against the seamers to the point where it has forced Sophie Luff to completely rejig how she plays her hand. And you would say that it stores up something of an issue for later. It is going all in on now, and she has to because they need a wicket. That gets just to the right of extra cover. They want to, but not going to get to. Good quick release out there by Neve Holland. Long on. And that is 27 gone, 118 for free. Long old day for Neve Holland, unless in slightly unlikely circumstances she gets the bowlers. Can have a bit of a look at action elsewhere. There's been something of a batting collapse that's going to have big ramifications in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy this season, because South East Stars posted 283 for 7 in Birmingham, powered by 97 from Bryony Smith and 61 from the very consistent opening wicketkeeper back here at Chatley. And in reply, Central Sparks 83 for 5. The skeleton continues. Rachael can't find a single there. A lot of that innings now hinging on Maddie Green, who's 27 not out. Raina McDonald-Gay, the promising youngster, has 2 wickets, as does Alice Davidson-Richards. So Rachael just kind of dabs this almost, knows that there's nobody behind square on the offside. So chase is needed coming round, and they get 2. So bar a miraculous comeback and win there, South East Stars are going to win that game. It looks like it can all change, and that would mean that they would guarantee a top 3 finish, and then they would be looking across what goes on between the Blaze and the Vipers with interest. Now, South East Stars can't finish top, because even if they win today, they'll be short of the Blaze's points total, but they would book their spot in that eliminator. That Stars versus Sparks game was effectively a quarter-final to get into the semi-final of the eliminator, and you win that, you're in the final. So that's well stopped in the covers. The only way the Northern Diamonds or Sunrisers could sneak in from 5th or 6th was if there was no play possible between the Stars and the Sparks. So long as the game was completed one way or another, it would be one of those two to take a spot in the top 3. Rachael just works this away, and that does bring one nicely onto what is going on between Vipers and the Blaze. Blaze only need to avoid a big defeat to get top, but they are in a little bit of trouble, chasing 289 to win. They're 143 for 5. Catherine Bryce joined by Teresa Graves. Required run rate almost up to 7 there. Well, a delivery like that will help the required run rate here. It's a full bunger, but Datani will feel like she's missed out a bit. Smashes it out to long on the bounce and just stands there for a second as if to say, how have I managed to do that? The worst ball of Skelton's spell. It's still only gone for a single, but they've taken 4 and she's only got 1 left. I mentioned top wicket taker for them this season. I want to see her off 122 for 3 off 28.
Just a nice little note from our Hypercost about the partnership between Threlkeld and Datani. Thunder's first century partnership in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy this season.
It's a great stat, as it always is from that account. It's one that someone that's followed Thunder pretty closely doesn't surprise me too much, only because of what I've mentioned earlier. In 7 of the 9 matches they've actually played this season, where it hasn't been rain affected or shortened or not finished because of the rain, or they've not even batted because of the rain. In 7 of the 9 completed innings, is the best way to sum it up, they've been bowled out. So that just reflects a batting lineup that hasn't quite clicked to say they've liked. Now this is fascinating. They are going back to seam, and they're going back to their opening bowler Molly Robbins, who they'd have preferred to probably save for later on in the piece, but they have to bring her back now because of the need for a wicket.
Well, not just the need for a wicket, but the need not to leak runs. And if they're running out of spin options, they've got a couple of very young seamers who have come on and been boshed about for a few. So it just shows you how this partnership is working on so many different levels, because not only are they getting runs, they're really messing with the Storm's plans.
Full toss, real loosener from Robbins. Deep cover does well coming around just to keep it to 1. 1 for a maiden and none for 26 from her 6 before the start of this over. Robin Smale has just a couple of overs left. Skelton has 1, and as mentioned before, Storm probably suffering a little bit from not necessarily having an obvious 6th option to turn to. You compare that to the Thunder, who used 7 different bowling options.
Oh, lovely straight drive. Just beats the fielder at long off all the way to the boundary. What a lovely shot that was.
One of the best from Threlkeld. The 2nd straight drive she's played for 4 today. This one probably sort of halfway between a straight and an off drive, and he's looking very good in that V. Indeed, right the way around the ground, Threlkeld. She'll be eyeing taking this run chase all the way home on her shoulders. Gets this away through fine leg. Only for 1 though. Threlkeld races along to 60. My goodness me, does she look in some nick. She's at her joint highest score in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy this season, matching the runnable 60 that she got against the Vipers in match 7. That was a tie. Datani this time rotates. Now I know that after that game, and it's not the only game this season where they've been in a run chase, and she's got out and then they haven't gone on to win it. That game they tied. There's been others where she's got out, like at Sale on Wednesday, having looked good, making a 31, and then has had to watch as they've lost. That will be on her mind in wanting to take this all the way, take it deep. Another nice looking straight drive. And it's a good quick single. Even with the left-handed throw of Smale, when she's on the ground like that, there should always be 1. And indeed there was. So 8 coming off the over. 130 for 3 off 29. Really solid accumulation this from Thunder. We'll be quietly content with the position they're in. They are behind the rate, but We were talking about that worm. You can see the gap has closed significantly.
Well, you look at that start that they got off to, those 3 early wickets, but since then it has just slowed down a little bit now. You can see they had that period of catching up. Well, that was when they had the young seamers on Patel and Lane to feast on, as they did. Now it's just a real struggle to see who can get on top of this period.
Just turned away by Rachael, nicely into the gap. Now that ball is a classic example of where it possibly does, if you have a glance up, look like there's a square leg in because of the umpire's jackets. There is no fielder anywhere near the umpire at square leg because there was a deep backward square leg and there was a deep mid-wicket. Going back to what we were saying earlier, if you keep an eye on how the umpire's dressed, not a million miles apart on some levels. And before people, I know what people can be like on Twitter or X, whatever. We're not saying they are literally exactly the same. We are aware of that.
Do you know, it's when you look from the side, like we're looking from side on, where you see the sleeve, and it looks more similar from there.
Tani with a flowing drive for none.
I think particularly with a female umpire sporting a long ponytail and a cap, I definitely.
Are you
see
saying that when we'll come back to that. Or really flighted, that's the lollipop ball from Skelton. That's the ball of a spinner with 3 balls left in their spell, who does not want to end up economical but wicketless. Knows the importance of a wicket. You were suggesting when I went out to keep an eye on the coin toss and have a little natter with the captain's umpire, I should have told Grace Banbury to chop her hair off for the purposes of making our lives easier, Mel Farrell. Lots of flight for Rachael. Waits for it nicely, and that's managed to get through backward point. Not sure whether it took an awkward bounce, but what's for sure is that will be disappointing for Storm, and Thunder all too happy to accept the gift of another boundary.
And that won't please Skelton. Just perhaps not getting into position, but maybe a little bit of an awkward kick up. But she won't be happy because, as you said, she's wicketless. She's being economical. She doesn't want to give away any 4s.
Rachael just targeting 1, but can only find Sophie Luff. Some dilemmas to think about as Luff puts an arm around the shoulder of Skelton. He gets a deserved round of applause from the Storm coaching staff in front of us. Wicketless off her 10 though. She's only gone for 31, but I would suggest if at mid-innings you told Thunder that Storm's top wicket taker in the competition this season would go wicketless, albeit only going for 31, particularly given Thunder's struggles with the bat and getting bowled out, Thunder would actually see that as a mini win, I think.
And you could see there actually a few of her teammates came up and patted her on the back then, gave her a little high five just to reassure her, and that just underlines, I think she's probably really disappointed. She's bowled really, really well. But perhaps there's also this sense of, right, where are they going to turn to for their wicket-taking options right now? At the moment, it's with Robbins. So over the wicket, pulled firmly, this one by Datani. They'll just get the single.
So a lot of teams talk these days about these 50-over games of effectively turning it into a T20. Which doesn't always quite literally work on some levels. Fielding restriction differences, number of overs a bowler can bowl. So it's not an exact science. But at the start of this over, it's 114 to win off 20 overs with 2 set bats and 7 wickets in hand. Now, caveating that with Thunder not quite being what they want to be at times with the bat this campaign, it's firmly ball in their court, you'd say.
It's certainly doable, you would say. Oh, that's a big shout. It was full, and the attempted sweep is missed by Datani. It wasn't. It was more of a strangled shout. It wasn't fully convincing. Well, if you had said they were going to be 138 for 3 when they were, what, 17 for 3, was it? Or 18 for 3?
17 for 3
yeah.
midway through the 8th over.
Yeah. you would take that. Ah, that's nicely played. There is a fielder in the deep. And they're going to come back comfortably for 2 runs. Good running between the wicket, particularly by Threlkeld, who was out of the gate very quickly.
Yeah, Threlkeld is very good at, and that was a great example of it, the scamperage.
The interesting bit is going to come with, well, Robbins here has 2.2 overs left as they burgle another run there. Is when do they have to turn back to Patelin Lane as Datani raises her bat. It's been a fine 50 in support of Threlkeld. She's come off 83 balls with 5 boundaries in there as well. And she has been a fine foil for Threlkeld. This pair really bringing the home side back into the contest when they looked all but down and out.
Her first 50 for Thunder in this competition.
Oh, that's really well played. Perfect placement. Another 4 for Threlkeld. She's just opening up now. Brilliant batting. Again, just knowing that there was no one there behind deep square leg. So she whipped it round. She's just batted beautifully all the way through. So the end of 31 overs, 145 for 3. Threlkeld now 71 off 77, and Datani reaching her half century in that over as well. And a difficulty here now for the Western Storm is managing their bowling stocks. And Skelton is bowled out. Can't use any of those pigeons, I'm afraid, against playing regulations.
This is the kind of insights you get from us.
It's going to be...
The pigeons can't bowl.
No, they can't, but Corney can. Some might have said that was a very corny joke, but in fact, Emma Corney.
Yeah, this is something of a gamble. As we said, turning to anyone who's 6th choice option for Storm. She's got a big smile on her face, a couple of taps on the back from Captain Luff, and the 19-year-old is going to give it a go. Very much better known for her batting. Now, she will feel confident just in the sense that she batted very well, a 56 ball 50, going on to make 53 off 64. With her part-timers, we'll try and see if she can be the difference here, if she can buy a wicket. They wouldn't even necessarily mind if a couple of her leggies go to the boundary, if she could just find a way through. Well, that is not an encouraging start. It's a double bouncer.
Yeah, that one wasn't really the best start, but that's better. And in fact,
wow.
She just gets a little top edge, the ball ballooning up off the top of...
We've all seen that wicket before.
Oh. Maybe this is a gamble that could pay off. Some encouraging signs. That one's dragged down, though, and put away. Is it going to go all the way? Yes, it is. Dive out in the outfield. Can't stop it, so boundary to Datani. Just having the top edge. You always know when a leggy comes in, something's going to happen, one way or the other. We've already had a double bunger. We've had the ball coming a little leading edge, and now we've had a boundary. So
this could be anything. But that's part of the game. That's why they brought on Emma Corney. No pressure on the 19-year-old, really.
Oh, looped up on the full. Gets away with it. Time to get a single.
It's a tricky one for Threlkeld and Datani, only in the sense that you've really got to keep your concentration here. You've got something very unorthodox coming down at you. These leggies that kind of bit of a grenade style thing in terms of the loop and the flight on them. 150 up. with that single.
Also, no one wants to get out to a part-timer.
Absolutely not. Particularly a set top order bat.
Oh, again, a little bit aerial. It's on the up, but I'll get a single. Possibly of all the ridiculous things that happened during the men's Ashes series. And there were a lot of ridiculous things. One of my favourites was seeing Harry Brook bowling and being treated with so much respect by the Australians because they didn't want to get out to him. Oh, it's full loopy and spanked away through the covers. They'll just get the single though. And that is the end of Corney's over. So 7 runs coming from it. Certainly felt eventful. Like anything could happen, and it's now less than 100 required.
So I was actually working on commentary on a lashings game at Harry Brook's club where he started out, Burley and Wharfdale. His uncle still plays a very, very good bat.
He does. His grandma goes and watches his uncle instead of Harry. He's not happy about that.
And you might remember, of course, he got Kane Williamson out. The cuttings up in the clubhouse, there's, you know, his runs, all the things you'd expect England cap. But because it was such a shock to all of them, because he was considered such a non-bowler, even at Burley and Wharfdale in club cricket, there's far more cuttings and framings of the Williamson wicket than there is of all of the extraordinary bits of batting and wielding the willow in an England shirt, such that it was the shock of, oh my goodness me, Harry got Kane Williamson out. And they all just said to me, we just couldn't, that was the bit we couldn't believe. We always knew he was an amazing bat, but that was the bit that was the shock, going back to the not wanting to get out to a part-timer. Now, we've spoken about their bowling dilemmas. This is another gamble from Captain Luff. It is a double gamble. She's going with Niamh Holland, who has bowled 13 overs in this competition this season, has gone wicketless, and has conceded those runs at 10 and over. So this, again, is pressing the gamble button. Starts with a respectable enough medium pacer on the spot. Now, Luff has been forced to turn in this direction because of the struggles of others. Particularly that seam attack getting, well, attacked.
Well, it was the 2 seamers really in Patel and Lane, wasn't it? Oh, what a shot. That is pulled firmly across the line. No one in the outfield, down at deep mid-wicket, and that is 4 runs. So this gamble, having to turn to part-timers to fill the number of overs. They've exhausted their frontline spinners, who were the most successful, and this is entering dangerous territory now, because these two, Threlkeld and Datani, know exactly what's going on. And that is firmly hit, but straight to the fielder on this occasion. Just a single. They can see what, they're not silly, they know what's going on. They must be out there saying, right, we've got rid of these ones, we've got rid of these ones.
Yep. Particularly in this modern era, the teams know each other better than they ever did. They play against each other far more regularly. They will be all too aware. Now, Sophie Luff's having a chat with Holland. And Skelton was coming in to offer a bit of input as well. Trying to think what they're going to do. Tell you that, well, you were mentioning earlier on that Alex Hartley's here. She definitely is, because I can hear her.
She's near an effects mic somewhere. You always hear Hartley before you see her. That's what I'll say. But then people say that about me as well. So I feel like we're kindred spirits in that way.
People have occasionally said the same about yours, truly. Not that I would put myself in such esteemed company. I guess that's why we're commentators. So that's decently on the spot from Holland. But again, they desperately need this breakthrough, realistically. There's no way that if these two aren't there for, well, you'd say another even 5, but definitely 10 overs, that Thunder are surely not winning this contest. Short Rachael can get her hands through that.
Yeah, just important too that there's no lapse of concentration with this Thunder pair at the crease as well. Having got themselves into this position, they've just played this innings perfectly. They've manipulated the field, but then they've also manipulated the bowling attack. Been calling the shots, seen off the best of the bowlers, punished those with less experience.
Yeah, chasing a first ever win against the Storm, and they're well placed to get it.
Yeah, 93 needed now off 102. Just amazing when you think of where this innings started. You thought for all the money, I was thinking, well, you know what, Manchester United are playing over the road and it's going to be really bad traffic here and hard to get out of here. They're trying to do us some favours, but no, they're ensuring that I'm going to be on a packed tram. And I'm quite happy to be on a packed tram, I would like to say.
Just for the record, before my opinion is misunderstood compared to Mel Farrell's, yours truly, Michael McCann, I will happily watch Ellie Rachael back all day to be on the most packed tram train back to London. Indeed, a bit of me was gutted when she got out on Wednesday just because she looked that good. And I mentioned that conversation with her afterwards where she was visibly so disappointed. She really does sort of bleed red rose, one of those, and would have meant a lot to win that game. But if she can carry this home, well, that would be some way to finish the season.
Emma Corney with her leggies. First one driven, no run. I do like the fact that Corney has, just before this over again, she was laughing. She's clearly enjoying herself, so she's up for this challenge. I like the fact that she's enjoying this moment. It's well flighted.
Well, I feel like I'm taking a bit of the sort of grade cricketer logic here, but I do feel like it's true. There's nothing to lose here for Emma Corney. She's a 19-year-old top order bat. It's the first time she's bowled this season in this competition. I'm pretty much sure ever in this competition. If she gets hit, it's not on her. That's not a primary job in the team.
It's nicely just tucked away. But at the same time, I'm sure she would dearly, dearly love to play a match-winning hand here.
I'm sure she would. I'm sure she would.
It'd give you great bragging rights, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Particularly with the bowling group.
Yeah, no, I mean, there are a couple of odd ones in that first over, but you just didn't know what was coming. Dragged down and picked up nicely all the way to the boundary. Beats the fielder by Threlkeld. That was really, really well placed. Just enough power, just enough timing. The ball sat up for her, really. She's just played that beautifully.
But again, played in a very controlled way, rocking onto that back foot. Being clinical against the part-timer Corney, who will still bowl you some good delivery, so you can't just be in a constant mode of all-out attack. That's how you lose concentration and get out.
Well, it's been a mixed bag from Corney, so I guess it's a matter of waiting for see off the good, wait for the bad.
That is short and not good. Rachael might be a touch frustrated to have only picked out deep cover for one.
But at the same time, they're not going to want to allow the leggy to just dictate the way this goes. So being proactive, trying to put her off her game a little bit. Final ball of her over. Oh, where did that end up, that ball? Well, I can tell you that Tatani had absolutely no idea where it ended up. I'm not sure anyone did, really. Just have a look again. She just went for the sweep, but it's sort of come off glove onto bat around the corner, so swings and roundabouts.
It's come off her pad, and as she swept, it's then actually hit the back of the bat. That's how it's happened. Very unorthodox sequencing of things. Here we go again. Just watch that front pad. It hits. Saw it from the front on one. And then the back of the bat ends up. That's one of those where, of course, it goes on the wagon wheel, but the wagon wheel doesn't really tell you how the ball got there.
No, but 8 off at the over. So Corney has bowled 2 overs for 15 runs. So that's actually, in the context of things, not too bad. But
yeah, it's not what they need.
And Holland is just tucked around the corner there. Dot ball to start off with. Just entering a very interesting little phase here of the game, because these two are so well set now. If they don't lose their concentration, if they keep going. Ball flighted. Slower ball. Then they put themselves in a fantastic position for a dash home with 85 needed off 94. And also the Storm just turning to part-timers looking for answers, unable to find the breakthrough. Oh, and that has pulled firmly all the way to the boundary. What a lovely shot that is. And Datani flexing her muscles there. She can see the finish line in sight. She wants to help Threlkeld get a team there as well. Wonderful partnership between these two.
And again, you're facing bowlers that have barely bowled in this competition this season. There will be loose balls and they're getting picked off nicely.
And happy that this time just to play for the single. Vacant territory out there.
And of course, another thing that's been an absolute nightmare for Storm right from the start on what is big ground with no short boundaries as well is the left-hand, right-hand partnership.
Yeah, to be able to keep that going all the way along. And as we just said, especially for the young bowlers, the teenage bowlers coming in, just having to deal with that, being under pressure as well. It's adding an extra factor for them. Nicely tucked away again. Happy to keep turning over the strike and keep that left hand, right hand, having fielders running around all over the place.
And even at a professional level, when you've had that going since 7.5 overs in, so for the best part of 2 hours, that does mentally tire you. Having to keep adjusting to two different players with totally different scoring areas and left and righties.
Slower ball to finish the over, dispatched for another single, which makes it 7 off the over. So, well, the run rate required well in hand, just over 5 and over. Most importantly, just keeping it under that run of ball at the moment. And Threlkeld and Datani, well, they have been magnificent. Threlkeld in particular, 80 off 85. Datani adding solid support, but moving on to 69 as well, so not too far at all behind Threlkeld. She's done that off 99 balls, but just a remarkable turnaround, and it's all been about this partnership. These two taking a game that could easily have headed towards disaster and giving their side every chance of a first ever win against the Western Storm.
Tani goes to sweep, one of her favourite shots, and particularly appropriate to a ball like that. Sweeps very fine there, fielded enthusiastically by Patel, and they scamper back for 3. Good running there. Threlkeld on to 80. Datani, with that shot, has gone past her highest ever score in women's domestic 50-over cricket, beating her 71 for Middlesex against Sussex way back in 2016. So Not the best delivery. Rachael is left on one knee a bit frustrated. She couldn't get it around the corner, but she'll still pick up the wide. So Ditani has gone past her best in women's domestic 50 over cricket, thanks to Hypercourse for that stat. Short. Rachael hits that one hard, straight at mid-off, has to make a ground quickly, direct hit! Not out, says umpire Ben Peverell, but that looked tight.
Well, that would have been a huge, huge moment. It is a huge, huge moment. It's just turned in the Thunder's favour, because if Rachael had been given out there, partnership had been broken. Just would have made things very interesting.
Lovely looking drive from Ditani. They want two, and they'll get two that time a bit more comfortably. Ditani hustles on to 74. The partnership has gone past the 150 mark, it must be said, with that scrambled single that we saw. Partnership worth 163 and counting of 168 balls. An extraordinary effort from these two. Naomi Ditani with her first 50 for Thunder in 50 over cricket since signing from the Sunrisers in the summer, and that's a short help yourself delivery. Gets out to long on for one.
Well, it's just been outstanding to come together at the time they did. And they've been proactive all the way through, particularly Rachael. It has to be said, she's led the charge. And they've just been calling the shots.
Full toss. And Rachael just helps it round the corner. Doesn't want to get caught into the trap of chipping that straight to deep square leg, and it is the long boundary.
Now Corney, she's got one ball left in the third over. She's gone for 24, possibly more off her 3 overs. What do they do next?
Oh, that's a dreadful delivery.
That underlines just what I was saying.
Yeah.
You know, she's a part-timer, I'm afraid, and she's done her best. She's bowled some really challenging balls.
Well, you've got 2 left for Sophia Smell. That would be 2 for 14 off her 8 with a maiden. You surely have to just get her back and say, get us a wicket. Another full toss. It's just about under waist height, and it's plugged out there. Well, Ditani didn't get all of it.
That was in the air for a long time. It was almost a case of, oh my goodness, has she bought one? Has she bought one?
Yep. 36 overs gone, 184 for 3. So one thinks that could be the end of the Corney experiment. None for 26 off her trio of overs. As you see that run rate just getting above where Western Storm were.
Wow, what a graph that is.
Absolutely.
It's just going to be a fascinating thing just to see where they turn. It looks like Sophia Smale is actually warming up, so I think they might bring her back.
Ditani respectful to that one. Rachael talking in the more longer term about the aims for Thunder, saying, I'm excited for another winter together and more time under our belts. Hopefully we can compete a bit more next year. It'll be a big winter for a lot of the girls to kick on and fight for silverware. The last couple of winters we worked really hard on the basics, and that won't change. There's areas within that we've got to improve. That's solid from Ditani. Finds the single set. A few of the girls might go away and try and get some game time post-Christmas, which I think would be really good for the group. Of course, the way that women's cricket has changed so quickly in such a short space of time means that players are not really as restricted as they once were to just whatever games they could get in, say, an English summer. Helped round the corner and straight to short fine leg and dropped. It's a life for Frelkeld and Izzy Patel, the 17-year-old, on her Storm debut, can't hold on. Well, that is the moment that Thunder were waiting for. A lapse in concentration from Frelkeld on 82, who paddled it round to Patel.
Oh, I feel really sorry for it, to be honest. It's tough initiation.
Same. Off the inside edge of Frelkeld's bat, and Frelkeld will be so relieved just to get up the other end, breathe a sigh of relief, reset, go again.
Just saw Patel there. She just put her hand up to her face. She's just changing fielding position at the moment, and that's a tough moment for her. She's had a tough time with a ball in hand. A lot of buzz about her, a lot of expectations, and she's got to put that out of her mind now.
Tatani just rotates. This is her default inclination.
But it's all experience, and this will go in the bank for her. And you know, the end of this season, but then come back next year, and we'll have learnt a little bit from this game. And that's what it's about.
Yeah, no, he's been working very closely with head coach Trevor Griffin. He really does look to bring through the young players. It helps that he's been involved for a long time. Tried to cut her, but it's too close to the pads of Frelkeld, and Patel does field at short fine leg. They scamper through for one to end the 37th, 188 for 3.
Yeah, he likes teams that wear lime green. Of course, he was with the Sydney Thunder in the Women's Big Bash in Australia.
Yeah, he's been involved on and off with the Storm since 2016. He was in charge from 2017 to 2019. He was assistant coach in that first Kia Super League season, then became head coach when Caroline Foster stepped down. They won the Kia Super League in 2017 and 2019, semi-finalists in the season in between. And then, as Mel mentioned, head coach of the Thunder, down under. He was the first non-Australian coach with them, eventually departed in January of this year. Did also have a spell with the Sunrisers too, and was head coach of the London Spirit at the 100 last year. He's previously been coach for the Devon Cricket Board as well, and once upon a time with Canterbury in New Zealand, so an extensive and varied CV that he's brought to Storm. Smells back on, a chief wicket taker. The game inside a game is that she's now, after that delivery, got just 11 balls to make an impact on this contest. 2 for 14 off her 8 before that delivery. But with Skelton bowled out on a turning pitch, she is the chief threat. And Thunder will just feel like if almost whatever, you know, even if it were to be 2 maidens, which of course it can't be in this over, they'd be content with just seeing off her. Tani watchful.
Yeah, you can see already the caution returning. 62 needed of 76. They can afford a few dot balls here. That's what they're getting, and just the difference already, the control that Smale offers is evident.
Yeah, it's benefited massively from signing a professional contract at the start of last season. And that has been, Mr. Tanya as well, to keep that out, that has been the kind of players that have benefited so much from the expansion of contracts. More and more professional contracts at this level. You don't need to be a full international anymore to be a professional cricketer. That's really important. Yes. Well, Frelkeld had come a long way, sent back by Ditani, but just in time. Patel shies to the bowler's end, but no real prospect of a run out quite.
But there you see the benefit of Smale coming back and the difference, or the possibility of a run out, because she's strung 4 dot balls together now.
That is,
away.
Yep, she's got 1 over left. That's a win for the Thunder, which might sound weird because it only conceded a single. One team who certainly are going to get a win in what is a big, big result elsewhere is the South East Stars. This, the 9th wicket to fall, a magnificent one-handed take by Davidson Richards to get rid of Izzy Wong. And they are on the brink of victory. Central Sparks 116 for 9, chasing 284 to win in a game that was effectively a quarter-final. The only way that Diamonds or Sunrisers could sneak in from 5th or 6th is if that match had a no result, which the weather's been fine, so that wasn't a problem. 3 wickets for Raina McDonald, gave 3 for Alice Davidson Richards as Holland continues. And that's cut away straight at point. 1 for Danny Gregory, or the braided wonder, as Jules Truly once termed her when commentating on her. Alexis Stonehouse and Paige Schofield both picked up a wicket each. Maddie Green top scoring with 39. So seems pretty clear. South East Stars will be in that eliminator. And of course, another intriguing thing within that is that second gets home advantage. So South East Stars, with them winning that, would want the Blaze to beat Vipers, because then it means they would get a home game against Vipers rather than playing away against the Blaze. That game is looking like, well, that game's over, in fact. It's just finished. So that's down the ground, straight to mid-off. Another slightly dicey-looking quick single, but in fact it was okay. Skelton was on the floor diving. Just as I say it, the final wicket's been taken. The Vipers have beaten the Blaze by 126 runs in first versus second. That is pretty emphatic. We need to just wait for the table to update just to check the permutations, but I make it they might well have taken top spot off them with that. So that's nicely struck by Datani. It's got past mid-off and it's gone away for 4. Naomi Datani starting to go through the gears now, having played a very steady hand initially. Overpitched and she took advantage.
Yeah, that was a terrific shot, and had been a really tidy over from Holland until that point. Now they've reached the 5 off it mark and still 2 balls remaining. Datani almost passing Threlkeld now.
Down the ground! Oh! What a catch! What a caught and bowled! You might not see a better one all season from Niamh Holland. Naomi Datani gone for 82. This 4th wicket partnership, which has been so exceptional, is finally ended. Worth 177 the stand, but Datani has to walk off, and sometimes you just have to say in cricket that's a bit too good. Niamh Holland's first wicket in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy this season, and she won't be forgetting it anytime soon. The door may be just open for Storm after that.
Well, we see those, don't we? The reflexes, but it wasn't pure reflex. She had a lot of work to do. It was well to her left after bowling with the right, and she moved across so quickly, stuck out the mitt. The ball wedded to her hand. Really great work by Holland. And that wicket they've been searching for since the 8th over of this innings, rather, when they took the 3rd wicket. Well, it's finally come.
You might have just spotted there, both on the replay, and then Threlkeld was telling the incoming bat, Laura Delaney, about it, that was a little top spinner that was just held back, and that was what had Datani a bit early on it and playing it slightly high up the bat. Great credit to Naomi Datani. That is her first half-century in 50-over cricket for Thunder since signing from Sunrisers for this season, and it is her highest ever score in women's domestic 50-over cricket across a long and impressive career, beating her previous best of 71 for Middlesex against Sussex way back in 2016. But it does increase the pressure on Captain Threlkeld. Out comes another person who knows a thing or two about leadership, of course, in Laura Delaney, Island skipper. And that's a nice spot for Holland to be in. Delaney, who made 6 off 4 at the Stars on debut, 1 against the Vipers, and then 23 in the game against the Diamonds. 39 gone, 194 for 4.
Yeah, well, if one skipper isn't enough, how about 2? Always helps. Just having that leadership, yeah, vastly experienced. At the moment, you can see that there right in the middle, those couple of overs on that Manhattan. That's when you had the young spinners, the young seamers in.
That was Patel going for 16, then a maiden in the middle, and then Patel going for 16 again. Sorry, and then Lane going for 16. And that was what really did the damage, not just to those overs, but to the bowling plans. His smell for the final over that she can bowl today. Frelkel will be quite happy with a boring maiden here. If it's a bad ball, I'm sure she'll search for more.
Well, she knows she has to stay in there now. She's got to see this home almost of the way.
Pushes that one back to Smell, who has exceptional figures and is going to be a name to really keep an eye out on going forward. Come through the system with Wales, has also played for the Oval Invincibles too. Bit of a breakout star in the 100 last season, of course. That's not quite gathered by extra cover, but mid-off is backing up, well fielded by Lane.
You see there too, just Threlkeld being happy to see her off, because she's taken off scampering for runs, but she wasn't interested there when Delaney was. She wants to get rid of Smale.
That is a great looking shot that goes to the row. Well, that is a boundary and a bonus, really. We're talking about just making sure to see off Smale. Threlkeld has done better. Classical cover drive, which is one of the best shots that she plays, Threlkeld.
She's played a lot of them today, and they've all been equally pleasing on the eye, haven't they? Been really terrific. Strong on the offside. Plays that shot through cover and extra cover. Aplomb.
On to 90. Low full toss. Straight to mid-off, though. Now, if you just watch Threlkeld's front foot, she's actually predeterminedly pretty much set to play a cover drive. Watch her front foot here. The front foot doesn't stay side on before the ball's bowled. Just keep an eye on that front foot. You can see it side on, and then it turns and faces out to sort of cover extra cover. Sweeps this time and gets 1. And they are going to come back for 2. That's good hustle from Threlkeld. Always 1 on the arm out to the long boundary. Now, batting is, of course, a very individual art. As the 200 comes up for Thunder, they are bang on the required run rate as we head to the last 10. 200 for 4 off 40. It's a very individual thing, batting. You have some coaches that will tell you want to keep absolutely everything side on. Some that will tell you that opening out that front foot can be almost, don't want to say a cheat code, that's not quite the right word, but it gets you in position quicker. But one thing it definitely means for Threlkeld is that that front foot is basically already planted, ready for a cover or an extra cover drive, and it just needs a little shimmy forward, but it's already there. And it probably is a factor in why she's so good at picking off balls in and around that region.
Well, Holland, wonderful caught and bowled in her last over. Dearly love another. Won't mind who takes it or catches it, if it's herself or someone else. Just a little chat with the captain before she starts. She's 1 for 22 off 4 overs. So, has given away a few. Hasn't been the only one, but got that really important breakthrough, dismissing Datani, caught and bowled. Oh, it's aerial, but it's safe behind the fielder at backward point, and they're going to get 4 runs from it. So that's a bonus. It was more of an edge, a thickish edge, but it was well placed in the end. They'll take that. Everything brings that target just a little bit closer, just 47 now to win. They can see the finish line. Can't afford to get too excited by it yet, but they can see it.
Absolutely. But particularly if Threlkeld goes, that's what Storm have got to keep telling themselves. If they can get Threlkeld, it will all look so different so quickly. Suddenly you'll be into a slightly vulnerable middle order.
Huge shout, not given. I don't seem too unhappy with that. You can always tell with how long the shout lasts after. If it's just a shout, then silence. But if it's a shout and it's elongated and elongated and elongated, then you know they're really excited.
My inkling was just drifting down. But this is good from Holland. In a difficult situation, he's got the breakthrough and is hunting another.
Slapped away, beats the fielders. This one's going all the way for 4. Terrific shot by Delaney. She's not going to put it all on Threlkeld. She wants to take some of the responsibility herself. And nice aggressive batting from the Ireland captain.
Yes, putting away the bad ball. Short and wide, but put away with a minimum of fuss. It's a no ball as well, so a free hit to follow. That is, well, you couldn't have asked for a better thing to get yourself going at the start of your innings.
So free hit upcoming. Does very well, actually. Couldn't ask for a better ball. It was right up there. Block hole. Delaney unable to get it away. But Delaney has made it very clear she's going to be aggressive if there's something there for her. Or she might just drop and run. Smart running, smart cricket. Single was there on offer. And it gives Threlkeld 2 bites of the cherry in this over.
That's worth saying. Ellie Threlkeld has just gone past her highest ever score in 50 over women's domestic cricket. She made 91 for Thunder against what was Loughborough Lightning last season. Of course, it's now known as the Blaze this season. Thanks to Hypercourse for that.
Just takes a big step back, happy to carve this one out for a single. Playing at home, the fans that have rugged themselves up and come out here, they'd love to see her rack up 3 figures. She's been outstanding for the home side today. It's Delaney on strike. Oh, they thought about it. They thought better of it, and a good thing too. So the end of Holland's 5th over. 1 for 33. 40 to win, 54 balls remaining.
I don't think there's any question if you're looking at that kind of pendulum of who's on top that it's Thunders to lose, but you sense that Threlkeld is very, very important here. They have had an unfortunate tendency to lose wickets in clumps. She'll be all too aware that whilst the first 100 in women's professional cricket is eminently in front of her here, there is also the wider context of the team game. The required run rate has dipped significantly. It's now hovering in and around the 4.5 and over mark.
I think it's at this point where you've actually stopped looking at it as run rate. You're just looking at that 40 or 54, aren't you? And it's just every ball that you can get runs off. Every boundary's gold at this point. As Robbins comes back into the attack from the James Anderson end. She's got 2 overs left. She's 1 for 44 after that single.
Has been doubly confirmed, just checking with the stats boffins. The Vipers' big win against the Blaze is enough to take top spot off them. So that is quite an extraordinary bit of work from the Southern Vipers. They've thrashed the Blaze by 126 runs and in so stolen the Blaze's spot off them at the top of the tree, which means that Vipers will be there next Sunday and the Blaze will have to fight the Southeast Stars, beg your pardon, who beat the Central Sparks themselves comprehensively in what was effectively a quarter-final. So that eliminator will be the Blaze against South East Stars. And Blaze will have home advantage.
That is a turnaround at the end of the season. Pretty burgle first spot. That's pretty good. Effort. Well played late. That's lovely shot. Just two fielders there, barely 2 meters apart, and got it straight through them. Although it is going to be stopped at the boundary. But that was placement perfection. Really, really well battered there. So the 3 runs coming off the blade of Delaney. He's really played a wonderful hand as a foil for Threlkeld. Just taking that pressure off Threlkeld easily, because you had such a dominant partnership with Tatani, and then she goes. But to have someone like Delaney come out, who's scored 12 off 8, it's just lifted that responsibility from Threlkeld's shoulder to think that she's got to do the whole thing on her own. Field is out on the leg side, so easy singles available if you can turn the ball that way. Edging ever closer, just 35 now needed, 50 balls remaining. This really has been an almighty recovery and turnaround from the Thunder.
Bit of a funky field here, ring of 6 on the offside.
Oh, you can put them all there. Put the whole field between point and deep third, because you know what? Laura Delaney is going to find a way through it. Look at that. If she wasn't a batter, she could be a sushi chef, because she has just sliced and diced that field perfectly.
Oh, she could be very good at knitting, one would imagine. Anything that needs a bit of precision, because what you couldn't quite see is, I was just about to say it, they had 2 points literally 5 yards apart. And they've still got them now. They've got point, backward point, and sort of one in between the two. Almost holding hands with point. It's so close.
That really is something. Do you know who that reminded me of? That reminded me, as we see, that's the end of the over, actually. So productive 1-2. That reminded me of Meg Lanning, because that's what Meg Lanning does. I've seen them put fields to her. Another one is Smriti Mandana. You might see that as well. They'll put, 2 or 3 points basically in that same area, and they just play it. They just time it so well. Anything that sits up for them, bit of width, they find their way through the field.
Must be so infuriating as an opposition captain. And well, it's an incredible position, an incredible turnaround to be in from where they were. Thunder, who've had their difficulties with the bat this season.
Well, I think that's what makes it even more remarkable. Not
Absolutely.
in just in terms of this innings, but the terms of this season. And that first ball from Holland is just played late and delicately by Threlkeld. They're coming back for the second because there's been a bit of a misfield. So they'll get the 2 runs. Threlkeld on 97. She deserves 100, I've got to say.
But cricket is a cruel game. And sometimes you don't get what you deserve in life, and sometimes life is wholly unfair. And today, Ellie Threlkeld will hope that this is not that day. She's on to 97 after that 2. She will move to 98 here.
I've got confidence in her. I think it's on.
It's not a lack of confidence from me and her whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's just we've seen it's all. I mean, just today for South East Stars, Bryony Smith made 97. It's the nature of the really strange sport that is cricket, that so much is put on that. You know, there's no other sport. If you're a rugby player and you're a fly half and you score 2 tries and you set up 2, but at the end you throw a pass that's intercepted and the opposition score, no one goes, oh, but that intercept at the end, they go, oh yeah, it's such a, you know, no one really, if you win a game of football 5-1 and they score 1 consolation in the 93rd minute, no one really thinks about that. But cricket, you get out for 99, that's the equivalent. Anyway, this curious game that we all play,
Well,
watch, love, commentate on, obsess over, pontificate about.
And let's face it, really, what difference is there in a contribution of 98 runs or 100 runs?
Yeah.
It's, you know, but
it's
milestones.
Superficial statistic, and it's history, and it
gets remembered.
You know, and I'm not saying it's not important, but I'm just picking apart the absurdity of the thing.
Oh, I always think that as well.
You know,
a 99
think of any other sport where you play tennis, right? If you absolutely mush someone in 3 sets, but I don't know, in the 3rd set they break your serve once. You don't go, that break a serve in the 3rd set. I wish that kind of just spoilt the day for me. You just be like, well, I don't care, 1 in straight sets.
Well, a 99 is recorded as a half century.
Well, this is another strange statistical quirk, which is you get 100 and people don't remember it as a 50, which is a weird one, I always find.
But
you know, when someone says someone has 4 50s and 100, well, they've passed 55 times.
Well, that's the way they do it. I think it's more strange that 99 is considered a half century.
Oh, okay, right, yeah, okay. I've caught up.
It goes down as a half century. Delaney. Oh, again, they know that she plays that region backward of point so well, but this time the stacked field in that area is able to cut off the run option.
Yeah, she's not the tallest, and she likes to just rock back and thread it through. No ball.
It is a no ball.
Free hit coming.
It's the second no ball from Holland. Front foot no ball. So last time she got a dot ball in response. Oh, and this time, though, Delaney clears the field and gets 4. So that is an expensive no ball. She just freed her arms up, really, and went for that one. Cleared the field out just over the hands and all the way to the boundary rope. So now 23 needed off 44. They're going to run this first one quickly. In fact, they're going to come back and get 2. That's excellent running. So absolutely no let up in the intent. And Delaney, what a hand she's played. 22 off 14. Coming in late. She has done brilliantly. It's a stand-in or the replacement overseas player for Deandra Dotton. Another shout here, and this time the finger goes up. So it has been a terrific hand by Laura Delaney, but it comes to an end and she departs for 22. LBW from Holland, who picks up her 2nd wicket to finish off her 6th over. So is there another little twist to this tale? The important thing is that Threlkeld is still out there on 98.
Yeah, just looking at that first front on replay, seemed to be cannoning into the top of leg stump, even potentially middle and leg. There was just a tiniest shuffle across from Delaney, trying to whip that away, and pays the price. But as mentioned, it is a nice innings. It upped the tempo. It ensured that the required run rate certainly isn't anything to worry about.
And I think it just also meant that everything didn't feel like it was on Threlkeld's shoulders. And that's what possibly has happened a little bit in the past with the batting collapses. When she's got out, it's all fallen to pieces. But now the end, well, 21 needed off 42. So It's almost there, but not one that you want to count on just yet. You feel that if Threlkeld stays out there, she should see them home, or even if she gets them close.
So 230 for 5 off 43. And Ellie Threlkeld is 98 off 106. She has strike, but ever the team player above the individual. Her first priority is giving a detailed brief to her new partner, Danny Collins, with her. And won't want to make this run chase needlessly nervy, having done so well to recover it from 17 for 3. Threlkeld just surveying the field. A previous best of 91 in women's professional 50-over cricket. It came for Thunder against Lightning. She now has that magical 3 figures firmly in sight. She faces up to Robbins. This could be the moment. There's every possibility of 2 here into the onside. There will be 2 here into the onside. It's a ton for Ellie Threlkeld, the Thunder skipper. What a knock. Rescuing them from the mire of 17 for 3. An extraordinary innings. 107 balls faced, 12 fours. Her first 100 in professional women's cricket. A knock to remember that surely will take her side home. And she came in with them in all sorts of trouble. And well, now they should be winning this one. And primarily thanks to Ellie Threlkeld. Stays focused for the next ball. You see so many players get out the ball after getting there, such is the elation. Instead finds a single on a slight misfield to backward point.
Yeah, just offering that one chance when she was put down by Izzy Patel.
On 82, if memory serves.
But other than that, it really has been chanceless, and it's been a magnificent performance. Talk about leading from the front. That wonderful partnership with Tatani, but she was so proactive from the start. You wouldn't have thought they were 3 down when she came in.
Low full toss, and probably got a bit lucky there, Robbins, that she's bowled that to Collins rather than Threlkeld, because Collins has only just got out there. If she bowls that to Threlkeld in her form, that's definitely runs.
And I think what's so impressive is just the way that she's bossed this game. She's forced the Storm to change their field, their bowling plans, everything.
Yeah, I don't mean to sound like I was prophesying it, but I did mention how good she looked on Wednesday. She's talked about working very hard on her batting, and that is quite the show of it. First 100 at this level. Special day she won't forget anytime soon.
She's 101 off 108. It's not just a stroll either.
Collins just gets onto strike now after Threlkeld again rotating. They don't need to do anything more than that to finish the game off from here. Indeed, they'd understandably be very disappointed if they don't win this game.
Well, they've just put themselves in such an almost unbeatable position.
Oh, nicely bowled.
Although anything can happen.
Mel Fell says just as her voice goes a bit more high-pitched. Number 57 off Robbins' 10. Nice ball to finish off against Collins, but she goes wicketless. And this also brings one back to the other dilemma, which has been plaguing poor old Sophie Luff, the Storm captain, for a while now, which is after the seamers, Izzy Patel and Gemma Lane, got taken on. Now, they went for 55 off their 5 overs between them. Patel went for 39 off 4. Lane went for 16. You can see that run rate graph. The very slow start and then catching up rapidly. Thunder. And that was crucial in the context of the game, because now Smell's bowled out, Skelton's bowled out, Robbins is bowled out, so Luff is left with 4 different bowling options. Now Neve Holland, to her credit, has picked up a couple of wickets, so she's going to keep going with Neve Holland, but she's defending 16 to win off 6. So they've got to try and do something to disrupt Frelkel's concentration, something to get her out. But that's easier said than done.
Yeah, I guess you have to question, I guess, well, how they ended up with the bowling options they have. And I don't know enough about where things are, but
there's an element of giving youngsters an opportunity,
yeah,
and that hasn't worked, and it's the last game of the season and you couldn't qualify anyway, which is very understandable. That's a nice touch shot from Frelkel. They are going to scramble one, thrown over the keeper's head. It won't cost them too much.
Yeah, and if you are going to do it, you may as well do it in the final game when there's nothing riding on it. And hopefully those young bowlers will come back for this. They won't have been too ruffled up by their experience, because that happens to so many young bowlers who come in. Batters aren't going to go easy on them, and they certainly didn't today. So they'll get through that, and they'll come back and be better for it next year.
Speaking of better for it next year, definitely a lot for Thunder to build. And if they win this game, though they won't have qualified, they will have finished the competition with 3 wins in their last 5 completed matches, a couple of washouts. What's cost them qualification is the early part of the campaign. They didn't win any of their first 7. 2 no results, 2 tied, 3 lost. That left them far too much catching up to do. Swiped away by Frelkel, and this has gone into the gap in front of square leg. Well, it's just at that point in the innings, you've been out there long enough. Just seemed to be well, in fact, it is Danny Collins, I beg your pardon, and that is the biggest compliment I can possibly pay her. That my brain, forgive me for a second, managed to mistake her for Frelkel. Shot.
Certainly was. There's a big gap out there. They're just trying to work out how to plug on the leg side. Deep square leg out there.
Just drops a bat on that one, Collins. And speaking of positives for Thunder as well, I know it was a big thing to get to Charlotte Edwards Cup finals day. The first time they got out of the knockouts of either group in 4 seasons. That lost by just 18 runs to the Southern Vipers. Certainly very competitive against the side that went on to lift the trophy. Short, and that did visibly keep low, and Collins did well just to get some bat on it. Get 3 for 1, so 10 to win now.
Yeah, and they can just do this in singles now.
Yeah.
If there is a bad ball, put it away, but
10 runs left in the season. Frelkel should only have her eyes on a nice red inker here. Red inker to go with red outfit and the red bat handle. As Frelkel hits that nicely but straight to mid-off. End of Holland's over. 2 for 49 off her 7. Just 10 to win now from 5 overs. And Thunder finishing with a performance and a win. And it will give a sense of optimism. I know there's a feeling that whoever takes over from Paul Shaw, there's a lot to build on in the way things have developed in his tenure. Emma Lamb getting into the England setup and getting an ECB central contract. Mahika Gores, England call-up. Kate Cross and Sophie Eccleston becoming mainstays in the England team. And I guess that's where you balance what's going on in the immediate term with a regional side in terms of their on-pitch performances with what they're providing to England as well.
Absolutely. Success tends to breed a bit of success, doesn't it? And knowing that that pathway is strong, that their talent identification has been strong, and then their development of those talented players that they've been able to bring through the ranks as well. Looks like Izzy Patel coming back.
Yeah, and I actually quite like this. There's 10 runs to win. There's nothing to lose. She might pinch a wicket. She'll be better for the experience regardless.
And also just like saying, have a go. Have a go, kid. That's all. And look, you can see the smile on her face there. That is absolutely fantastic to see. Let her finish off the season.
See if she can take Frelkeld.
And just a personal challenge as well. She can look at this as a 6 balls. Right, first ball is a dot ball. So this that's a personal challenge on her developmental pathway as well. How she handles this last over. What can she do?
Bowling to Collins here. Down the ground, and that's managed to get through Patel and will go for 4. So Danny Collins' first boundary, and just 6 to win now for Thunder.
She almost managed to stop it off her own bowling, Patel, but it was just struck so firmly. Lovely timing as well. And Collins has come out. And she played her shots, hasn't she?
Short, hung in the air a long time, pulled round the corner, big chase needed, and that's a great stop out there to keep it to 2. With the game situation as it is, might have been easy to expect standards to drop, not from Nat Wraith. That's a really superb bit of fielding. So 4 to win now. Collins on the strike. It would feel fitting were Captain Frelkeld to hit the winning runs for Thunder, but I'm sure she'll be all too happy just standing, chilled out on a teapot at the non-striker's end, whilst Collins potentially does it here against Patel, which she won't quite. She's picked out cover point.
I just brought up long on and long off before that delivery, signalling them all in. So just trying to make sure that it's all on Collins at the moment.
Oh, that could go all the way through. That could be how it finishes, but not quite. It should be kept alive, and indeed it will be. Fielded by Molly Robbins, and it's a wide as well, so my quick maths makes it that is 1 to win, which indeed it is. 1 to win for the season. This is it then for both of these sides. This is the last moments, the dying embers of the campaign. The 17-year-old Izzy Patel to bowl to Danny Collins. Plays a nice looking straight drive. Oh, and Collins has come a long way down. Will surely be run out. The throw's wide though, and she makes it back. Well, there's a bit of comedy for you. One of the most eventful dot balls of the season that you'll see, coming right at the back end of it. Had the throw been better, this was unquestionably out. But as you can see, it wasn't actually even quite on the track, and that was the problem.
Well, we saw the Thunder's innings start with almost a comedy run out with Liberty Heap when she took off and didn't look at her partner, who was never going for a run. We almost saw the same thing happen there.
Yeah, make it to be Sophia Smell with the fielding.
Collins just took off, and Frelkeld was just standing there going, I'm not running.
Absolutely not. 1 to win. Digs out the Yorker. So that is the end of the 46th. 250 for 5. 1 to win. Ellie Frelkeld, 103 not out. And has the chance to finish the season by hitting the winning runs.
And just before we get to that, just a little word on Patel as well. You know, she came in, bowled that over, came back. She got hit for a boundary in that there was a wide, but she finished off that over with 2 dot balls and almost got, it was almost the run out. So hopefully that stays with her a bit as well. And, you know, just closing that out. They're the small little wins, but that's terrific to see for the 17-year-old. Tough initiation playing professional cricket.
Absolutely. Bit of a baptism of fire. Frelkeld looking to finish the season off in style for Thunder. 1 to win. And almost finishes it with one of her classic cover drives. I mentioned how her front foot, as one of her cues, is already pointed at extra cover, ready to launch into that shot with even more ease than any other. She's made her first 100 in women's professional cricket. And now she's looking to finish it off. And again, in the funny, weird way that cricket can do sometimes. Suddenly with 1 to win, a few dots.
Seeing how many times you can set this up.
How many different ways of saying the same thing?
You're doing a brilliant job.
Captain Frelkeld hunting her red inker. And won't get it there. A 3rd dot in a row.
Now you've only got a 4th one to come up with now. I believe in you.
Well, Thunder have never beaten the Western Storm in all 6 encounters. They're just trying to dot the I's and cross the T's on it. 1 to win.
Live for your accent, please.
And it will be finished off here by Ellie Frelkeld on driving it away for 4. And the relief and the joy sinks in for her. An incredible individual innings. She has taken her side from 17 for 3 to victory here. What a way to sign off in head coach Paul Shaw's final game. Thunder finished the season strongly in the 50-over format. 3 wins from their last 5 completed games. It's their form in the early part of the campaign that is what stopped them having more of a chance of reaching finals day or the eliminator, but having also got out of the group stage in the T20 format for the first time ever in Made Finals Day. Certainly a lot of positives to take away from this season, not least a first 100 in women's professional cricket for Ellie Frelkeld. 107 not out. What a feeling that will be for her as they beat the Western Storm by 5 wickets with 3.2 overs to spare.
Yeah, it was absolutely magnificent work from Threlkeld. A big nod as well to Datani, who was absolutely brilliant in support. That partnership was the key. It really was. They looked like they were almost done and dusted in the opening stages of this chase, but the two of them, the way that they came out, it started off not just as a rebuild, but as a really positive one as well. And just kept it going, and it's just brilliant. Lovely to see for Threlkeld.
Yeah, it's the 3rd highest partnership in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy this season. They added 177 for the 4th wicket. Naomi Datani with 82 and Ellie Frelkeld with 107 not out. Both players' highest ever score in domestic women's 50-over cricket. And it is that partnership, without a doubt, that has decided this game, which it has been an absolute pleasure to be calling next to the brilliant Mel Farrell. Yours truly, Michael McCann. Do winter well wherever you are and stay across all things at Thunder Crick. Thunder Crick, Thunder CRIC. Hashtag bring the thunder, the one to use. I'm sure there'll be plenty of clips going around, rightly so, of Ellie Frelkeld's unbeaten century. That's the story here with Thunder, your winners, by 5 wickets with 20 balls to spare. A very good evening to you.
Three,